Calling All Heroes Championship is here. It's gonna be a great series of games, and what better way to get it started with 4 solid matchups. My name is Ari Cast here with Rain. We'll be your yappers for today, but Rain, give us the lowdown. What's going on today?
Yeah, I mean, this, like you said, Ari, we have a whole lot of games to cover here. We are going through all of the quarterfinals, which means we are going to have 4 matches on the broadcast here tonight. So, super excited to get into all these teams. But, of course, starting out with round 1 here in that first quarterfinal, we are going to be having Cafe Violet taking on me and my friends Gaming. So, I'm super excited to see these two teams. Definitely lots of players that everyone is going to be familiar with as we've been getting to know these rosters, these players throughout the entire year.
Yeah, absolutely. And for those of you who don't know, Calling All Heroes is this competitive circuit in Overwatch that is for women and marginalized genders. Basically just, giving a platform and competition space to those who are out there and searching for it. So we've seen some really high quality games out there, and today should be no different, especially as we near towards the end of this season, as it is the championship. For those of you that don't know, me and my friends is the former Ducks roster, so if there's a little bit of confusion there, that's where those players are coming from. And then as well, for those who didn't get the memo, Cafe Violet is actually the 3rd team from the LCQ to qualify, since Rebel Hearts, I believe, did not choose to go to the championship. Not sure what happened there with their roster, but there is 3 teams from the LCQ, hence why we have them as the 8th seed in qualifying.
Yeah, so that's so fun to get to come into this championship, fighting through the LCQ. Super excited for Cafe Violet to be showing up here. Definitely, this is going to be a pretty strong matchup here between these two teams. If anybody has been kind of tuning in for some of this action, this Ducks team, very strong. Me and my friends Gaming rebranded here, and yeah, all these players looking to put up the absolute best they can, try and run through this bracket, make it to that grand finals, because this is, we're starting here in the quarterfinals here, but we're going to have more action tomorrow. We're going to have more action next week and the week after that. So there's so much more Calling All Heroes to be happening here. Taking a look at the bracket, like we mentioned, we're here in the quarterfinals. So these 4 matches, we are going to get to see all of our teams here on stream today.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you're waiting for maybe your favorite one, or if you're even another team, trying to scout out the enemy, you've got plenty of time to do so, right? Of course, I'll read it out for you. Me and my friends Gaming versus Cafe Violet as our first matchup. Nightmare Eclipse and Fable, Dreamland and Valentine, and Exo Sakura and Bin Derive to close things out there. This is gonna be a fun one, I cannot lie. I mean, all of these matchups, it feels like there's so many different storylines, and with all of these players, I don't want to say team hopping, but they've all, been around and trying to find that winning combination to get themselves to the championship and holding that trophy. Well, they are very familiar with each other, so you're gonna have players that know how certain teams like to run things, or they are aware of certain strategies they might like to go with. And so you have these games where these quarterfinal matchups, some of them might be 3-0, sure, but the other ones, they could be still very, very close. And again, I guess I glossed over that, but it is all first to 3 up until that grand final, which will be a first to 4.
Yeah, lots of opportunity for some really close matchups here. I like that you're giving a shout out, Ari, to kind of how close that this Calling All Heroes community can really get. Really getting to know each other's strengths and weaknesses, which makes these kind of championships so much more fun and so much more impactful. Now, taking a look, we mentioned you have so much Overwatch to watch today, and we have fantastic news for everybody in chat. You guys are going to get rewarded with some viewer incentives here as you watch. So special rewards for each day on the screen here. This is the rewards that you're going to have for today, December 6th. So please make sure that your Battle.net is connected to your Twitch account so that you can get these awesome rewards.
I'm going to point it out for those who are a little bit slow like me. I just realized that second one is literally Calling All Heroes. I'm a little bit slow, but we got there in the end. I mean, all of these, they do look really, really nice. That first one, by the way, I don't know what it is, just that shape, the design, the color, like all of it just, it sits perfectly together. And of course, all of them kind of just being tied together with a nice little bow, especially that banner to kind of to lighten things out, gives you some hearts, some stars, and we certainly will see some stars today, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Super excited. All of these viewer incentive packages kind of like themed a little bit. So make sure that you guys tune in for all of the Calling All Heroes actions so that you can get the specialized packages for each day. Now, all right, we are getting ready to head into our first matchup here. So let's take a look over at our map pool. Definitely going to be familiar for a lot of folks in this competitive scene here. We will be starting out, of course, on a control map. So we have the option of Ilios, Nepal, or Busan to kind of start things off for us here.
All right, so I'll give you the real map pool. This is a joke, by the way. The real map pool, we're going to have Ilios, Kings Row, we'll have Shambali Monastery, New Queen Street, and Suravasa. And that's going to be the 5 maps that are only played today. That's just my prediction. It feels like those are the maps, though, that we see a lot of the time. And honestly, I mean, you can't blame them to some extent, because some of these maps, like Kings Row, come on now, everybody's played it. It's so fun to play. But, of course, Blizzard World wouldn't be surprising if we do see that. Something like Nepal or Busan, I feel like Control will have the most variability to it. Because there are so many different strategies that you can get away with in Control, being a very different kind of map to the rest of them.
Yeah, exactly that, right? With these symmetrical maps, the control maps, the push maps, and the flashpoint maps, it all allows for a little bit more kind of variability in the team compositions based on what your team is most comfortable playing. Once we head into those like hybrid and escort maps, I feel like that's where you have to kind of specialize your roster a little bit more, right? Kings Row typically seeing kind of more of that brawl. Midtown, you're going to get some poke. If you're going to Route 66 or Dorado, you definitely want to have some form of kind of dive in your kit. So getting started out on Control, as always, is going to allow us to kind of just get a taste for what these teams are going to be bringing into the match here, and hopefully making it nice and competitive along the way. We will, of course, have hero bans as well. So just kind of another layer added to the strategy here after that map pick.
Yeah, I love how you mentioned Control first, because we were talking about it earlier, that it feels like Lucio has been getting more and more bans just with that Control category, because it feels like teams, they don't want to have to play that high pacey brawl style. They want to let the players on their team flourish and choose the time where they need to go in, strike, be the hero. I'm looking at, a Genji that goes in and gets a 3k, or a Tracer farming up that pulse bomb, something like that. So it feels like Control we're seeing less and less of that Lucio. Now, you can happily prove me wrong. I may or may not be a Lucio Zen 2 trick, so I'm all for it. But yeah, I'm excited to see how these maps shake up, especially the compositions, because we know these teams, as much as they like to stick to the meta, sometimes there are those picks that are, shall we say, out there.
We like some creativity here in Calling All Heroes. Would love to see some, definitely. I think, yeah, as we head into kind of, as the maps progress, the team's getting a little bit more footing against, like, what's going to work against the other team. That's when you can maybe kind of pull out these more creative strategies. But I think definitely as we head into Control, maybe you don't want to, show your whole hand of cards here. So maybe sticking a little bit closer to the meta, which in and as itself is not super well defined right now, right? I mean, we've been seeing a lot of Symmetra being played in the top league, but definitely not kind of a must pick, especially it's very map dependent. So I think that as we head into these maps, I'm still expecting to see some Lucio Kiriko. I'm still expecting to maybe see some Wu Yang. He kind of fell out of favor a little bit. But Tracer, always a great pick for pretty much any map that you go into. And then I think that more than ever, there's a lot of variability in the tanks that are now playable ever since the great Ramatra nerf.
Give me some Bastion. I'll take some Bastion. You know what? Maybe that's just me being a little bit silly and goofy, but, I'm feeling it. Of course, me and my friends gaming will head over to their roster now. We'll get a little bit of a sneak peek potentially into what their roster will look like. And it's going to be Winter, Peace, Santana, Z, and Nenwai. And the practicality of Mercy on damage. That's a new one for me. I'm a stranger to that one.
Ari asked for creativity, and we are getting creativity. It's the Battle Mercy that's going to make an appearance here. Yeah, so we mentioned it earlier. This roster, a former Ducks roster, so all of these players, lots of synergy between them, a very, very high-powered roster in me and my friends gaming. Let's take a look over at the other side of things. Ooh, okay, we actually have a little bit of a change here. So we are going to have Scuffed in for Santana instead. So again, definitely still going to have this team synergy, but it is nice that me and my friends gaming get to have kind of this depth of having some substitutions if it is so needed.
Yeah, I mean, Scuffed, certainly a great addition to this roster, and it's not about, oh, you know, you remove Santana, and then, oh, it's an improvement. No, it's just a side grade, right? It's something where you can kind of look at things from a different perspective, and you shake things up, you make it a little bit tougher for the enemy to adapt to. Now we're going to head over to Cafe Violet. You're going to see Kaisicle, Ray, Yola, Cake Queen, and Cyrena. And these players, I know this roster has whipped out some crazy, you know, plays in the DPS line, but it's always that support line that catches my eye for some reason.
Yeah, it's great to have like a really high pop-off potential in your DPS, but if you don't have that backline that's able to kind of hold down the fort, maybe put out some damage of their own. I mean, you know, both the heroes, the Ana and the Yari, if you do end up playing them, lots of potential to go into that kill feed as well. All right, surprise, surprise, map number 1. We will be heading out to Ilios, and then the bands coming out here, very interesting, as it was me and my friends that banned out the Mercy first, and then the response here from Cafe Violet on that Ashe ban.
Oh, they're banning their primary DPS of Mercy? That's crazy. Okay, I'm gonna stop on that one. But yeah, me and my friends, you know, banning the Mercy, assuming this isn't a little bit of a glitch, this is kind of an out there ban. It might be a display of dominance where we're saying, hey, we're not gonna burn a ban on somebody we might want to burn or ban later. Instead, we're just gonna let you show us what is in store from you, and then you can start to get things going, right? Whatever it may be. Now, the Ashe ban, that one makes a lot of sense. I know a lot of players, especially in Calling All Heroes, that love to go to that Ashe and just use that Dynamite, especially with the remote perk, that it's really annoying, right? It is not a character you want to run around a corner and find, especially if you're playing Tracer with that one-shot headshot.
Yeah, it can be really scary, and I'll just remind everybody as well how these hero bans work. So, similar to OWCS, you will not be able to ban out 2 of the same role. So that Mercy ban also could be a Protect ban here. You and I were kind of mentioning it earlier, Ari, that Lucio is getting banned a lot on these first maps. So having the Mercy ban available, it means that Cafe Violet are not going to be able to ban out that support. So potentially that means that we will get to see some Lucio here on Ilios, which, oh my goodness, yay, that is definitely would be very exciting.
Boop City, give it to me. The well, it beckons, please. Let's get some environmental kills. We can even get a counter on the screen because, let's be real, that's all we're here for in this one. But as well, I mean, of course, you got to look at the competition. This one's going to be stacked on up, and even though it may be the 1 seed versus the 8 seed in this one, we know that me and my friends are here to play. They want to establish some dominance, but Cafe Violet, it feels like they're here with nothing to lose. Any win is going to be absolutely great for them, and they'll be taking this one battle at a time, which is very, very scary to go up against, right? If you're playing like every game can be your last, they are going to go for unorthodox plays 24/7 if they feel themselves on the back foot. Can't wait to see what they pull up here and bring us in store.
Alright, we got a little taste of it. Ilios, well, gonna be the first sub-map that we're starting out on here. Door's still closed, there's still a chance to change some of these compositions up, but so far, looking like we are potentially gonna have this Diva mirror. Definitely have been seeing a whole lot more Diva being played now. Having the ability to kind of peel and play aggressively, really great to have in a tank. Then why over on this Juno? I expect maybe just the speed ring out and then swap over to the Lucio. No, it is going to be the Lucio Kiriko backline for both teams. So TP out here. Cafe Violet trying to get as much space as they can. Maybe the Freya v Freya. The only difference here in the DPS is over on that extra.
Yeah, you know, Yola is just really, really powerful on this Diva pick. We've seen them feel really, really comfortable on it, and when they get forced off, it's not necessarily a tough thing, but it is something that's going to cause them a few more problems. Cyrena will be the first to fall early in this one, and me and my friends gaming, they come out swinging. That is 2 quick picks, and it feels like Cafe Violet just did not get the positioning they wanted to in that first few moments. Me and my friends gaming, well, they punished that.
Yeah, they sure do, and even though they had that TP, Cafe Violet just not really able to kind of find their way into a spot that was going to kind of protect them from this echo from the high ground. These on this Echo. Having that that focus beam is going to be so dangerous here for Viola on this Diva. You're going to be able to just absolutely melt through that mech very, very quickly. We are actually going to see Nenwai drop off of that Lucio over on the big Juno.
I get picked there. Might have been a lucky shot from Z or a skill shot. Either way, that's going to be a costly pick. As now Cafe Violet feel the pain even more in that one. Ray to fall shortly afterwards. And again, Cafe Violet now almost it feels like going for that reset, trying to salvage as much as they can, because this would be a heavy stagger if they continue this fight and don't get as much space as they bargained for out of it. Be careful here, Echo. Make sure you can get back up to the map. That's great. Cyrena goes down. And again, Cafe Violet were waiting for that reset with just more and more staggers. I mean, Kaisicle came back from spawn and lost their life again before somebody like Ray even went down once.
Yeah, Cafe Violet managed to get that one pick there, but he's just going to be able to get back into the fight fairly quickly. Viola trying to build up to this mech, so you are still not going to be able to push in even though you find that opening pick. And now me and my friends, ult's ready to go. Everything except for that Orbital Strike from Nenwai. Ake does have the Kitsune Rush to match, but with 70% on the board here, it's looking like me and my friends are going to run away with this well somehow.
Finding the counterpart of Ray. That's going to be, again, just that opener for me and my friends gaming. It feels like they're playing this, shall I say, TDM style right now, where they're just kind of having this free range space. Everyone just peeking whatever angle they want, and they haven't been punished for yet, so they're going to continue on doing it. Scuff going for that explosion, the bomb, and it does find one onto Ray. Unfortunate again. Cafe Violet at least finding the touch here, but what exactly is going to become of it? Well, it's only the first pick on a Z before the rest of them will follow. And the Tracer seems like the only player left. The Kitsune Rush as a last-ditch effort, but good luck with that. Only the trickle in, the stagger touches, and I doubt that it will be enough, as just no picks can be found on the side of Cafe Violet. Me and my friends gaming 100-0 clean sweep on point number 1.
Yeah, looking very, very much like a team that has played all year long together. Me and my friends gaming taking absolute control of well. We could see that after every fight, getting themselves kind of set up on these high grounds so that every time Cafe Violet pushed in, you were getting so much poke damage. I mean, only a few deaths on the side of me and my friends gaming. I mean, Nenwai and Scuff not even dying at all. Scuffed on this Diva has been absolutely deadly, able to finish up so many of these kills. The damage really kind of coming out from Peace and Winter, but the mobility of the Diva just allowing Scuff to find these final blows and really clean up Cafe Violet. As me and my friends gaming are going to make a small adjustment here. Nenwai over onto the Ana here, so looking for some anti-nades, trying to connect onto Cafe Violet, looking at Viola and Cake to kind of deny these nades with that defense matrix, with that Suzu. Cyrena is going to move over onto the Wuyang here, going to have a little bit more kind of damage coming out, and you're still going to have that mobility to be able to kind of kite out of these engagements when you need to.
Early Suzu burn, that could be costly. I mean, Kaisicle already going down. You're looking for that off-angle pressure. Unfortunately, an off-angle feed, shall I call it? I mean, just not finding the value they're looking for in those engagements. Cafe Violet, they get punished for it time and time again. Scuffed, I mean, somehow able to go in, lose 600 HP, and then back on up, still be a-okay. Second Suzu burned, but is it enough to keep stabilizing? Well, the D-Mech already coming through, so Viola not exactly going to have that much fun playing that backline. They'll have to take a reset.
It's unfortunate. Cafe Violet are finding some picks here and there, but it always seems to be when Viola is not in this mech, not ready to kind of engage on it. The timing just a little bit off for them here, but Viola back in the mech now. An opportunity for Cafe to try and push through almost 30% here for me and my friends, though.
Nice, but what can you get done? Oh no, that one just catching a sticky grenade to the face. Not going to be good for your HP bar, as you'll be sent back to the spawn. Suzu, once again, used here, but now, what do you really do? There's a Diva in your face, there's an Echo. Peace is just not letting you have any sort of fun. It's going to be a clean sweep there. Cafe Violet, they may not come up with the team kill, but it certainly is all 5 players going down on the side of Cafe Violet.
Yeah, now you're coming into this. You do have the Bola ready to go from Ray. Scuffed on this Diva could deny that almost entirely, just eating that up with the defense matrix. So I have to kind of find an opening here. But me and my friends gaming, I mean, you have basically all 5 ults on the board here, and they have been so good about kind of going first in these fights, finding that opening pick or using their ult first to just make Cafe Violet react, and it just hasn't worked.
I was gonna say, this is a crazy play. Echo getting a little bit low on HP there, but it makes sense as they do use the copy. They find themselves a self-destruct in this one. Launched up into the air. Hello and goodbye. It'll be Ray that meets their own fate. Swish not gonna come on to everybody like they were hoping for, but now he's 1 HP, still finds the kill on a Cyrena. Again, it feels like they're freestyling out here. The nano burn right here just to clean up this final fight to make sure that there's no touches in store. And with 1% left on that clock, it is going to be quick, easy, and over. Me and my friends gaming, not even letting Cafe Violet get a single capture, 200-0 in map number 1.
Looking very comfortable on Ilios for sure, and just looking very comfortable as a team. Me and my friends gaming, just understanding where each other are going to be playing. You basically always had somebody on an off angle ready to finish up any of the damage that came through, and you were so fast in these fights. There was never a time where Cafe Violet really had a chance to kind of find a setup and try to go for this first engagement. They were always having to react to me and my friends gaming, and so often the first interaction was a kill onto Cafe Violet in these fights.
It did feel like Cafe Violet didn't have enough damage, and what do I mean by that? It's not necessarily a comp thing. I mean, I guess it could be, but it just felt like the damage that was going out was not all in the same direction, whether it means, you know, people aren't prioritizing the same targets, or the off angle isn't getting enough value, things like that. Just something wasn't going right. And for Cafe Violet, right, you could look at multiple different scenarios or factors, but I think just going back to those fundamentals, those basics, and saying, hey, let's just play our game, don't worry about them. And if we play as a unit with ourselves, it should be okay. We should get a decent amount of value, and we can use those ults in a situation where we're going for those 3-2-1 hard engages or things like that. Of course, this is a little bit more pokey, so you're not quite going to get that, but you know, the idea is there, right? They need to try other strategies if they aren't finding success with their primary one.
Yes. One of those strategies could include selecting where we go, of course, because Cafe Violet did not pick up the win on Ilios. That means that they will get to select our next map and map type here. So a lot of power in Cafe Violet's hands right now to try and turn the tide in their favor. Try and find some percentage here in this series. Now, you will not be able to go to control, but everything else on the board right now, and we kind of mentioned it as we were talking about maps earlier, this control maps are going to play very similar to push maps and Flashpoint maps. So that makes me wonder, do Cafe Violet want to try and run it back on another symmetrical map? Or do you want to shake things up and maybe take us to one of those hybrid or escort maps where it might throw me and my friends gaming into a little bit of a different element?
I'm just waiting for the funny map pool, shall we say, the 5 that we might have predicted earlier to come through. I'm expecting it. I'm like staring at this gray square, just expecting King's Row to expand from out of it. Just one of those things that, you know, you have to go back to your comfortability, and right, and it may be predictable, but at that point, right, you're saying, okay, we have to go all in. We have to get ourselves up on the board, right? Just have a stronger showing, because again, you drop 2 maps now. This is a first to 3. You're looking for a full reverse sweep, and I think we've seen it before here in the Calling All Heroes this year, but it's certainly not common at all, and certainly not easy. I just want to see Cafe Violet show us what they truly are made of, and whatever that means to them, whether it is a ban or a specific map, I want to see it out here right now.
Yeah, I think you're totally right, Ari. Right now, Cafe Violet need some familiarity. They need a map that they've practiced multiple times, that they have kind of a set strategy on. Ilios, it needs to be a little bit different though, right? Because I feel like the composition that they were running with this Diva, with the Freya, not able to kind of find that opening damage, or not onto all the same targets like you mentioned, where me and my friends gaming, it's like, if somebody got low, there was a very, very small chance that they were going to be able to live through it, because everybody else from me and my friends gaming is looking over at that target and trying to confirm that kill, and usually succeeding. So I think that for Cafe Violet, you take what map we're going to, and then you kind of think about, okay, what composition do we need? Do we need to move a little bit more quickly? Do we need to force a little bit more of a dive? Maybe move over onto this like Tracer, instead of having this kind of long range hit scan in the Freya, waiting for the poke damage. Or maybe we want to like all in on poke, and we want to go somewhere where it's going to be all of long range damage, so that you're going to have more of an opportunity to push in. All right, well, Ari, so far so good on the map selections.
Yeah, I mean, again, here, even with these bans, I think the Zarya ban coming through is that kind of blocker, because we know at least like 95% of the time we see Viola on that D.Va because they are so comfortable with it. So you're, banning a hard counter, you're making sure that your D.Va cannot get banned in this scenario. But of course, that still leaves somebody like the Echo on the table, which has been a problem, right? Even in that first map, where you might argue, okay, maybe it was just control, maybe Ilios, maybe they're not going to go back to it. I don't know, man. That looked like a lot of damage to me. And even though you could argue maybe D.Va's a counter to the Echo, as, can go up and fence matrix and absorb the stickies and then go up and meet them in the air, you still have to worry, because that's a whole lot of damage and one player that you have to specifically be on throughout the whole entire game. Otherwise, you can't push on forward. Like, you might need that solo tank to do so.
Yeah, I like that the Zarya is also going to be the counter for the D.Va, but this just means that, we're probably going to see me and my friends gaming also on the D.Va, so you're still going to be kind of up against that. Second ban coming through here from me and my friends gaming, it is going to be the Sojourn. Definitely a good pick here on King's Row. You have a lot of that kind of high ground that you can get your Sojourn set up on, and then you're just trying to farm up that railgun and find those picks onto the tank. So a pretty impactful ban here, even though we haven't seen the Sojourn yet. Definitely still kind of plays into this kind of composition that Cafe Violet seems to be playing. You could kind of replace the Freya with that Sojourn and still have this high ground. But I mean, where we didn't see either of these heroes in Ilios, I have to wonder, are we still going to end up on the Freya? Are we still going to end up on the D.Va? Lucio Kiriko definitely gets played a lot here in King's Row. So I'm hoping that this is going to mean that Cafe Violet have maybe a little bit of a different strategy, but with that Zarya ban, I just have to think that you're probably still going to play D.Va.
Yeah, it seems like that is going to be that similar strategy. I still would say that yes, Freya, I wouldn't be surprised if we just do see the Echo as well on top of that. Maybe you see, I don't know, Tracer or something of that sort, but for all intents and purposes, we're still going to see that very similar hero pool that we expect coming out from that damage line of me and my friends gaming. So I think with King's Row, right, it is just about that map now. What can you do to not reinvent the wheel, but create a strategy that they're not quite expecting and be able to capitalize it in your own regard if you are Cafe Violet? Because again, 0% in a control map is not ideal, right? Obviously, you want to get a little bit more, but it feels like something's different in this one, and hopefully they're feeling the same way, because they're going to need to change things up if they can see the brighter side of that tunnel.
Yeah, you got this map pick if you're Cafe, so you have an idea. I like that they have swapped us over onto Hybrid. I think that this is great for kind of trying to change the tempo of these fights. As we see, it is going to be me and my friends gaming on the defense first, so this composition is going to be at least what they're walking out with for the first point here. So Scott's over on this Ramatra here. Lucio Kiriko backline, no surprise at all. Winter going to get to play that Ashe that was banned out in map 1, and then Peace is actually over on the Symmetra as well here. So we were saying that, the Zarya is going to be great to counter that D.Va out. Well, the Sim also going to be really great to counter that D.Va, but Viola is hovering over this Ramatra right now, and doors are going to open fairly soon here, so Cafe Violet looking like this is the comp that they're going to be working with. And this is going to be the swap off of that Ana. We're onto the Kiriko. Kiriko Wuyong backline here for Cafe Violet. Ray still on that Freya, and Kaisuke over on the Genji here. Going to be able to control a little bit more of that verticality here on this first minute.
I'm just looking at Kaisuke's, the swap right over directly onto that Aura instead of Genji. Seeing that Symmetra is like, yeah, no, I'm not going for any of that. Yeah, now this first engagement, you're going to see that already Ray goes down. I mean, Winter, a menace, and maybe a reason why we saw that early Ashe and coming out in even just that first map. Of course, it's been burned now, so you're going to have to find as much value as you possibly can. Kaisuke going to have a tough time against the hit scan, but wish you all the best of luck. It's just 1 HP already, 2 shots, and it's just like that. Your health bar depletes. For a moment, my friends game is just going to hold this tempo strong, but Cafe Violet already finding the first blood in their own side, meaning that they're going to have to back on up all the way towards their spawn, just Symmetra tearing the shields down.
Cafe Violet gonna have a hard time kind of getting through this choke point here. Peace really has it on lockdown, up to 70% towards that ultimate already. Bicycle has popped off of that Pharah over onto the Venture here, so looking to take a little bit more of a brawl. When you're playing this Pharah and Freya, Cafe Violet are playing a little bit more for the poke, right? You don't want to take these long extended fights against Peace on this Symmetra that's going to be able to build up the full charge in these longer fights. But now with Bicycle over on the Venture, nice counter to Peace on the Sim. Oh.
Well, this fight started, and it ended relatively quickly. Not quite sure what happened there in that moment, but the Ramattra falling first is never a good sign. It just shows that maybe those cooldowns not correctly cycled, or the positioning just not communicated between that team. And of course, that spells disaster in that fight. I mean, the great part of it is that you still have 2 minutes on the clock. You're farming up to these ultimates, so you still have a chance. It's not like, you know, there's 30 seconds left and you're going to need to make a crazy play, but, you know, we're still waiting for that aha moment from me and my friends, from Cafe Violet to really break through this choke.
Yeah, you do have the Bola ready to go. Probably waiting for the Kitsune Rush from Pig. Z is going to be able to match it here, but right now you're trying to find me and my friends while they're split, but all the kills is going in for me and my friends.
Yeah, well, that's pushed back through the choke once more. Oh, hello, Venture in your back line. That's at least a first pick. That's good. Now a second. Okay, we're seeing some progress. The ult's going to get burned, but it's all for good. They can get themselves back into this one, although the beat in response, Nenwai making this one tough to take down all your opponents, but still actually does fall down. Beats as well. Viola and Ray striking through here, and we do have a cap. At least the first tick, but you assume people a little bit too far away in order to contest this one. So there you go. Cafe Violet will not be full held. They will have a chance to move into the escort section of this map and have a chance to even go for that full cap.
I think Kaisicle over on this Venture really working well against Peace in the TP. We saw the TP come in for me and my friends Gaming, trying to find a split in Cafe as they rotate, but that Venture is going to be able to do so much damage onto anybody that kind of walks through that TP because you can just pop up from the ground. But me and my friends Gaming, everybody got this forward spawn, so you're going to be able to hold right at this choke point. You have a Bob and an Annihilation ready to go. Violet does have an Annihilation as well, so not too wonder if that's going to come in.
Oh my, just a pure engagement. That's the 3-2-1 call that we were asking for before, and it does eventually pay off. I mean, it gets the first pick, but unfortunately, me and my friends, they find the superior positioning, and, well, that's just it. Bicycle gonna have to run all the way back to spawn. It feels like you had the vision, it seemed to go right, and then something from me and my friends Gaming said, nope, nuh-uh, you're not gonna get away with that.
No, the Bob comes out, gets a really nice angle on a Cafe Violet, so even though you're able to push through that choke point, you're still getting shot from two different sides here, and Cafe Violet do manage to hold on to this Annihilation from Viola. Ray on the Cassidy, building up to this Deadeye as well, might need that really just to make the space so that you can try and push through this choke point, but you still have this Photon Barrier ready to go from Peace, falling very low though. Cafe Violet trying to break through the choke.
Saw the vision there, going for some sort of like sneak up play, but uh-oh, Annihilation, that's going to be burned pretty far forward. And although the HP is there, it feels like the rest of the team was not. Now you can have that solid engagement. By then, the Annihilation shall fade. Ray running forward, just space making with that Peacekeeper, that ultimate ability, and looks like they will indeed hit the space. But now where is this? Re-engage, it comes on through, Kitsune, Rush, Barrier Wall, everything in the mix, and well, we're just waiting for that first image in that kill feed to pop on up. It's going to be Kaisicle who goes down first, and now the bullets reigning supreme on the side of me and my friends Gaming. It'll be 4 picks for them, just leaving Cyrena to scurry away.
Oh yeah, the Ana scurrying quickly actually. Winter spots Irina out, but not gonna be able to get the pick here. Peace is pushed up quite far, does have that TP to kind of get back, and yeah, Scuff is also gonna be able to back up. You get the pick onto Z if you're Cafe Violet, but the Kiriko is gonna get back into this fight so quickly with that teleport. Nenwai holding on to the beat here for me and my friends Gaming. Probably going to be able to use that either for an aggressive engage, which me and my friends Gaming seem to like to do, or in response to this Nano. Cyrena has that. Ooh, that's a big start here. Cafe Violet pushes the payload forward ever so slightly.
Absolutely, I mean, that's beat engaged here, and that's also going to be ults on top of ults. Kaisicle finding 2 with theirs, and now it seems like that space that was taken by me and my friends Gaming so heavily forward, maybe a bit too far forward, and that spells disaster for them as they're going to have to give up not only the corner, but maybe even this second point. They should have one final re-engage here, but not if your Ramatra is kind of pinned in a corner by themselves. They need to make a move to get out, and Annihilation, they're just going for this. It's not going to pay off. Scuffed. A costly mistake. It burns the all, burns their life, and now what do you do in this position if you're me and my friends gaming? It's just attempt, try to hold on to this space, then why will fall victim second, and well, you're hoping for the best, but fortunately, Symmetra is gonna be all your best bet. A little bit of a ship name there, but Winter actually striking on down the hands of Justice. That's the first two. Remote Detonator burns them, burns their opponent. Somehow they find 3, almost up to 4. The Annihilation pop just to keep on going a little bit more. But as that timer dissipates, it will be enough. Me and my friends gaming a hold on to that second section.
Alright, Cafe Violet definitely getting some more space than they were thinking they were going to get at the beginning. Once you kind of break through that choke point, did a great job punishing kind of that overcommitment from the side of me and my friends. Even getting that initial kill onto Scuffed so that that last fight that happened, no tank for the side of me and my friends gaming, but just get back into things so quickly with that Lucio speed. So a really nice re-engagement there for me and my friends gaming to stop that second cap from coming through. Look over at the stats here. And you can see how just synced up both of these teams are kind of in their depths, right? We're seeing a lot of kind of almost team kills come through from the side of Cafe Violet, and then me and my friends gaming just doing a really good job kind of living. Just don't get picked first, as they are going to be on the attack here, so they have some time to figure out what heroes they're going to come out of the spawn with. Potentially an NY on that Mercy. There is a chance, not banned out. Cafe Violet, though, over on the defense, thinking about what they want this backline to be.
Did I
Go
pack
over
my...
the Ana and the Wu Yang
I'm sure it's
here. A
fine.
lot of good utility here. A cake on this Ana. Definitely looking to use these anti-nades aggressively where possible. Probably going to be set up kind of on that high ground behind the point. I like Kaisicle just starting on the Venture as well. Kind of anticipating that there will be a Symmetra that comes out. So far, not necessarily looking like that's what we're going to get from me and my friends. Some shots out from Winter on the Widowmaker. And alright, here's the swap over the Sim, ready to go. Scuffed, not gonna play this, Malga. Over onto the Diva instead. So between the anti-nades from Cake and then Kaisicle on this Venture, Cafe Violet need to do a very, very good job of shutting down these teleporters from us.
Was the Winter Diff last fight? Was their season, maybe their chance to ring out the bullets in their favor? Of course, now, I need to be a lot more than that. Cafe Violet, I need a difference, a factor, the X factor on their side. Right now, you can see Scuff, of course, just trying to take as much space as possible. They're going to pathing up into this high ground, forcing the Ana to fall on down. And they might even choose to go after that if they so wish. That's going to be just a rain of bullets up from this high ground, though. Waiting for that right time, you know, healing up, waiting for the cooldowns, making sure that this positioning is one that they want to have. The map kind of flipped, ironically, and Viola is going to be the only one to actually hang on to this space. They're going to need to hold on strong because the rest of their team is nowhere in sight. This could almost be a tick, but no. Peace goes down, fighting off a bit more than they could chew. And Winter, although holding on to this small, closed room, will not be able to hold on for too much longer as they find themselves 1 HP. A trade on the Ashes, but what's going on here? It feels like 3 players from each side have gone down, but me and my friends gaming still with this upper hand. And now Scuffed finds the micro missiles, says we don't care who's remaining. We're gonna regroup, re-engage, and with these spawns a little bit better for ourselves, we can take this point for ourselves.
Oh my gosh, and yeah, look at all this space that me and my friends gaming. Like, they do not want Cafe Violet to be able to get set up on that choke point where me and my friends gaming were able to buy so much time on their defense. Yeah, pushing up, trying to find these stagger kills. I mean, getting stagger kills on a Cafe Violet here is massive for me and my friends.
Looks like that was a Wu Yang ult invested there. Not going to find anybody with that shatter-like effect. But, oh my gosh, that's... okay. That's a one-shot combo and a half. NY is gone in mid-air from a melee hero, if you will, on Kaisicle. But, wow. Okay, a lot of this space that's been gained by me and my friends gaming, right, going to be punished here, at least in the form of an ultimate being earned. Be the remech and then the back on out as players will decide to get out of dodge, happy with the value they can claim for the moment.
Yeah, Cafe Violet have built up to this Annihilation. Cake is going to have the Nano ready to go very quickly, but you lose Raid right away. The trade's coming through. Yeah, Cafe Violet have to invest.
Waiting for that DM to go down. You know you want to sleep guard it. Absolutely. Annihilation going to use Viola. Finding a whole lot of value. I mean, this is beautiful. And although that Annihilation doesn't stay on for too long, it's still there. You can't forget about it. And it gets you the fight win. 2 picks that engagement. So that'll spell a reset button hit for me and my friends gaming. Which it feels like they've started to hit a bit of a standstill.
Yeah, I think that a little bit of over-aggression there, trying to claim as much space as they could to get this free card progress, but Cafe Violet doing a good job kind of trying to punish this. These teleports, though, from Peace are just catching Cafe Violet off guard so many times.
That's indeed a very costly pick. I mean, that's going to spell a whole lot of hurt that now you have to burn ultimates for. Icicle finds 2 with just 1 shot, but the number's still relatively even. Just 1 player is remaining. Oh, is it some sort of bot or some sort? I don't even know. Somebody was left on, and they'll finally be removed. It's actually Viola hanging around, waiting for this Mega Pack to respawn, and they do win the fight out, which means they are going to have the only player remaining being Viola. Very confusing. And then why Winter, they went for the push up. It doesn't pay off. A bit aggressive. Yeah, I have to agree, but these fights, they're still continuing. The Kitsune Rush trying to give infinite HP to these players as they so wish, but Icicle, the thorn in their side for time and time again. It feels like just getting pushed back for the moment. You're gonna need an extra one to get back into this fight. Wait for those cooldowns, but remember that barrier wall. You're gonna come in here and you're gonna jiggle and play with it as much as you want. Make sure that you can punish anybody who stands in your way. Scuffed in Winter finding theirs. The Annihilation popped in the back line, but how much value would that really find? Only a little, only just the 1 before everyone else falls on down. Cafe Violet should be back to the drawing board, and the spawn room for good this time.
Oh yeah, Kaisicle on the Venture trying to get the touch. Yeah, the hinder from Winter gonna shut down that movement. Me and my friends pushing that in to the second point, claiming victory here on King's Row, and setting themselves at that match point.
It's the Winter differential. Once again, striking supreme here. I mean, Winter, it felt like, has been able to win these fights out of ways that they should just have not won. I mean, this fight's a little bit silly. What's going on here? Okay, we got the third at the end. But yeah, I mean, Winter is just that spearhead for these pushes, saving them when they do get a little bit too aggressive. And for me and my friends gaming, right, obviously, this is something that you may be getting away with now, but hypothetically, if the match is on the line or you go up against a different opponent that punishes you in certain ways, you can't be going for these certain opportunities. They're just not going to be available. So Cafe Violet, I think the game plan is clear. You found what works for yourselves, and you also saw that they're making mistakes. So you kind of just need to wait out them being silly in a way, which is not a consistent strategy, but it's one that will get you the win.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely finding these opportunities to really, like, survive through the initial engagement, which is already really hard. I mean, Winter, she's been hitting so many headshots that it's really hard to kind of not get sent back to the spawn room when that happens. But I do think that if you can survive that initial engagement from the side of me and my friends gaming, they're going to push up really far forward. So that's when you have the opportunity to kind of hit back, find these punishing kills, and then get a little bit more progress for yourself here. And I thought that we saw Cafe Violet doing a much better job at that on King's Row. It's a little bit harder for me and my friends gaming to kind of get away with pushing up too far when you're playing on these hybrid and escort maps compared to any of those symmetrical maps like the Control, like the Push, like the Flashpoint, where the maps are bigger and, your spawns are going to be a little bit closer as well. So I think that if I'm Cafe Violet, I might actually opt to take us to an escort map here again. I think that if you take us to one of these kind of escort maps where it's hard to kind of take a lot of space super quickly, maybe Route 66, there's some corners to kind of work around, but I think that your payload progress looked pretty good here once you got first cap of that, so I think that if I were them, I'd probably try to just keep that kind of momentum going.
Yeah, I'm thinking about those escort maps, and I'm like, okay, well, Dorado, you probably don't want to go to, because the TPs are just going to be even more painful than they already were. Then you're looking at Route 66, which there's a lot of open space, and there's an Echo that has no sky barrier, it feels like, so that might not be the way, which leaves... What's the final one? What am I missing here?
What are we missing here? That's a great question.
Oh, no.
Are we able to bring up the map pool to take a look at? Please?
Well, either way, the third one, whatever it is, let's see. What do we got?
Oh, Shambali.
Shambali, okay.
See,
See, but no, I feel like that does make more sense, though, in a way, because you're like, okay, there's different avenues for you to take, and so those map flips that, sure, may have been benefiting me and my friends gaming, it still is Cafe Violet being able to just play under a bit of cover and then go for hard engages, which have been working for them, as opposed to just feeling all that off-angle pressure at once. Of course, there are so many twists and turns in Shambali Monastery, but I feel like that's their best bet if they do go for an escort map. That's just my opinion.
Yeah. Also, we gotta mention that, you know, hero ban's still in effect, and Symmetra hasn't been banned out yet. So if you absolutely feel like you need to get rid of that, that is definitely an option here. And where Cafe Violet are at a match point right now, if you don't pick up this next map win, that is going to be me and my friends gaming taking the 3-0. I think that you have to start thinking about, you know, do we need to use one of these super impactful bans? We banned out the Ashe on map 1, so we don't have that to work with. Winter is still going to be able to kind of reign on this this DPS hero, but you still have that option to maybe ban out the Sim here. I don't think that you have a whole lot of other options in terms of targeting kind of like the supports, because you've been running the Kiriko, you've been running the Wuyang, so like you could maybe go for a Lucio ban if you want to take us to like a Flashpoint or a push map here, but I think that right now, map 3, Cafe Violet have to think about a DPS ban again.
Yeah, I'm just like, obviously we've been thinking about this from the POV of Cafe Violet a lot because they are kind of the underdogs here, being the 8th seed and also down 2 maps. We're looking for them to make adjustments, but on the other side, right, me and my friends gaming, what would their ban be going into this one? It feels like, honestly, you want to go for that Eva ban or the Ramatra ban, depending on what that map is. And so it wouldn't surprise me to see that tank be removed here. New Junk City going to be the one that pops up for us here. But, you know, what is that final verdict from them? Because it feels like they did have some troubles in that previous one. The Ramatra, not fun to deal with.
Yeah, agreed. I think that on the side of Cafe Violet, Viola was doing a really fantastic job over on that Ramatra, kind of staying alive through a lot of the engagement, sometimes, you know, being the last woman standing on the side of Cafe Violet. So definitely you have the opportunity here if you're me and my friends gaming to go for that ban. I think that we could just kind of end up on this Diva matchup. I think that New Junk City is not necessarily as good of a map for Diva as, say, even like Surabasa, our other Flashpoint option, because of these kind of small enclosed spaces. Surabasa has much more wide open points with some longer sight lines. The Diva's able to kind of use the boosters to get around a little bit better. I wouldn't be surprised if we see more of this kind of rush composition come out for New Junk City. Maybe that's the Ramatra, maybe it's the Zarya. We do have our bans in though, and yeah, Cafe Violet, the Sim, it's gone. It is time to get rid of the Symmetra. Over on the side of me and my friends gaming though, this Wuyang ban coming out, that is going to impact Cafe Violet.
Yeah, I actually really like this ban. It just feels like one of the pressuring factors was, you know, you have that Ramatra in your face and they're whacking away at you, they're forcing cooldowns, and then all of a sudden some random Wuyang orb just comes flying around the corner and hits you on the face and gets that final blow. But that's the value that Wuyang can provide, right? That final blow aspect, especially on the support role, right? With that ultimate and, you know, the waves that you can, you know, send on out, comes on back. I mean, that's a lot of support and healing, but also, right, the ability to take those fights is really, really nice. And it feels like for a team that thrives in the TDM style, if you will, in me and my friends gaming, they don't want to have to deal with somebody that can be self-sustaining and can turn fights single-handedly. That's why I do like that pick in terms of a ban, because it ends up working really, really well for how they play against it.
Yeah, I agree, right? You want to be able to kind of get in and out of these fights without kind of being punished at last second from that, you know, shot from nowhere, basically. Heading into New Junk City, Wuyang ban, Sim ban in, still have that opportunity to play the Lucio Kiriko backline that we did see from both of these teams over on Ilios here. So I expect that we will probably see that. My big question is going to be in these DPS lineups and in the tank. I do think, even though Kaisuke was playing that Venture potentially to kind of punish the Symmetra, yeah, I think that it's still a very good pick here on New Junk City. Me and my friends gaming will have to see. I don't think that Winter's gonna play the Widowmaker. I don't really think that she can necessarily play the Ashe here either, though. So seeing Ray go over onto the Cassidy makes a lot of sense for me. This is a pretty frontline heavy composition for Cafe. Ooh, okay. Last second swap up. Doors are opening. Teams are locking in. It is gonna be the Moira here for the side of me and my friends gaming. Santana's over on the Zarya as well. This is big for Cafe Violet, where Viola is over on this Ramantra. You're gonna have more kind of brawl potential here, but if me and my friends gaming can kind of get these opening picks, Winter on this Sojourn, that's going to be the opening that you need to kind of push into Cafe Violet.
Yeah, I actually really like, again, like you mentioned Kaisuke on that Venture. We mentioned in that first map, I felt like they didn't have enough damage just to heal on the output, and turns out the solution was to swap up that comp. It's going to be Ray finding too early in this one. Very nicely done. And although the railgun shot does find its mark, Ray will not fall. Instead, it will be me and my friends gaming. Now being back in the spawn room. Not going to have too much fun on that engagement, but, you know, you go for a gamble on what comp you want to run. It doesn't work out, and you say, okay, we can swap it up. It was only one fight. Let's just chalk it up as that. You're going to go into this next fight having a whole new strategy.
Yeah, you're going to have Peace move over onto the Tracer Santana on the Diva now. So Peace looking to kind of control these angles a little bit. Ray, though, another opening pick here for Cafe Violet. This is great. NY going to be a very large source of healing for me and my friends gaming. So they're going to have to be careful if they want to take an extended fight here.
Let's see if they can whip on out here. Santana hanging out here. By the way, this is not scuffed. FYI, it is Santana now. I don't know when that happened, but Santana now going to make their mark on history, finding what appeared to be some sort of first pick. Obviously, we did see one a bit earlier, but now where is that TDM style? Where is everybody just crashing the point, having fun? It's right here, right now. He's hanging out with the off angle. The Ramantra feeling the burn on this point. Feels like eventually they should go down right, but no. Instead, it is going to be that Kitsune Rush matched on out. Cyrena with that beat when they feel like it. Coalescence, that's all for support. Ultimate's burned for this first point. Touch, okay, we barely got there. It ended up being okay, but now 3 players still not on this point. They need to have some sort of point presence, because as much as Santana can do a lot, they don't have infinite HP, although they do have that self-destruct, so now you have a chance to keep on walking forward. Z finding one onto Ray. This is going to be big if you can land this pulse bomb as well. Support's kind of gathered. Nope, not going to miss, or not going to find it, and will instead miss. Winter, though, Soldier pops the 1. And there we go, Cyrena, the snowball on forward as well. As much as it may be 99%, it shall be pushed back. Me and my friends gaming, they take a fight for themselves.
Yeah, all right, 99% here for Cafe Violet. They do commit that annihilation from Viola really late in the fight there. Maybe we want to have that back for this next engagement, but you do have both DPS ultimates to work with here. And if you're Cafe Violet with this composition, you can essentially just try and force a fight on point, but first you've got to find your way out of the spawn here.
We've seen some aggression get punished, and it is here. NY just a skeet shooting target, apparently, as they will flop on over. That'll be a Hinder that does not find the way onto the Tracer, but instead the shots will. At least 2. Little swing around the corner. Nope, not going to find that. So instead, back to the point, focus, the objective, as you would normally say. And, ooh, very, very low on HP. Overclock, what can it find? Self-destruct alongside it, forces out the cooldowns, allows for Winter to have free reign here. Finding the pick, no, just that body shot very, very close, but still, instead, going to be a lot of value that is not going to be able to be made up by Cafe Violet. They find 2 from Peace. It feels very, very nice, and this might just be a full flip from 99% to 0 to now 199. They complete the comeback. Me and my friends gaming grab the first Flashpoint for themselves.
Still in this fight. Me and my friends gaming do such a good job of kind of just surviving through these neutral fights. Even when they're down 1, playing safe enough that Cafe Violet can't really get aggressive, can't find that next pick, and they can't snowball any of these openings with humanity behind.
Coalescence here, and NY, be careful. That's a railgun to your side. Uh-oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna run. Yep, thank you, and I'm gone. Wraith, on the other hand, also gone from the picture, but for the wrong reasons. They had too much damage in their face, and so now they'll be making up for it in the spawn room. The trek back, this will be a quick TP on out from Cake, but unfortunately will not save their life. They'll still fall in the end, and now Viola on that Ramattra are doing as much as they can, but still not enough. Quick cap here from me and my friends gaming as they maintain the 2 ults on the board to Cafe Violet's 3 to find the cap.
Yeah, exactly. You get the cap here. You do have Winter coming up on this overclock. Ray has swapped off with the Cassidy as well over on the Sojourn, so he's going to try and match this. You can see me and my friends gaming getting aggressive here, but I like this. A little bit of a backup here, and we can see that they are hiding, waiting to use one of these pulse bombs on the Cyrena here. Not great for Cafe Violet to stay in this fight.
This is a DPS backline if I've ever seen it. I mean, somehow both supports from me and my friends gaming go in with the most aggressive positioning, and it pays off, right? Everyone starts looking at a different direction. I've never seen a team fight happen on that one canister, this box that we're looking at right now. When's the last time you saw that? I've never seen it. But somehow, me and my friends gaming, that's the fight they thrive in, and well, it ends up working pretty dang well for them. Suzu burn, TP on out, very low on HP, Kitsune rush, and it is going to be punished. So Z, a bit too aggressive there, but Winter has the chance to make up for it, unfortunately cannot. And so you will see the flip onto the points. It was aggressive by me and my friends gaming, and like we talked about it, Cafe Violet, if they can punish that, they will succeed. Although Santana finds one that he's going to be the cap, and Santana will go for that hard reset.
Ooh, gonna stagger out Santana, but I mean, Santana is gonna absolutely make you pay for that. They find the kill onto Cyrena, is going to be taken down by Kaisicle. Cyrena, she's gonna be able to get back into the fight quickly here. You need a touch from Cafe Violet. The flip actually came through.
Yeah, I thought that was gonna be a full C9 there, but Overclock instead might just force one out. Annihilation, full just blocking, hoping that you can survive on this point. And the Tracer looking at the skies, eventually will be gifted one player to pop on up. It'll be Santana with that pile drive, and that second point now captured. A little bit scary towards those final moments, but Cafe Violet making a little bit of an overextension for themselves means that they made the same mistake that they kept on punishing time and time again.
Yeah, and now Santana has hopped over onto the Wrecking Ball here, looking for a hit. Cafe Violet not expecting it. Ray, she falls victim to the pile drive.
I mean, let's be real. What is this fight going on right now? Somehow, 2 picks already early in this one. Not even really towards the point. I mean, we're getting there towards the end, but Cafe Violet, before these fights are even started, if me and my friends gaming can take initiative, they are winning these fights. So Cafe Violet, they need to be ready in every moment. And okay, it's gone. Never mind.
We are going to have the Coalescence committed there from Nenwai, so at least no ults on the board here for me and my friends gaming as Cafe Violet try to push into this. You are going to have a hard time dealing with Santana on this Wrecking Ball, though, because you don't have any
That's just absurd. My Wrecking Ball does not do that. I don't know how you managed to boot them that far. Of course, Santana will get punished for it in the end, but Z to make up for the picks. I mean, he's still hanging on, still providing all that value, and even the Pulse Bomb relatively close. Just a few more clips, and you might have your way there. 1 HP onto that player, and NY will fall. But again, 60% and counting. I mean, again, just such an early advantage for them to work with, and even though they might, you know, toss over the point here late, they just need to win one more fight and they're good. But again, there's no cap. Nobody's even been on the point. They have the numbers. What's going on?
Yeah, Cafe Violet need to find an opening onto this point. You've got both support ults to work with and this tectonic shot from Icicle. Almost managed to punish Winter. This aggressive beat in from Cyrena. You need to find fixes for Cafe Violet.
Lines on the point, overclock, pulse bomb. Nobody's having fun in any position on this point. Winter just barely gonna stay alive there, and oh, Viola. 4 railgun shots to the face is not gonna be easy to deal with. Feels like only a matter of time before these squishies are cleaned on up. Yes, indeed. 3-0 on the Flashpoint. 3-0 on the series. Me and my friends game, and they get it done quick, easy, and with the brooms out in fun and entertaining fashion. Winter 3 for 3 on Play of the Games, and they'll be moving on to the next round.
Yeah, this is gonna be me and my friends gaming moving on up. Cafe Violet not out of things just yet. They will be moving down to that lower bracket, have a chance to try and fight their way back through, but big win here in the first quarterfinals match, me and my friends gaming, and looking like they are very comfortable playing here in these championships. I love the kind of chances we got to see, the comps they were playing, and just the synergy of this team overall. They're definitely a very strong contender to make it all the way.
And you could argue, you know, at the beginning of the day that this was hypothetically the predicted result, the one that was expected. Maybe not necessarily the 3-0 part, but obviously, I mean, the 1 seed versus the 8 seed on paper supposed to go to the 1 seed. And Cafe Violet, although they do end up falling short here, don't forget there is that lower bracket, so they will still have chances to come and find their run, prove their name needs to be etched in history. They'll just have a few more minutes to wait before they get there, right? It won't be today that they continue going on. And, well, as for the other team, that means they also get a nice little break, right? Just this first round being set up, we're setting the stakes, we're letting you know the narratives, what's going on, so that people in the days coming can let you know how they end up. But as for that, that's going to do it for right now in this particular matchup. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we may have an interview with one of the players on the victorious team. If not, we'll just keep on going to those next matchups. So keep your eyes peeled. We'll have more Overwatch content for you in just a bit. Hello, everybody. Welcome on back. We will indeed have that interview for you, so don't go too far. We're just going to have a quick yap about what exactly just happened, and of course, what that means for the whole day. As it turns out, right, that is the first matchup of 4. This is all going to be the same round, but that does mean that the former Ducks roster, now me and my friends gaming, will move on to the next round. As for Cafe Violet, they will move down just a little bit lower, right?
Yeah, so, I mean, this is a really good 3-0 from the side of me and my friends gaming. We mentioned it. This was the first seed coming into the championships here. Cafe Violet finding their way into that 8th seed spot through the last chance qualifiers. So, definitely, no surprises in the way that things went here. But really big from Cafe to kind of make adjustments as the series went on, able to kind of get some more fight wins, get some points on the board here, at least some percentage of points on the board here. So impressive stuff, but yeah, now gonna have to fight through that lower bracket.
I believe we do have our interview ready, so we'll invite them on in. We don't even know who we've got, so it'll be a surprise. It's gonna be Peace. Hello, Peace. How's it going? How you feeling after that game?
I'm feeling good. Always good to get a win with the squad.
Yeah, I would definitely love to hear more about you and this team because, I mean, just the name, me and my friends gaming, like, y'all are just kind of here for fun, but how have you guys been kind of building synergy throughout this year?
So we've obviously dropped and picked up a couple people especially, but mainly sticking with the core of me, Z, Santana. Very fun core, probably some of my best friends in the scene. We don't play too much like ranked together, but when the bad signal appears, we show up, we start playing, we hit the grind, whatever. So always keep up with them. I always scrim against them too, so I always know how they're gonna play. So I have a little bit of information on them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a great show to watch. I mean, 3-0, some could say maybe a predicted result since you guys were the favorites, but how does it feel just to get that first win under the belt, just because it is maybe a different team or the championship, maybe those nerves are a bit higher. So how does it feel getting that first one in the winning category?
It feels good. I'm really happy to be back. It was a fun time, like I said, playing with everyone. We had a little shenanigans because Santana was a little late. We got to ban Santana, but other than that, obviously a lot of fun. I'm excited to play against some of the other teams actually. So always a fun time to play in this. It's that time of the year. It's the call time of year.
Yes.
Can I ask anyone in particular you're looking out for?
Probably the Dreamland team because they have my teammate Valerie, and I like playing against my teammates.
Yes, of course. Peace, I'm super excited that we got to have one of our DPS players here because I would love to hear your thoughts on the new DPS hero. She's, of course, not available to be played today, but once Vendetta is available to be played in competitive, she will be here in the cost scene. So what are your thoughts on her initially?
I was thinking that I didn't really get a chance to play her. I was playing a lot of Arc Raiders, just to be disclosure. I'm not even going to try to lie. But I did watch a lot of gameplay. And I do think her kit is really interesting. I think she's the first melee hero to actually be in the game, which is personally really cool. I know it's a little taboo, but when I did try to play Marvel for a little bit, I played Magic a lot. So a lot of those, thank God I got a full melee hero. It works out for me. And I think I'll be really interested to try her. I love characters with swords. Everyone knows me as a Genji guy. In other games, I play characters with swords. I'm a big sword, like melee, getting close, boomer bust hero person. And I think that hero looks exactly how I would want to play a hero.
Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, you guys, you're done for the day. You just had your one match, and you can head on over to tomorrow. So with that, do you have any final words, any statements to any future teams, or any shout-outs you want to give out there to people who make the day special?
Not particularly, I think. Just hope everyone who is watching Calling All Heroes, farm those drops. I think it's been really fun. Hope you guys have a good. I know you guys have like 4 more games to cast. Hope everyone isn't gonna too long. And thank you for having me on.
Well, thanks for coming on in. Thank you, Peace. We'll see ya hopefully at some other point in the tournament back for another interview, which would mean they're in the winning column yet again. Of course, that will do it for our interview, which means we will take another quick break before we get the next matchup set up. Rain, do you want to tell us who it is?
Yeah, so we are going to be just working our way down these quarterfinals. So after the break, we are going to have Nightmare Eclipse versus Fable. The winner of that series will go on to face me and my friends gaming in that upper bracket. So stay tuned. We will be back with more Calling All Heroes action after this short break.
Welcome back, folks. Nightmare Eclipse versus Fable is now our match, and next on the agenda for today at Calling All Heroes. For those of you that are just tuning in, my name is Arcast. Here with Rain will be your yappers for today, and we've got some good old-fashioned Overwatch for you. 4th seed and 5th seed coming on in the, quote-unquote closest match of the day. And these two teams, you might think, oh, okay, they're pretty close in seeding. Surely they've played each other once, right? Nope. They have never yet played against each other, so this will be a fun one to say the least.
I am so excited. I mean, it's incredible that, being so close in the seeding, but haven't yet kind of faced off against each other, at least not in an official match. Maybe you're getting a little scrim time together, but yeah, the winner of this going to go on to the semifinal to face off against me and my friends gaming, who did take that 3-0 win over Cafe. Now, Nightmare Eclipse versus Fable. First time meeting, first time one of these teams will get to claim victory over the other. The winner going on to that semifinal. The loser will be able to still stay in the tournament, just gonna have to work their way through that lower bracket with Cafe Violet.
Yeah, and for these teams, the 4th and 5th seed, meaning that they both qualified out of the summer season. They came what you would expect to be in the top 3, but unfortunately, the top 3 was actually the first 3 seeds that had re-qualified once more. So we actually had them place 4th and 5th respectively in that season, which meant they qualified for this one. A little bit of a scary feat when you're talking about maybe going up against those top 3 teams, but against each other, this is anyone's game. I'm excited to see how this one shapes out, and of course we do have the teams. Just to refresh your minds, if you're maybe not aware, we'll start with Nightmare Eclipse, because this team, hey, Weak Bastion, is one of the fun teams to watch. I have to say, they truly just pull out absolutely wild strategies that I'm entertained by every single time.
This is one of those moments where, yeah, we could see the Bastion. This is actually a possibility here for Nightmare Eclipse. Natakoto and McMahon, those DPS players, Eevee the tank, Crumb and Navilia going to be rounding out that support line. So, super excited to get to see this team. Like you said, lots of variability in kind of the compositions that they play and the way that they play. So, very fun one always. On the other side of things, though, Fable looking to come up, try and find their victory here against Nightmare Eclipse. Fable, maybe, momentarily.
I mean, Fable, for them, I feel like they are just a very traditional team as well. Nightmare Eclipse, on one hand, is they just magically pull things out of nowhere. It feels like they just win fights out of heroes, whether it's Natakoto or even Nevi doing a whole lot of work in that backline. It just feels like someone is always there. And then for Fable, it's just about playing as a unit, and when they do that, they do really look good. It's about which versions of the teams, though, that we're going to see today, because I'm sure those rosters have shaped up a little bit differently than when we last saw them. So we'll see what this one looks like right now. Fable, of course, going to be headed off by Benevolence, Jeremy87, Santi, aka, and Regine.
Okay. Excited to see this roster. Like you said, familiar names in here for sure. I'm gonna take a little look at this roster here. I think there might be some updates coming to some of these players. As let's just back it up. We'll get that Fable roster sorted out here. But in the meantime, make sure, chat, that you have your Battle.net account connected to your Twitch account, because all throughout the Calling All Heroes season, there is going to be drops, specific drops for each and every day. So you gotta tune in every day that Calling All Heroes is live so that you can get every single one of those drops.
I just got a really silly idea. You know that Pharah drop, the first one, the one that's kind of like shooting the jets out, but it's like the form. I will post a pic on social media if we can get, I don't know, however many likes on the stream or whatever. I'm gonna recreate that photo. I think it'd be funny and silly, but yeah, I mean, the drops, they give us some fun content, some fun ideas, and of course fun ways to show off in game and to support Calling All Heroes, to show that you are a true, absolute goated gamer, as we all are here. I'm totally not Plat 1. But Yeah, heading into this game, Nightmare, Eclipse, Fable, I mean, two teams, again, who have never played against each other, have qualified in the same split, and it's just like, well, what do we expect when they actually fight? That we can't quite say. It feels like it's just we're waiting for those cards to kind of, fall into place, and whatever needs to happen, happens.
And there's so many variables here because, of course, we have big map pool. All those hero bans are going to be in effect as well. So each team kind of taking the time to find the strategy that's going to give them the upper hand in these fights. We will, of course, be starting out on the control map, as we always do. So that's another one where you're going to have the opportunity to kind of pick where we go to start things off, as we have Fable ready to go here. Real Fable this time. It is going to be Avery and Kita-san Black, the DPS players here. INVU, the tank player here. Fiery and Panther rounding out this roster on those support roles.
Yeah, that looks right. That sounds about right. I was going to say, I remember Panther, having some pop-off moments, but I was like, were they on Fable? Yes, they are. In fact, this is the roster of Avery again. You see the diva here in that picture, but that, I feel like, is actually what we do see from them.
Yeah, Avery is the tank. That's right, yes.
So,
INVU is going to be the DPS, yeah.
Yeah, I do think that they are pretty comfortable on that diva, the same kind of thing. There we go. Yeah, INVU, though, I'm not super familiar with. If that is a Reaper pick that we do see in these games, that'd be a nice change of pace, considering we just saw Freya Simulator and Rumatro Simulator and Ow for Ow, Blow for Blow.
Yeah, Reaper is in a pretty good spot as well. We didn't see a whole lot of Zarya out in our last match, but that Zarya Reaper composition is still super, super strong on, maps where you don't have to worry about as much kind of vertical movement. So as we head into control maps, maybe not going to see that Zarya Reaper comp come out. I do expect that we will still see some Diva, especially if Avery does prefer that hero, because again, she is in a really good spot, and on control, especially where you are going to have those high grounds, I think that being able to kind of move around the map on one of these more dive tanks is going to be super beneficial.
That just spells out to be that if we do come to Fable's choice when it is, hybrid map, I feel like they're taking us to Blizzard World. I feel like there's something in my mind that's connected with them and Blizzard World. I think that's something that they like to choose and pick, but of course, we have control first. Let's not get too ahead of ourselves. It will be Ilios to start us off, and the Cassidy ban from Nightmare. On the other side, the Wrecking Ball ban from Fable. What are your thoughts on these?
We mentioned Nightmare Eclipse can pull out some really fascinating compositions. Wrecking Ball surely included in that. So I think that the cast ban is pretty interesting. Going to be able to kind of lock down a lot of these flanks. Your Tracer or Genji, or even if you wanted to run a Pharah/Echo, gonna have a lot more freedom here on Ilios. So I like this ban from Nightmare. If you're opting to maybe play one of those flyers, as, oh my goodness, we get to start on well once again. I'm having deja vu.
I'm gonna say it again because it's true. Boop City, baby, let's go. No Lucio, we didn't see Boop City though. Or Lucio last time, right?
Yeah, and that's really surprising to me because Lucio wasn't banned out either. So I think that not getting to see the Lucio on Ilios is really, really sad, as we've been informed that this is just a fly through. It's not promised to us that we'll start on well, but there's still a chance.
What if we do?
What if we do? As we head in, map number 1, it's Fable versus Nightmare Eclipse, and here is the actual sub-map. We will be getting started out on Ruins.
That's a weird looking well. I think the well is a bit too far to the left or right, depending on how you look at it. The abyss, the eternal ocean. But yeah, Nightmare Eclipse, Fable. I mean, we can take a look at their comps right now. We can say, okay, this is what they're going to play. But of course, sometimes they like to do a bit of trolling with us. So take this with a grain of salt, will ya? INVU looks like it'll be early on that Symmetra to TP out of spawn. Get us on Black with that Ash. I'm liking it. The Zarya, this is kind of what we expected to see. Eevee on the Winston, though, is something that we didn't see last time, but I'm happy that we do get to see if that does hold through.
INVU TP out over onto the Tracer here. So interesting to see Avery on this Zarya, despite not having a Reaper, not having a Venture to kind of protect you in this front line to help get some of that charge. So it's almost more kind of a dive style here with IMU over on the Tracer. Nightmare Eclipse all in on the dive. It is going to be Narukoto onto the Freya. The Freya v Freya happening here. That's the long range damage from these two compositions. Wait for your Kirikos.
And I would say be very scared of both of these Kirikos. I know in my brain, the back of my mind, Panther has been nuts when it comes to finding those headshots out of nowhere. I'm sure Nevi can do the same. It will be that first pick, though, onto Avery, meaning Nightmare Eclipse. As much as they do, like to play around with the compositions and strategy, they do play it very diligently nonetheless. And so they get that first pick. They don't really push the advantage. They don't need to go for a crazy team wipe. It's just the points in the space that they're happy with, so they'll take it and run.
Avery is going to make that swap over onto the Divas. We do have a pause coming through, most likely a DC in the auto pause kind of coming through. But I like Fable moving Avery over onto the Diva off of the Zarya. I just do not think that the Zarya is going to be able to kind of get a whole lot of value against this dive composition that Nightmare is running. You might be able to build some charge off of Narukoto getting these take aims, but the Zarya herself is just not really going to be able to kind of confirm kills or even really contribute to a lot of these kills just for all the mobility that Nightmare Eclipse has to work with.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I love seeing some Zarya gameplay, but I also don't like seeing a Zarya not have fun at all, just not be able to really do anything, bubbling and having no charge, and then just being stuck in an off angle or being stuck in a front line, just absorbing a bunch of damage and not really being able to deal it out. So yeah, that one makes sense. Avery swapping over to that Diva that they do like to run with. Fiery picking up one on a Mickman. Not sure how that one came through, but it'll be very beneficial for them. Nightmare Eclipse, although with the point, now we'll need to reclaim it at some point, and maybe relatively low here. Might actually just go with full disengage. They want to get out of dodge, play a bit of stagger touch game, hold on to this point for as long as possible, and there's Crumb goes down. Surely someone else will stop in there. No, instead it will just be that hard reset. They're going to say Crumb's pretty fast, coming back from spawn. We'll just give it a few seconds and we'll jump back in.
Yeah, nice flip over here from Fable. Fiery finding that opening pick onto Nickman. Really big, kind of punishing that Tracer on the flank as the INBU also having to put pressure onto Nickman. You can't let these Tracers kind of run around for free. Fable have both these DPS ultimates to try and hold this. Panther with the Kitsune Rush as well. The longer this fight goes on, though, Nevi is going to be able to build up in that.
Waiting to see if there was maybe a boost attempted by Crumb, but no, instead just the Pulse Bomb can be launched on in, does a decent amount of damage, and might actually be converted on, assuming we can see that support not go through, which of course it does. IMVU hoping for the best, just not going to be gifted to them. And of course that bull you mentioned earlier, now available here. Primal Rage going into the back line, 1 HP onto that support. The Panther will fall, and yeah, now you have a situation where, although the Winston's in the back line, they're doing a lot of damage. Uh-oh, a little bit close to the edge there. And Nightmare Eclipse, they somehow find the flip and the back line and the eliminations. It's spelled up pretty nicely for them.
Yeah, great Primal Rage here from Eevee to not only find the pick, but also create a lot of space. You have Pitasan committing that Bola as well, and that means that DPS is not going on to the rest of Nightmare Eclipse. Everybody walks onto the point, you're able to flip it over, win up that fight. You're approaching last fight territory now. Fable needs to find an opening into this fight. The only ultimate that you have to work with is going to be this beat from Fiery, and Crom is going to be able to match that as well, so it's looking good for Nightmare.
You want to obviously use it in a situation where you have a bit of an excuse to use it. They will use it here on the engage, so that'll be something. That matched out by Crumb, though, so nobody's really going to fall too quickly as that overhealth now starts to decay. Pulse Bomb, maybe to be needed. No, just the shots. A bit awry, very low on HP. The recall comes through, though, after claiming the mini. Pulse Bomb on the floor. It does tickle down that Diva into a DMX situation, and of course, everybody now is shredded completely on down. Fable, they made a valid attempt, but unfortunately, this first sub-map will not go their way.
Nightmare Eclipse coming out swinging here on Ruins. Eevee on this Winston, paired with the Tracer as well. I'm really kind of liking this 1-2 combo from Eevee and Mickman, doing a really good job of kind of following up on the damage that's coming through. Pair that with Narukoto on this Freya. I mean, she hasn't really been missing any shots, so big opening here for Nightmare as we move on to Lighthouse, our next sub-map. Fable looking to find their way back
I might
into
sometimes pop out of
this.
thin air right next to
One
you.
thing I've always been really
Do
impressed
not
about when we have
shoot
these really
me.
high-level teams playing against each other is just how few deaths there are. There were so many back-and-forth fights between these two teams, but both teams so good at just kind of giving space when the other one is taking space.
I was just looking at that damage counter for Panther, by the way, 2,300. Like, just up in the same line as, like, you know, normal DPS, and you're like, oh, okay, they're kind of goated. Sorry, I was not familiar with your game. Keys on Black, though, already falling short. This one fast engages from both teams here. And IMVU choose to just back up, wait for the team as that 1-for-1 trade does come through. Have a bit of a moment to reset, pick and choose your battles. Crumb, unfortunately, choosing the wrong one, and so they'll fall a bit short now, too. This gonna be a bit tougher for Nightmare Eclipse to go for that insta-cap, as Fable will just decide to take that space with their numbers, and those quick deaths that maybe didn't appear earlier, well, they're certainly prominent in this one.
I think INVU going over on to the Echo here is going to be very, very strong against Eevee on this instance, but this does mean that Nickman is now going to have one less player kind of putting pressure on them on these angles, as Flip is actually going to go right over to Nightmare Eclipse here. Fable just kind of finding their way off of the point.
I mean, we're seeing situations with this matchup where Nightmare Eclipse, Fable, they kind of just give the points if they find themselves in a worse position than they'd like to be. And while that can be good to, you know, cut your losses and not stagger too heavy, it can also mean that you aren't winning fights that you could turn in your favor. So just be wary of that as the fights go forward. Again, I mean, this is just a simple rotational flip that we might even see come through. Nato falling early here. This will be the hard brawl now onto the point, but the Winston, yeah, cannot do too much there. The damage just not going to be able to be dealt out in higher volumes as expected, so Nightmare Eclipse will just have to let the flip through once again.
Yeah, so back and forth between these two teams. Fable in control, Avery building up to this bomb. The portal's coming online as well. Nightmare Eclipse might want to just have Nickman put some pressure on the point, try to bring Fable out, and then you can kind of commit these ultimates. You have the Bola, you have the Rush. See what they're going to opt for here, as it's kind of just a fight happening over in this cage.
Jump on through Kitsune Rush. Matched by both sides, yes indeed. Pulse Bomb available. Certainly gonna get popped when that Diva gets demeched, if that is the case. But now waiting out the self-destruct. Now the squish as well, and it does land onto the Diva just for security. This is a lot of damage dealt out by Natakado, and it's working out in their favor. That is Nightmare Eclipse. They'll find the shred of the opponents, and Ilios Panther, a valiant attempt, unfortunately, not gonna go your way. Fable back to the drawing board. 3 ults though, meaning not a complete disaster. They'll just have to reset.
Yeah, I think this duplicate from INVU is going to be really big as well. You have the opportunity to try and use the duplicate over onto the Winston. The Primal Rage is going to be really impactful, especially if you can force a fight on the point. Try and get some of those environmental kills, but Eevee, I mean, she does have the Primal Rage ready to go as well, so Nightmare Eclipse can basically just kind of play that same game, but no, she's actually just going to push aggressive, try and confirm just outright kills.
Primal just to live there, observed a whole lot of damage. What was that, 900 in a second and a half? I mean, kind of observed the damage that can be output by characters like Echo, like even a Diva. But, oh, that's Natakado falling. Not sure exactly where that happened. It might have just been a mid-air duel, both of them trying to poke and chip at each other. One ends up victorious, and now that's going to pump the speed up from Nightmare Eclipse. They need to go in and make a move. Otherwise, you let that engagement go to the point, you're not going to find the success. Eevee finding the one. Pulse bombs galore would be the case here. INVU, though, not going to find the one. Instead, just be left on the point by themselves. The Panther falling on short, and now swap back into the remaining Echo. Avery just went to absolute Narnia there. Not sure what happened there, but again, the trades coming out. It's Nightmare Eclipse on top with touches coming on through, but again, this is just a Lucio and an Echo. What are you going to do against a Winston? It's going to be tough to make things work. Where's this Echo? There's a Doomfist in the mix now. Not sure how that happened, but, you know, there's still opportunities to get this one A-okay. The only problem is you don't have time on your side, so stagger touching is going to be your friend. The Echo falling short. The Doomfist, the only one to really keep you in the mix here. Use some Black, though, however, finding that first one. Kitsune Rush, though, might spell that complete disaster, and it should secure it on out. Just one player to touch, and they're booped away to the map. And Nightmare Eclipse, it was a hard-fought one, you can't lie, but they still come out on top in the end.
Yeah, so much back and forth between these two teams, but once Nightmare Eclipse kind of in control, finding these fights kind of up on the high ground, setting themselves very close to the spawn of Fable, it just meant that Fable had to kind of take 2 fights. You had to take the initial fight to get Nightmare off of this positioning, and then you had to take another fight on the point. So really great job from Nightmare Eclipse to kind of really take control of the space, especially on Lighthouse.
Just looking at the play of the game and just seeing that Freya just help, help, I'm looking up, I'm at the edge, no, please, no. And then the Winston's like, hi, hello. And yeah, that'll be that for that fight. Yeah, and the map as well. Ilios goes the way of Nightmare Eclipse. And again, for those of you that may not know, these teams have never faced off against each other, which means that any sort of, you know, oh my gosh, we think they picked this map against us, this is how it's going to play against them, this is the comp we want to run against them, well, they don't really have that information. And so you're going to have to just keep going with what works for you. Now, of course, you can adapt a little bit to what you saw from them, but there's only so much you can do on the fly. That preparation work is all up in the air.
Yeah. Yeah, and so as we move into kind of this second map, it's like, you have that first map to kind of get an idea of, but it's also about trying to find a map where Fable's gonna have a little bit more of an opportunity to play the comp that they are more comfortable on. We saw Avery come out on that Zarya initially to start on Ilios, so you have the option to try and take us to one of these maps that isn't gonna be as favored towards dive. Ilios, very, very easy to kind of run that Winston, take control of the high ground, and Eevee was just so scary on the hero that, yeah, you couldn't really put a whole lot of pressure into the Winston, even kind of swapping over onto that Echo to try and get a little bit more kind of damage potential. But as we head into the second map, I think that it would be a great opportunity if Fable want to take us to a more kind of a brawl style of a map, maybe like a King's Row if we want to do kind of back-to-back here as what we saw in the first series.
I think Fable, when they played, I think it was Cafe Violet. I don't know how far back I'm going here, but I believe they were in a similar situation. That the game went about that same tempo, and I think they chose Suravasa. I think that was just the one map where they really had that luck on the strategy, whatever it was in the right place for them. And so that's why I'm going to say I'm not going to be surprised if we do see that one come out. I do think it was third, however. I do think they also tried to go to King's Row before that, and they ended up falling short. But again, this is if my memory is correct, and I know I'm a little bit silly here or there, so it may or may not be completely all in factual, factual words that I'm saying. But either way, a prediction's a prediction, and for Fable, well, they're going to need to predict the right one here. Otherwise, you're falling down to that 0-2 scoreline. You're having to rely on that reverse sweep, and nobody wants to rely on a reverse sweep.
That's way too stressful here. I'm also like looking at these bans and wondering, like, did the Cass ban hit Fable really hard? Like, could we have seen that Cassidy come out instead? Maybe you would have been able to put some more pressure onto McMahon. Oh, surprise, surprise! King's Row, number 2. It is going to be Fable taking us over to the hybrid map as map number 2. So now it is a matter of, like, of these bans, because you could potentially still play the dive here on first point. You might have to swap it later if you're Nightmare on second point, and then maybe back on third. But I think that ultimately we have to be thinking that we're probably going to have some brawl compositions here. Maybe that Ramatra brawl, and I think that if Fable could kind of find a way to run this Zarya comp, I feel like that could work nicely for them.
What were the bans last time? It was Zarya, and it was Sojourn, right?
Yes, yeah.
So I'm low-key feeling like we might see something pretty dang close to that. Like, I honestly do feel like Zarya is going to be the initial ban that comes out so that you can't block the Diva, which is something that Fable wants to run with. And then for Nightmare Eclipse, they're probably just saying, okay, we want to have a high damage dealer on our side, which would be Freya, so let's make sure that something else can't be mirrored. I think we might see the exact same bans. I would not be surprised at all.
Yeah, it's definitely an option here. The Sojourn, so impactful. I mean, we didn't get to see Sojourn on Ilios, but she's still in a very good spot. And oh, okay, Ari, I see you. That Zarya ban, yeah, coming out here for Fable. So Avery doesn't want to play the Zarya, wants to play the Diva. Kiriko ban here for the side of Nightmare. Very interesting, because this opens up the door for some Ana and some anti-nades.
You know what? I'm gonna say that this is a valid pick and a reasonable one, and I understand it. And why do I say that? Because whenever I think of Fable, I think of how did Zapanther get that headshot? And so that's why I'm like, if anyone's gonna really step up and magically save them in fights time and time again, it would be that Kiriko. So I'm not surprised why you're banning this. It makes sense. You're forcing them into something that they're maybe not as comfortable with, or just they haven't practiced as much on. And so I think you will see the Ana. Yes, I agree. But is it going to be as impactful in both the damage department and the supporting department? That I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, you might just be trying to play for those nanos. I think especially if Fable do end up over on this Diva composition here for Avery, that defense matrix is going to be able to not only eat up those anti-nades, but a lot of the healing as well that would come out from an Ana onto the tank of Nightmare. So interesting to see. We are heading into map number 2, King's Row. Selection of Fable. Trying to tie the series up here. Trying to make it 1-1 against Nightmare Eclipse.
Let's see, what sides are we going to start on too? That's also something that we haven't quite talked about too much today, but something that is very impactful nonetheless. We did see earlier it was Cafe Violet on that start of the attacking side. This time it'll be at Nightmare Eclipse. So if all is supposed to go through, it's the team that starts on defense that ends up taking the W. That was historically today, sample size of 1. So if you're going that route, well, Fable have the upper hand, you know, being able to realize what they need to match up to so that they can attack second and not have to play the entirety of the map. But that is, of course, saying that Nightmare Eclipse are not going to make it to that full cap, or they do get full held or something of that sort. All in the cards for them to display for us. I'm seeing a preview of the Bastion, and that makes me excited, but I'm also seeing a pause, which makes me slightly sad.
Yeah, the Bastion coming out from Nightmare Eclipse, yeah, gonna have a chance here to make that hero swap. Fable, though, I mean, the composition that they have on their defense going to be kind of what they're rolling out with, as we are just getting the lobby all set, so we're gonna take a nice little stroll through, see the sights of King's Row as we make sure that the lobby is all set, all the right bands are in place, and get these teams ready to go.
I wonder who works there. At that, like, what is that, a bar, a drink? Like, a cafe?
The Hoof and Haunch, I believe. It's a pub.
Who works there, would you think? I feel like we've seen so many, like, Zenyatta mementos here.
No, but King's Row is, like, so anti-Omnic. I don't know if they would have, like, a Omnic bartender, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
It's just Tracer, like, just trying to peer over, like, just the counter just a little bit too short. Like, hiya, little, what can I get for you?
Oh, yeah. I feel like Tracer would have pretty good customer service. I don't know. Yeah. She'd be pretty quick, too. She would be real quick. Great waitress.
True. You know, see, these are the things that we don't talk about. The competitive edge about just having good customer serve. Okay, I'm harping on it too much. Anyway, the lobby remade, Fable, Nightmare Eclipse. Let's see what they actually end up running into in terms of those hero selections. And if I do see Bastion, I will be very happy. I wanted to see it earlier. Yes. What is this? I don't know, and I don't care. I'm loving it. Give me the... Okay, what do we got? Reinhardt now, Bastion, Soldier, Lifeweaver. I'm sure.
I see the vision. Eevee pins in, Nevi pulls back, and then there's a Bastion turret form ready to mow you down. I see the vision here from Nightmare Eclipse. Fable, though, gonna be on the defense. This is the comp that they're starting on for this first point. It's gonna be Kita-san on this Ashe. We were talking about how strong this Ashe can be. I envy you over on the Venture as well, so a lot of kind of initial burst damage. It's going to be a lot of pressure on Avery on this Diva to kind of be the presence on the point here for the side of Fable, especially with Fiery on that Brig and Panther over on the Baptiste.
Just amount of damage there. 11 ult charge, reduced down to 9, as obviously the swap on over will come through. EV deciding to go for the Ramatra. It seems like when they've spotted out the defenses, and again, a very traditional thing to do on the attacking side is you're like, okay, what are they running? Okay, now let's swap it on out. Ooh, my, that's a lot of damage exchanged. 200 and something for both players. As now this Ashe a bit farther ranged on out, just poking, peeking, at that Ana in the back line. It will be this early launch that almost results in a tick. Yeah, it's a full tick. No contest at all. There's just nobody on this point. Where is Avery? What's going on? Eventually, that touch will come on through. They just didn't feel super happy and clean about it. Only 54% though, given on up straight away. Now the drop on down. Ramatra just saying hi to the D.Va on point. Avery though, absorbing a whole lot of damage. Second tick in the mix. Yeah, there we go. 70 HP. No way is this just gonna be like a Mickey Mouse capture, right? Of just straight up positioning, security, and cooldown management that ends up getting them the right of way. No way. Surely not. What's going on? There we go. The D.Va back in on point. But again, that's 94%. You can't really step away for too long. It's gonna be McMahon that comes back from spawn, finding this contest once again. The player in the back line, it's the Venture. They're removed 99.5, and that's just it. Wow. Fable, they give up maybe a bit too much space. And Nightmare Eclipse, they just hang on to that point. They are not taken down, which means they get that first cap.
It's really tough to play this D.Va composition into not only the Ramatra, Edie's going to be able to outbrawl you, but McMahon on this Venture, you're not going to be able to block all of this damage. You could block the primary fire from the Venture, but every cooldown that hits is going to do damage onto this tank, as we see Fable sticking with this composition. A lot of free space is going to be gained here from Nightmare. Haven't had to use any of these ultimates. You have basically everything to work with here. We are going to have a fiery move over onto the Lucio, so off of that Brigida, you're going to have at least a little bit of speed to try and kite out of these engagements. Try to keep some space between yourselves and Edie.
See the vision here of what's going on. Looks like McMahon just gonna have a little bit of a scouting mission, and oh boy, that was very close. INVU just barely getting out with their life there. Just running a nemesis for him. It looks a little silly, but it is fine by me as it ends up closing that gap, the space, and of course you have that annihilation. Oh, there's gonna be that tidal blast coming on through. I like how the counter's there, but it is going to be no immediate value, just those cooldowns forced out. Zeta Panther, I told you, dangerous on the Kiriko, and now dangerous with this Baptiste as well, still providing that damage. And again, Nightmare Eclipse, they end up on the higher end of the picks, right? They have more numbers, but positioning a little bit more scary, right? That Bola gonna be invested. That one just finds a wall instead, and now Annihilation goes in. Baby D.Va, oh, I'm so sorry for you. That must not have been fun. Eevee, though, having a bit of fun on their own right, just finding one player, 1 HP, and Nadokado will find the pick on this Panther. That should be the second segment, now complete cap. Now just one more segment to go before Nightmare Eclipse have a very clean King's Row. Of course, easier said than done to get there to the end.
I think that finally on this third point is going to be a little bit of respite for Fable from this kind of frontline brawl where you can control this high ground a little bit more, but right now between the kind of, the Ashe wants to do a lot of this poke damage, the D.Va and the Venture not going to be able to kind of synergize as well with that because you need to go a little bit faster, you need to kind of confirm the kills onto the squishy targets, but Eevee is just standing in your way of finding your way into this backline to find either Navilia or Crumb, so Nightmare Eclipse, their supports are just staying alive through pretty much every engagement.
Not sure if that wanted to go onto the Venture or the Ramatra. Either way, it's just going to be zoom on around. INVU, I believe, absorbing their own set of damage. It'll be Eevee, though, to find the first one and change, if you want to count those pieces of utility, such as the Immortality Field. But that'll be about it. Clearing out the players on the points, and now Nemesis form top points for just hanging on for dear life, trying to punish the players that are still in that front line, and IMVU will be knocked on down. The high ground, of course, gained for Fable, but you need to close that gap. And right now, it feels like Avery has not been able to hold on to this space for long enough. Of course, this will be the hard engage now. The D.Va backing on up. Heat available. The window used as well. The amplification matrix, that is. And so you have a whole bunch of just stall, right? There's no initiative to really find the advantage.
Yeah, and you need to find something if you're Fable because the point is still pushing forward, the contest is on, but you're not going to win out these long fights against this composition that Nightmare's running.
Oh my gosh, beautiful combo there, Tidal Blast, and McMahon a bit low in the spawn there. Will eventually come back to the rest of the team with the Annihilation, picks up 2. I mean, are you serious, McMahon? What was that? Micmac Paddywhack, give us a bone, because that was an absolute treat, and we're taking that all the way home.
Oh, very nice, very nice. McMahon, a little 3K there. I mean, there's nothing worse than just being like shoved into your spawn by a Venture because you aren't really going to be able to just walk past them. They're just going to pummel damage into you, hop into the ground, pop out, still do damage to you. So Nightmare, 2 minutes 52 seconds. That is a fantastic time bank to have here on your attacking run. And now it's gonna have to put up a nice solid defense. No deaths on the board for Eevee. The tank from Nightmare Eclipse just has not been taken down.
Absurd. But the fact that, I believe it was Eevee as well, that did not have a single death through that first point of control in Ilios. So the fact that they're able to kind of continue that here goes to show you that Nightmare Eclipse, again, they have a true spearhead. That is Eevee, right? You can't deny that. And just hanging on to that space, doing whatever it is. I mean, that communication must be on point, right? Saying, okay, I need to get out. No, I have a cooldown for you. You're okay. And just, I don't know how they do it. Because my comms, I think I'm a yapper, but I don't think my comms are that good.
It's great synergy from this Nightmare Eclipse team. It also shows that, I mean, the composition that Fable is running is not designed to take out Eevee on this tank. It's meant to go for these squishier targets. You want to try and take out the backline from Nightmare Eclipse or catch out Narakoto after a cooldown has been used, but Eevee is just doing such a good job of kind of controlling the space that Fable haven't had an opportunity to try and get in there and find the limbs that they're looking for. On the attack here, Fable are going to have defense move over onto this Juno, so the break Juno backline here.
Well, that was a quick fight, shall we say? I mean, I don't want to call it over just quite yet, but 2 picks initially. It looks like you're just fighting for additional ult charge value, and then eventually going for that reset. The supports, of course, just farming up in their ult charge, respectively, but Fable, that was a quick attempt and a quick failure, but that's all right because it was only 30 seconds or so. You'll still have the positioning and chances to get out. Just don't get punished any further than you already have.
Yeah, if you want to play this decent composition at your Fable, you need to take control of this high ground. You need to be able to play around. Oh, great dive. It's an opening pick on a Narakoto. That's a good start for Fable, but you gotta keep finding these squishies.
Saw the vision there. Narakoto just in the wrong spot, the wrong time. Nickman trade there, 1-for-1, but Eevee now, of course. Maybe in a world of hurt, it feels like. Just kind of stuck in this close range angle. Oh my, yeah. Knocked around, battered, bruised, and that's gonna leave a mark. The mark being a full cap for Fable here, as we assume there most likely will not be a recontest. Fable looking strong. I like that. I mean, the first one, of course, you expect to feel out what the defense is gonna look like. The second fight, though, that's where the real money is, and Fable paying off.
I really like the engagement. You see, Fable sees Eevee kind of commit on this Ramatra into the front line. That's when you split away, go find that kill on a Narakoto. Fable needs to be doing that essentially every time. Like, bait out Eevee to commit into an engagement, and then use your speed ring from Z Panther to just absolutely ignore Eevee, try to find the backline.
I think as well as the Panther, kind of the wild card, you know, you mentioned, right, being on that Kiriko, having some comfortability there, but just finding a character for them that works for the rest of the team that everyone's kind of used to is really, really critical. Something that can get them the same amount of value is tough to find, but it looks like it is seeing it here. Nightmare Eclipse, of course, just hanging on for dear life, trying to hold on to this front line. Annihilation gonna be popped, and that'll be a quick death for Ilios Black as they find the Annihilation, they find a Ramatra in their face, and that one not going to go too well for them. The Mega stolen just for that 2 HP, but just so the Diva cannot find it back. They'll be back with their team, but the self-destructive need to be burned. They're quite low on HP, but they will get healed up. Bob in just a little bit, though, so expect that one to get thrown in the mix if they do feel a bit of pain. But no, that's the first pick, and now it's not even needed, right? Everyone just backing on up. Fable with 3 ults, but no additional space. They find a decent amount of push on the cart, but that corner, that initial choke is still going to be held strong by Nightmare Eclipse.
Yeah, and you have this Bob, like you mentioned. Nickman is going to be able to get up to his Tectonic Shock as well.
There's not as many angles for Fable to work with here. I like them cleaning out the high ground so that you don't have Nickman kind of lurking there, but you have to push through the choke point here. You have to take this frontline battle against Nightmare Eclipse.
A little bit of a zoning ult just to make sure they can hold on to this space, and here's McMahon just backing out, making sure that the Diva doesn't get any extra value than they should. But there's the Bob. Let's see, Orbital Ray in the fight with this one. Nemesis form as well. Ilios Black has to back all the way up, taking out completely in this fight. Tectonic Shock, though. Everything is just being thrown in the mix. Orbital Ray back the other way, I believe. That's Nevi's ult as well. And no picks yet to come through until finally it's Avery to fall on short. IMVU gets a consolation kill, but that'll be all it is. As Nightmare Eclipse, that one you had to hold your breath and clench your butt cheeks, but you got there in the end.
Yeah, and you still have all 5 members alive. ready to go for this next fight. The Annihilation from Eevee ready to go as well, which means that Fable probably want to just take a fight, try to get this Annihilation out, and then come back in with your ultimates. This rally from Fiery is not going to be enough to cancel out this Annihilation, and with Kitasan Black over on the Genji now as well, you're not going to necessarily have that burst damage to just destroy the ramp in that Annihilation point.
See what they're going for by going for this Brig. My only worry is that, you know, is this going to orient Nightmare Eclipse to start playing a bit more long distance? And we're seeing already, I mean, it's just that initial poke that is going their way, and man, in a world of danger, but they're going to actually use this to engage. They're going to say, hey, we can keep on going. Speedrun taken back the other way, though, and get around that corner. Yes, he did. It's just Narukato did not, and so that'll mean a bit more pain for the rest of your team. Annihilation, though, thrown on in. It's so good. The Brigade ultimate, but a bit too far away from everyone else. Where are these ults? I mean, you pop both, and then everyone just clears the card.
That's not what you want if you're Nightmare Eclipse. You really wanted that Annihilation to be the kind of fight winner here. Now you need to take another longer fight, try and build up some support ultimates, but Z Panther already has this Orbital Strike ready to go, and that's going to be way ahead of Ilios.
I like this Orbital Ray going into the blade. Unfortunately, though, the fight is happening over towards the back end. Dragon Blade, let's see what it finds. It spots one player. That'll be at least the initial pick, although they're not credited with it. They get the second one. So Fable, as much as it is a bit scary, Nightmare Eclipse at full cap before, it looks like they're on their way as long as they can win this fight cleanly enough, which they have managed to end up doing. Might be one more contest here, but with Eevee going down last, you have to assume this one is going to be tough to clean.
Yeah, you'd love to get a nice little stagger kill onto Narukato, who's building up to this Bob. Could throw Bob in actually for the recontest here. It is going to be McMahon at least getting the first touch here. And Nightmare Eclipse, they're committing ults. They want to hold this on second.
Absolutely, and reasonably so. I mean, they used, what was that, Bob and Orbital Raid for a full disengage. Honestly, love that by Fable. We said before, that's what it was, that they were fabling it. That's what we used to call it. It was a verb. They'd win fights out of absolutely nowhere. Bringing that term back here, and maybe it is because they're just not wasting resources in lost fights, right? If you're not going to be able to combat against two ults, why use your own? Instead, save it, just wait a few more seconds, and IMVU will pay off with the Tectonic Shock here. One more shot needed. Not going to find it, but the melee could on up to one more player. Eevee hanging on for dear life towards this point here, but you have to assume it's only just to burn down that time as McMahon will fall. Annihilation popped. Eevee's going all in here. That's going to be the block pulled up, but again, I don't know if you really got as much value as you hoped for that. Nightmare Eclipse, though, have a bit more time on the board. If they can even just burn down a minute and a half, they should be set to take the victory, assuming, of course, they can get just one kick.
Yeah, that's right. Nightmare Eclipse have an opportunity to force Fable into the overtime here. Great fight, though, from Fable, and coming out with Diva Bomb and the Orbital Strike ready to go still. Really, really big ultimates for this next fight. And Nightmare Eclipse don't really have anything to work with here. McMahon trying to build up. Oh, okay. I mean, now if you're Fable, this is another one of those ones where, like, you just got this.
Yeah, I mean, luckily they can just get a quick reset. That will be the players, though, trying to force himself. That'll be a boot kill. Yep. McMahon gets some credit for that. The ult charge, and now with their own Tectonic Shock, gonna most likely be ready by the time these players start to engage fully. And Lucio finally making an appearance here in today's game. So, a nice final boopy addition to this one, but Eevee already just, okay, finding one with the Ravenous Vortex. Not sure how that really happened, but IMVU absorbing a lot of damage off the rip. That probably spells out not so great conclusion.
Yeah, I mean, Narukado's building up to this Bob once again. Crumb has the Tidal Blast as well. Some really good AoE abilities kind of coming, or ultimates coming online here for Nightmare. Fable need to use this Orbital Ray carefully. Looks like they want to try and disengage from this, but with 10 seconds left, they need to look for a fight win here. Perhaps to try and do this in overtime.
Yeah, I think that Nightmare Eclipse were definitely playing just to go for that OT stall, and they didn't manage to get it, so now it's about just kind of recreating that plan, making sure you can get something going your way. Is on Black, of course, going in with that Dragon Blade. Does find just the one this time, but burned on up, has to have some support to get on out. Orbital Ray popped in, that was Nevi's, so Nightmare Eclipse, they burned theirs, as well as the Panther actually using theirs, as they get sent back to the spawn room. But now Annihilation, you have to assume it can be popped relatively soon, assuming, of course, they even feel the need. What's that Diva? And maybe now gonna pop it as that Lucio beat comes through, as you see all these players staggering on through. Nice tracking there by Eevee. There you go. Nightmare Eclipse, they take the second map, King's Row. It's not often that both teams are going to go for that full cap, so great showing on attack, pretty great showing on defense. They get the job done.
See, Panther at least gotta pick up play of the game here for Fable, but not able to pick up their map selection here, putting Nightmare Eclipse at a match point as we head into the third map here. Yeah, it's tricky for Fable. They looked good on King's Row. Some really stellar moments of kind of disengaging from those fights and then kind of re-engaging. The tempo was there, but as these kind of fights got longer and longer, the D.Va's just not able to kind of put up with that brawl pressure that the Ramatra's putting out, so you get into that overtime fight. I mean, we didn't even need to see the Annihilation come out from the Ram until the series, or the map was already over.
Yeah, and on top of that, again, like, even just the final play of the game, by the way, I'm sorry, like, no disrespect to a Juno players out there, but play of the game for a snipe around the corner when we had Mickman doing God knows what in that final few seconds of their attack. I mean, you know, that's just me yapping away, but yeah, I agree with you in that tank selection, and maybe that does go towards the hero pool, maybe availability for a player like Avery, as we know they are comfortable, really, really comfortable on D.Va, but are they available to play any of those other ones when they required to? That we just haven't quite seen. And so, again, now going into this final map, you have to start to worry. You almost have to ban a tank so that your D.Va doesn't get banned.
I'm thinking this as well. I mean, Cafe Violet's kind of been doing that all along, right? So now, at this third map, depending on where Cafe Violet want to take us to, this is where you might have to pull out that Ramatra ban, so that not only are you taking that out of the mix, but you're also protecting that D.Va. And I think that if we end up on pretty much, I think any of the maps really where you can run Ram, I'm thinking any of the push maps, any of the Flashpoint maps, like, now is the time that you have to pull that ban out. But of course now, Fable's in this really awkward kind of reverse sweep requirement where if you win this one, that's great, but then you're up against 2 map picks from the side of Nightmare Eclipse. Like, this is very tricky.
See, and that's why I'm going back to what I believe was that prior knowledge. I do think we are going to see Suravasa. It just makes sense. Okay. Never mind. You know, that saves me explaining time on why I thought it was going to be Suravasa. So, although Route 66 is a weird push map, I will have to agree. Okay, there we go. Okay, it is Route 66 on the Escort. Okay, I wasn't sure if it was a push map that we got the name slightly wrong of, or, okay, everything's set. Route 66. How well is D.Va gonna fare there? I want to just kind of throw that question up in the air, and like we can let it simmer for a second. I want the viewers to think for themselves, how well do you think D.Va's gonna go? And then I'll toss it to you, Reina. What are you thinking?
Lots of high ground here on Route 66 to work with. Lots of opportunities to kind of contest the payload while not being directly on the ground here. Ramatra definitely gonna have a harder time kind of getting around on this map. So I think D.Va is a fantastic pick here, and we can see Fable are even going to go ahead with that tank ban, banning out the Winston to make sure that that D.Va can't be banned. The response here from the side of Nightmare is going to be that Ashe ban. Very good hero on Route 66 as well.
That just makes me think, if you're not running the Venture, you would have banned the Venture, but because they banned the Ashe, it means they're most likely just... They want to get away with that more Venture, like, high brawl, heavy damage. And so that makes me think, will we have, like, a Zarya, right? Because you go Venture, you go Zarya, you can bubble them in. I mean, we've seen plenty of cases where McMahon was almost, it looked like, on the verge of overextending, and then they managed to get themselves out. So being able to now hold on just a bit longer there, deal that extra damage, it feels like that might be the case. Of course, we are just spitballing here, maybe predicting, and maybe we're completely off the mark. But either way, I do think that Fable ban from the Winston is a significant one, because you had to assume they would have gone to that Winston regardless before considering that Zarya.
I like the Zarya shout, because Zarya also has that perk that's going to allow you to get that 75% knockback, so that Zarya actually has some vertical mobility here, will be able to kind of get up onto these high grounds and basically be chasing down a D.Va or whoever's set up there. So I think that the Zarya Venture combo could go really, really nicely here. I do think that pivoting over to that after kind of playing this Ramatra may be a little bit tricky. Just in terms of you're not going to be able to kind of stay in these fights as long on that Zarya. You're going to have to kind of cycle through your first kind of initial engage and then come in again strong with your second one. So definitely a little bit of kind of a tempo difference if you do want to swap over onto that Zarya composition. Where as for Fable, where you've been running this diva composition pretty much the entire series, you're kind of locked in and warmed up on the way that it needs to be played. You just haven't quite been able to kind of find the success compositionally against Nightmare to really find success in it yet.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. Like, as much as I was like, oh yeah, Zarya could be viable here, like they could run it, they also most likely don't want to change it up too hard, because if it's been working, it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? So Ramatra could very well just be the thing that we see just keep on going. Of course, it will depend most likely on what side we see these teams on, because they might offer different strategies here or there. I mean, heck, we saw Pharah King's Row earlier into an Ashe, so anything's really possible here. We've seen Wrecking Ball, we've seen... what else? We saw Bastion Hover. Of course, that one didn't come through, but... you know, I'm just excited to see what this one shapes up as.
Yeah. As we head into our hybrid map, courtesy of Fable, taking us over to Route 66, trying to find their first map win in this series, keep their hopes of staying in this upper bracket alive. Nightmare Eclipse, though, looking to close this out 3-0, continue through this upper bracket, take on me and my friends gaming in that next round. We are going to have Fable starting out on the defense. First, it is going to be this diva composition once again. INVU over on the Echo here. I like this for Route 66. Lots of high ground to kind of control. And the Echo is going to be able to have this kind of burst potential onto the tank. The Kiriko Brigida backline, very interesting as well for Fable. The Panther on this Kiriko, you know, very, very deadly. Going to be able to be playing a little bit on an angle, and then Fiery kind of holding down the on Black and herself. Nightmare, though, are going to be on this Zarya. Edie is over on the Zarya. It's the Zarya Venture composition that you talked about, Ari. And have Nanakato over on to that Freya as well.
See, I know some things, it's just not all of them. I'm right some of the time, and when I'm wrong, it didn't happen. That's why my prediction rate is 100%. But heading into this one, of course, Freya still going to be very prominent. Nanakato will be there to deal that heavy output of damage. McMahon, of course, on the Venture, it felt like has been a problem consistently. And, you know, as much as Fable can ban one problem or the other, you're going to have to choose. You can't go for all of them. This Zarya, like I mentioned, now on a high ground. Granted, that one just because of payload to sneak it on by, but EV looking to get that charge built on up. Again, it'll be a bit tougher to really get that farmed up, as people are not exactly keen to shoot the Zarya with a bubble, but that's why you have McMahon, who did get a bubble, and then it completely broke, and they fell short, which is a bit unlucky. You go for that play, and then you get a bit more than you're bargaining for in terms of damage department, and you end up falling just a bit short.
Really good holds here from Fable, giving up a little bit of progress on that card, but really just waiting for the engagement to come through from Nightmare, the second engagement, so that you can really punish those Nightmare Eclipse. And we're going to be swapping here from over onto the Lucio. I like this for this little bit more of kind of a brawl. You need to be, basically, you have two options. You can either try and take this high ground away from Fable, or you can just try and force a fight on the point, but, I mean, Fable already have this Deadeye ready to go from Kisan Black, and INVU and Panther building up very quickly as well, so Nightmare Eclipse need to try and find their way into this fight. I think that the speed can help them do that.
Absolutely. I mean, waiting for one of those first ultimates to get farmed on up. It'll be Deadeye that goes first. It tags on a Crumb, but immediately right on back. Might have been costly. The Panther, though, makes up for it. Takes down their counterpart of Adelia. And this should be enough, assuming that they can hold on and not let McMahon get too much value into the sky, and goodbye. I mean, INVU has really just found themselves in a world of hurts, but Fable still holding strong when the dust settles. The Panther anchoring it down, 4 ults available, and for 1 ult cost, that is not dang bad at all.
Oh, yeah, great value. I mean, yeah, you lose Kita-san there, but the spot there, the trades coming through, really massive here. Nightmare do have some ults to work with as well. It's going to be hard, though, because Fable are playing a little bit more more split and on the high ground, so it's going to be hard to kind of find value with the tectonic shock from Nickman. Eevee with this grab as well, you're probably looking to just lock down one member of Fable, try and catch Avery in this, try and catch Fiery in it. You really just need to confirm one kill with this ult. You're just not going to be able to get a 5-person grab.
Yeah, it feels like Eevee having a bit of struggle whenever they get focused after using that bubble. It really feels like they are not able to keep that charge for much longer. You see them there, stuck in the corner. It's going to be tectonic shocks. Use Bola as well, and the Echo waking up in this fight, but not Akado with 3 kills. That might just do it. It's Kitasan by themselves. Is this just a 1v1 for the whole point? Nope, it's 1 versus 2. And that means that there's going to need to be a speedy touch from Fable. Otherwise, you're going to see this cap come through. They're attempted for it. It's going to be close. Somebody stay on. Oh, no. They made it back in time. And with the repeat ult. This is big. This is going to be a whole lot of support. That'll be the grab in the mix, but the charge still available from this Zarya means that that grab should be good to confirm these kills. Eevee will fall, but that should still be okay for Nightmare Eclipse. Keyword, of course, being should, as I keep saying it, because, well, that is the case. It feels like it, they're winning it, that is Nightmare Eclipse, but where really is those picks that we expect to come through? It's not quite there. But there's the beat. Is that another Bola in the same team fight? This one a little bit prolongated, but it still ends up being okay. Finally, Fable. Feels like they are no longer fabling it. They cannot win the fight out of absolutely nowhere. They'll be sent back to the spawn room, and boy, I need to take a breath.
Narakoto is terrifying on this Freya, especially where Fable don't have any long-range kind of heroes to put pressure on her. I mean, you can use the Kitasan Black on this Cassie a little bit, but not going to have the same damage range. And you can see that when the fights get really scrappy, really brawly, Narakoto was just staying out of them, keeping the distance, and then finding all of these kills because nobody is looking at her. So really great stuff. Nightmare Eclipse do have Eevee over on the Wrecking Ball as well now, so a little bit more chaos into the mix. I feel like Nightmare Eclipse really kind of coming into their own with this competition.
I honestly do like it, though, because it felt like Eevee, as much as, you know, they were trying to get that value on the Zarya, it just didn't feel like they had enough to where they felt like they were doing a whole lot. Like, sure, they were supporting their team, but you want them to also be a spearhead in terms of the damage department, pressuring, creating more opportunities, and, well, this Wrecking Ball just a little bit more self-substantial, assuming, of course, they can get out, and, nope, Panther takes them on down, finds 2 kills, actually, so, Nightmare Eclipse gonna have to go farm up some more ults.
Yeah, it's time to build up to maybe these mines. If Eevee's gonna stick on the hero, yes, we are still gonna have the Wrecking Ball. Narakoto, oh yeah, she's got another Bola ready to go. Fable looking to try and increasing the stagger kills, not quite gonna find it here. You do have this Kitsune Rush, you're leading in the Kitsune Rush here. You just need Nightmare Eclipse to kind of commit so that you know they're not just gonna kite out of it when you use it.
Let's see, Kitsune Rush, yes, indeed available. Now, what is this high ground engagement going to look like? It's a few boops here, it's a few boops there, but now just that zoning ult to make sure everybody is not going to have their fun times on the point. Instead, the mines will find Fiery. Not sure how that happened, but a big strike in here. That Bola has not been used yet, but it's just the damage that is supreme right now. Narakoto is on fire, and they are spraying, praying, and slaying away because these players just keep on falling down in every which way. One more contest should be available for Fable here, but not going to be the comfiest, especially with that Bola that you could try and send straight into that choke.
Yeah, right, you know where Fable's going to be pushing from here if you're Nightmare Eclipse. You know it's up on the high ground. Pressure on Avery to try and deny value from this. It's going to be the overtime touch as Fable are going to be able to get a contest on the point. Just have the bomb to work with right now. You need a longer fight to get that rally going.
Defense Matrix got it! They caught the ults! They said, nah, we know exactly what you're going for. We're going to take it on away. From obviously on this high ground, waiting for the beat, waiting for somebody to get low, and then probably going to pop that one out. Or in response, there we go. Pulse Bomb also gets eaten. Avery on fire in this fight. I mean, somehow, just the Defense Matrix, the MVP in this one. Kitasan Black, though, very low. Meets a bit of a Wrecking Ball in their face, and that doing exactly what they do best. Swinging, sliding, and pile driving around. IMBU still hanging on for dear life. Wrecking Ball as well to be that consistent player touching as everyone else can rain their bullets down from the high ground. 3 players there, but only so much value you can really get as you're all funneled into that same old corner. It'll be just the D.Va going in for that stagger touch. hoping for a boop 9. It's just not gonna happen. This one looks completely spelled out. Although Narukado, whoa, I was gonna say goes down. Shouldn't have invested that ult most likely, but hey, I guess a last-ditch effort on a Cassidy. You can get that one back relatively quickly. It will still be Nightmare Eclipse though to cap the point.
Yeah, it felt like the fight was kind of just over once Natakoto and Navilia are able to get set up on that high ground, and Fable are just kind of fighting for their lives. Just Nightmare trying to just get more free push on this payload.
I don't mind that. I think it maybe could have been used a little bit later, but...
Swap.
That explains it.
I like this. Eevee over onto the Zarya here is going to be even harder for Avery on this D.Va. Avery just ate up too many ultimates. It's time to try and demix this D.Va.
Absolutely, Avery though, jumping on this high ground, 60% to their next ultimate. Tracer, also from Nickman, it's been a bit easier to work with, right? That mobility that they've been kind of struggling to really get all out is, I was going to say, a bit better for them, but they get punished instead. Headshot through the face. Mean that Nightmare Eclipse have to reset. Of course, Eevee, though, having trouble getting that starting charge, remember, needs to stay alive, needs to maintain it, and should be able to at least have a decent amount of charge right about now. But again, now transitioning that into a few kills is going to be tough. That'll be Suzu forced out early. Kitsune rush now, and it'll be on the offensive side. So someone needs to make a play here in order to get that space. It really is just going to be some extra mileage confirmed here.
Fable have the bomb and the rally to work with, taking out Nickman on this symmetrical.
Touch.
Oh! Oh, no.
I'm grateful.
Hey, look, an ultimate.
No, the beat was good too. It found 4. But yeah, the crucial point missing.
I mean, I think I would be a little bit more, distraught if I expected them to win that fight, but it felt like Fable had just the right positioning there. They had the necessary ults to combat everything. So although you could have maybe pulled something out of nothing if you're Nightmare Eclipse, it did feel like they were on the back foot there. Even if they go for it, probably not going to end up winning that fight. At least that's the positive mentality you can have after going for a C9 with 3 ults still available. But Fable now, tides are set. The stakes, you got to meet them. And it's 45.29 meters on that, past that second point.
Right, yeah, this is still quite a bit of distance, right? Getting through first point is hard. Getting through second point is hard. Honestly, there's so much high ground on the defending side here that it's really, really tough to kind of find the positional advantage if you're on the attack. A lot of kind of positioning needs to be forced before you can even really try and push the payload. You gotta try and win the fight first. On the defense here, Nightmare are going to move Eevee back over onto this Ramatra. I think that on the defense makes a lot more sense. She's going to be able to play it down kind of on that low ground. And then, yeah, Nadokado on the Cassidy up on top of that gas station. Fable looking like they are still going to be on this D.Va. Probably just looking for a little shot on the Widowmaker. Not going to see any heads. And over on to the Cassidy. Fable are going to try to push this payload forward. Okay, actually over onto the Sojourn here. I like this option. Especially if we are able to kind of get into that second point and there's a little bit more kind of angles to work with.
Yeah, I think Eevee on the Ramatra here is probably the only option that feels comfortable, at least in my mind right now. Of course, I do wish they had a little bit more support from directly behind them, but, that high ground is still going to do exactly what they can to hopefully keep Eevee up and sure they don't have to use all these cooldowns. Of course, they are relatively low, but just jiggling around that corner, waiting for that shield. Oh, boy, you better have an Nemesis form in the block. Yes, indeed they do, but does get forced out. Avocado on this Cassidy now. Takes down INVU. And, oh, my. I wasn't expecting that, and I don't think they were either. That was a very quick punish on a positioning that seemed to be safe. Instead, though, it goes the wrong way. The plan goes awry. The Panther finds one, but positioning, it feels like still much more favorable for Fable here. Wouldn't expect them to give this one up quite easily. As a Panther, there you go. That's what they're known for, popping off in the damage department. They're gonna go after this kill. Come on. Oh, maybe not. Okay, maybe we're backing out here. And very valiantly so. Job done for this first fight.
Easy bet they're gonna get a little bit of healing in with that damage, I suppose, keeping their team alive. It's very helpful as Fable's gonna push forward, take control of this high ground. Now, you're gonna have to secede this space pretty quickly against Nightmare Eclipse's Ramatra composition, because we're running into kind of the same thing that we saw on King's Row, is where if Nightmare Eclipse are taking these long, brawling fights, they're gonna come out on top here because Fable just don't have the staying power in the fight with this D.Va.
Saw the vision here with this one. It felt like a dive using the adventure of Midman, but now Kitsune Rush, it's just spelling disaster. I mean, this Echo truly is putting a whole ton of work there. Self-destruct. This is just an up thump to win this first fight. And Nightmare Eclipse, they know they can't win it out. They don't have any ults of their own, so that'll be a quick first point that goes the way of Fable.
I love to say 2K D.Va Bomb. Love to see D.Va Bomb showing up in the kill feed at all these days, but yeah, good 4 minutes plus on the time bank. And again, Fable doing a good job to take control of this high ground. IMVU has the duplicate ready to go as well. I believe that we actually saw that go over onto one of the DPS the last time, but you could also take that duplicate over onto the Ramatra so that you have this kind of brawl potential. You can take the fight to Nightmare Eclipse.
Much better.
Waiting for this railgun to just somehow flick and turn into the Tracer. That would just be my luck. This is a nice quick engage now. It'll just be the Kitsune Rush, a nice one and done fights, and Adokado, punching and apparently slaughtering with a hand grenade down to the end of that one. So Fable, of course, they're just going in, trying to farm a bit more ult charge, get things ready, but Nightmare Eclipse, very nice, very nice quick fight.
Yeah, this is great for Nightmare because now you have the opportunity to get yourself set up on that high ground. Narukoto has the Deadeye ready to go, and the Annihilation from Eevee if it is needed. You'd love to be able to just win this fight kind of positionally with the Deadeye, force a Fable kind of back, but Fable have ults to work with here. You're not going to be able to use this overclock for Ketis on Black until you at least create some space, though. We can see the flank coming in here.
Uh-oh. Where is everyone? Where'd they all go? I mean, the beat popped as well, so you are technically forcing out that ult just by the voice line, but there's going to be nothing else for you to really deal with there. Nadokado goes down, trades galore, IMVU still paying off. However, they've been shredded out of their ultimate, now needs to go up into the sky and actually finding a bit of work using that focusing beam to remove players that are half health or lower very, very quickly. Fiery actually with 2 picks. Again, a little bit scrappy, but Fable still ending up on top time and time again.
And that's really big for Fable because on paper, the scrappy fight should be going to Nightmare Eclipse, especially Mickman on the Tracer going to be able to kind of chase out anybody from Fable that gets out of position. But this is Fable holding this choke point. Again, we know where Nightmare Eclipse is going to force through here, but you're trying to build up to this Kitsune Rush with the closest ult you have.
Gosh, a very aggressive hold out here. Avery very low. The DM, though, going to pay off as they get healed on back up. Annihilation, that one a bit aggressive. I think Eevee thought they had more support behind them than they actually did. And this one should be very quick as well. The players, yeah, just going to get completely removed. Very, very nicely done. Fable, a quick work of that fight. And so this is primed and ready for Fable to take the map, shall I say?
I don't want to jinx anything, Ari, but I mean, 3 minutes to just get, halfway through this third point here. This is good. This is looking really good. But Eevee has swapped over onto that Zarya. So once again, trying to kind of go for this counter as we move into third point. Not as much high ground to necessarily be concerned about it. Nadokado is actually going to swap over onto Genji here as well. So looking for some quick eliminations here onto Fable with this Genji Tracer matchup.
Let the Kitsune guide you.
This one going to be Kitsune Rush right on out. Yugi goes down. That Zarya just not enough HP to really work with. Oh, be careful. Okay, nobody gets squished this time, but still the picks go the way of Fable. That's 2 right off the bat. Make that 3. Is this just done, dusted, and over like that? I mean, is there going to be some sort of recontest? I don't think so. Doomfist doesn't even make it close. And the final player a bit too far back. So Fable, they found the key to success. It was just pick Route 66. Now they got to do that 2 more times. So wait, they can't. Well, be happy with your 1 map win because it was very nicely done.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the D.Va comp looked a lot stronger here. Really, Avery did a great job kind of finding targets that were a little bit out of position, then you kind of knock them even further out of position, and then the DPS really capitalizing on it. So I do think that Route 66 might have been kind of like one of the best maps that you could go to play this D.Va composition. Looking at now we have a Flashpoint map and we have a push map where it is going to be a little bit harder to kind of run that composition. And you're facing that now it's going to be the map pick of Nightmare Eclipse, which is also tough.
Yeah, it just felt like with the tank of Eevee on that Nightmare Eclipse side, they just didn't feel comfortable with any situation that they were going for. You saw them constantly swapping around. We had a Wrecking Ball, Zarya, Ramattra, even a Doomfist, of course, for stall, but you start to, like, realize, okay, if we're that uncomfortable, something from a coach that I heard once is, if you're uncomfortable, make yourself comfortable, right? That's kind of the whole point, because you need that support, the resources to actually do what you want to do and play your role. And if you're constantly having to fear for your life, you just don't feel like you're in the right spot, it can be tough. And maybe just for Nightmare Eclipse wasn't the map they had quite solved or scrimmed on enough quite yet. Either way, all good. You still got 2 more to work with, and they just need one of them. So, well, we've got a game on our hands. This was the 2 closest seeds of the entire first round, so it makes sense.
Yeah, and we are going to take a quick little break, give the players a little bit of a rest, give everybody in chat time to go get some water, get a little snack, because this is shaping up to be a fantastic match. Don't go anywhere. We will be back with map number 4 after this.
That was a long break there. I just woke up from my 2-minute nap. It was delectable. But guess what? We've still got some more Overwatch for you. This series is not over at all. We still have 2 potentially more maps in this one, and of all of the games you could have chose to watch, this is by far the closest one on paper, and it's shaping up to be that way. I mean, 2-0 the first time, but then 3-2, 3-2, and now potentially more. Fable, they take their first map here, moving into map number 4. We're going to say it once again that it is now Nightmare Eclipse's choice for map and map type.
Yeah, so they have 2 map types to select from, since we aren't going to be able to revisit any of the map types that we've already done unless we go to that alleged map number 6, but we didn't get a draw on Escort or Hybrid, so I don't see a draw in the future for Flashpoint or Push, but who knows, you know, maybe nobody pushes the push bot at all. So either way, I think that having these last 2 map types as the options for Nightmare Eclipse looking pretty good for them on paper, because you did so fantastic on Ilios. These 2 map types are going to be those kind of symmetrical maps where there's a whole lot of kind of ebb and flow involved in it. That so far Nightmare have been doing a pretty good job kind of finding their way through these fights without kind of getting really long staggers out, or, you know, getting too aggressive and not kind of getting kind of punished for it.
You see, I hate to be the bearer of bad news for Fable fans, but I feel like this is gonna be by far the toughest map for them to deal with, because the ban is not going in your favor, the map is not going in your favor. You're gonna have a Winston in this game. I guarantee you, it's gonna be there, because last time I saw Nightmare Eclipse on Winston before today, it was really, really clean, and it looked so nice. Servasa can actually be our 4th pick here, and honestly, that does actually give some hope back to Fable, I'd like to say, right? This is a Winston versus Diva matchup, it feels like. Ramattra not really going to be too prevalent. Of course, right, that makes sense. I forgot about that part. Yeah, the ban of the Diva. Yeah, have fun with that one.
Oh, this is gonna force Avery onto a tank that she's, I'm assuming, isn't as comfortable with, because we've been seeing the Diva out from her all series long. So now this does mean that Fable's not going to be able to go for this tank ban, which, I mean, if you take a look at the past bans here, every ban from Fable has been a tank ban because they've been trying to protect this Diva. So now you're going to have the question of what are you going to ban out that you're going to have to play with this composition that you picked that's not going to be the Diva. Are we going to pivot over onto a Zarya composition and try to play that? Ooh, okay, now the Lucio ban coming through here. Pretty big ban for taking that out on Servasa.
I feel like that even further harms your team, no? Like, if you're not being able to run Diva, somebody who's quite speedy out there, you want, let's say if it's a Junker Queen or a Zarya or even a Reinhardt, like, you want to be able to run in fast and then disengage fast. And so banning this Lucio, I feel like, is almost gonna be tough for them to deal with. The only reason we saw the Lucio in the previous map was because, you know, they were constantly trying to go for that Zarya and go for those quick disengages, and it just never happened. But the Winston can do that for itself.
Yeah, this is interesting. I have to wonder if we're gonna end up on this Break Yuriko backline again that we saw on Route 66, but where we're coming into Servasa, it's such a large map, it almost feels like you might need to play the Juno here so that you have that speed to kind of work with. But again, Juno gonna be like kind of fragile, so then it's like, then you do have to pair the Juno with the Brigitte to make sure that she lives. It just, this asks a lot of questions of kind of what these backlines are gonna shape up to be, because Lucio has just been such a staple in compositions for so long.
Just trying to think. I'm like, okay, what tank are they running? Like surely it just ends up being Ramattra, right?
Yeah, I feel like where you banned out the Lucio, you can't play the Zarya, which I feel like is Avery's next kind of most played tank, right? Kind of, she's more opting for those off tanks. So if you ban out the Lucio, you can't run the Zarya, so then I guess you go into the third option, which probably will kind of be that Ramattra, trying to take this Ramattra, potentially Ramattra v Ramattra duel if Eevee chooses to go over onto that as well. Something we haven't mentioned that I have seen a little bit on Flashpoints is going back over to that Junker Queen. Kind of a niche pick, but maybe could be an option. Maybe not.
Just taking this all in right now. I mean, obviously, I think Fable have been the team to kind of show their hand first earlier before we get to the barrier. Nightmare Eclipse, I'm not so sure they're going to be running the ball there, but Maybe they are. Oh, okay, yep, that's a lot of spinning. Anyway, I think Avery is going to go to this Ramatra. I think Fiery's pretty comfortable on this break. I think those two are going to work together. Zapanther makes sense. The Kiriko is just really, really good from them. INVU, you see the swap to most likely the Tracer. There you go. Like, Fable's comp makes complete sense for what we were expecting from them. Nightmare Eclipse, they're running the ball. Like, they're committing to it.
Trump gone, which is going to be a little tricky for this engagement, right? The Wrecking Ball really wants everybody from Nightmare Eclipse to be ready to kind of put the damage into these pile drives that come through.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what happened there, but Nightmare Eclipse, I mean, going for this quick ball sort of dive, I get the idea, but be careful, you only have so much HP. Eevee, though, punishing down the one, grabs the Mega, rolling on back in, shall we? Yep, just maybe trying to get in that back line and cause a wrench in the plan of whoever may be here. That is still going to be the cap for Fable, though. I mean, I'm still kind of like feeling this game out because I'm like, what exactly is the plan for both of these sides?
If you're playing this Wrecking Ball composition, you need to try and split off some of the numbers from Fable from this core. We saw Tia-san get punished on that Sojourn, moving over onto the Cassidy now, though, so you're not going to be playing on that hard ankle anymore, so it's going to be harder for you to get split and you can be punished.
See the vision here, Eevee. Be pressuring on site. That'll be a few more spin to wins, if you will, before they eventually get there. But this Tracer, again, poking, just prodding and causing a lot of problems. I almost want to see a roll through on the backside of this line. But again, just not really seeing the initiative from Nightmare Eclipse that we did in map 1 and 2. There's the minefield, but again, this Ramatra should be able to tank at least a decent amount of it. And again, I'm just kind of left speechless as what's quite going on here.
I feel like we have like swapped sides here where now Fable is doing this Ramatra comp, just like holding down the point, and Nightmare Eclipse are trying to run a dive and just getting out-brawled on the point.
There's at least the first pick. Mikado finding the one. But again, if you get through this entire points and you haven't won a fight yet, I want to see, honestly, the swamp off of the ball. It just feels like Eevee is so much more comfortable on that Winston that it makes more sense, even if they are maybe getting punished a little bit more by that Tracer. It feels like those cooldowns are there. But INVU goes down. That's a big wave in your face. So maybe the chance to strike forward shall arise. Yes, it does. 3 picks, 5 on the point now for Nightmare Eclipse. And they finally find a cap.
Yeah, we don't have any ults to try and hold this, though, and with this comp that Fable's running, I mean, they can basically just kind of walk onto the point and, okay, Zapanther manages to get the TP out just in time here, but Nightmare need to try and split Fable before they ever get anywhere close to kind of putting themselves on this point, because not just the brawl potential from the Ramatra is going to be able to kind of shut things down, but you have this Annihilation coming online as well, so if Fable can force a fight on point, they should be able to just flip it over, and at 99, we just need one fight win.
And this is off-angle pressure being provided by Nightmare Eclipse, and as much as I like it, I also want to see them fight for this point, choose a timing where they need to go on through and roll back through the line, pile drive, you know, pop a pulse bomb, something of that sort, but again, like you mentioned, they have no ults. That needs to be someone else to step up, and Nadokano's going to be the first one as they find the initial pick. Very low on HP, pulse bomb, just a bit awry, and there's that minefield. Avery getting chipped on down very low. Now, completely gone, actually. It'll be a very nice fight, and Nightmare Eclipse, oh, well, bye, Fiery, will have themselves the point yet again.
Nice Kitsune Rush from Nadilia over on the side there. You're able to put out the damage. It just goes onto the point as well, so Nightmare can kind of play around the point a little bit. Fable, though, did not commit that Annihilation. 93% here. Somebody from Fable has to try and touch the point, but they don't have any speed to make it happen.
I think it was INVU that managed to get it there, just barely, but yeah, that's it. Past that, INVU is fighting Mickman. It does not work out, so somehow the ball swap pays off, and now just a completely dominant fight as everybody will fall on short. Bye-bye, Panther. Bye-bye. Okay, so now, point number 2. We move on. And Fable, that's gotta hurt, right? It felt like they really did have all the control in the world, and they just let it slip. I think that is partially, though, because Nightmare Eclipse, they wake on up, they start playing a bit more as a team, and they get things done.
Yeah, all you have to do if you're Nightmare is just get yourself set up before you go for these engages, because Eevee's going to be able to slide through and hit that pile drive. Mickman needs to be there ready to kind of capitalize on that, or Nadokano has to already be on the angle here. Fable, if you're playing into this Wrecking Ball composition, your goal is to just not
get split, try to play together, try to use this Brigitte and the Cassidy to just deny the angles from Nightmare Eclipse.
Man, the hammer stun, seen that one before. Unfortunately, does not pay off this time. In fact, it'll be 2 initial kills. IMVU trying to go for that one clip, unfortunately forced out. Annihilation on point, and now we see the vision of what Nightmare Eclipse were going for. On a point like this, it seems to be paying off. There might be the initial cap, but no, not even going to happen there. Just the Ramatra solo on point will be a nice long stagger as well. And that'll be Nightmare Eclipse capping this point first.
I like what you bring up. This point is really good for Nightmare Eclipse's comp because they're looking to play angles, right? And Market, although it had angles that raised kind of point, the raised point meant that it was a little bit harder for everybody from Nightmare Eclipse to be able to find the same target. But now on Palace, I mean, you can have Narakoto set up on the high ground, you can have Eevee and McMahon kind of set up on a different angle. Fable are going to make the swap here over onto the Zarya. You have lots to work with, just gotta try to find a way in.
See the vision here, and they do manage to catch one. That's a big pick. Narukato, big source of damage, but those mines not going to allow you to go through this main choke point. You're going to have to rotate around, and mildly so. It buys a bit more time for Narukato to come back and maybe provide a bit more for their team. Avery, though, already given 45 charge. Make that 70 charge in just two bubbles, excuse me. And so that does give them a way into this point, a way to make things work. This pulse bomb could very well go through. Nope, not going to be needed on Eevee as the sun's there. One click almost on, but no. Instead, just 2 blinks and you miss it. It'll be Nightmare Eclipse up to 86, but Fable find themselves a cap in the end.
Yeah, and you get a little bit of a late kill onto Navilia as well. Might be able to find this onto Narakoto, but you don't have the speed to try and chase down this Sojourn, so you don't want to get too aggressive here. You're in control of the point if you're Fable. Pulse Bomb ready to go, but Rum has this Tidal Blast. Probably going to see that go over onto McMahon or onto Eevee. These bubbles from Avery, I mean, you're going to be able to save one person, but the Tidal Blast can come on others.
Very nice. Good bubble. Gets you a lot of charge. Narakoto goes down, and yeah, this one should be quick and like clockwork. You saw the vision. Doesn't work out. Don't commit any more than you need to. McMahon gets the pick onto Avery, though, which is big. If you can reset quick, you should have the upper hand in this fight. Granted, Avery will be coming back with that Graviton Surge, so be on the lookout. And apparently, please have eyes in the back of your head, because those are valuable as well. IMVU will punish you if you don't.
And now Fable in control of this, almost approaching that last fight. You know, you need a touch if you're Nightmare Eclipse. It's probably going to be Eevee on the Wrecking Ball. No, it is going to be McMahon that at least starts the overtime here for Nightmare, but you don't have anything to work with.
Yeah, and that does feel a little bit scary. Oh boy, Suzu already burned. Please get out at some point. Whoa, where'd they go? They went up into the eye. I don't know. But TP still works on out. Navilia, though, eventually does fall. That will be the Deadeye burned onto the ball, but still actually not finding those picks. There's the Graviton Surge, everyone grouped on up, and there we see the value. Avery with a very high amount of charge should mean that nobody else can be let on this point. It'll be a 1-to-1 in terms of the sub-map, so here we go. Now, continuing in this next Flashpoint.
Moving over to Garda, just a short little walk from Palace. I am loving Avery. I'm so glad she moved over on to this Zarya. Looking a lot more comfortable, getting a lot of charge as well. These engagements from Nightmare Eclipse, it's very telegraphed kind of what target is going to be getting all the damage, right? You see whoever gets pile drive by Eevee, well, that is who is going to get the bubble. That's going to give you the charge.
That's a big pick, though. Panther, that's the one with your ultimate. I mean, they should have at least a Brig rally coming in the mix, but now with 2, you think maybe we don't even want to use it. We'll just let them have it in the first section. Yeah, that means Nightmare Eclipse, they don't have to expend any of theirs because they know what the game plan is by Fable, which is just to give it up. So this should be some nice precious charge, or, well, ult charge, yes, but percentage to have as well. Fable, a bit of a mistake in the beginning, shall we say?
Yeah, you don't want to get too, like, if you get split here, Nightmare's gonna just put the gas on and just run you over. So Avery pushing up a little bit too far, it leaves kind of the rest of Fable a little bit exposed here, and now Nightmare have all the ults to try and hold on to this.
Well, that's big if they can take down Avery, but they cannot. It's going to be still close to see the vision, but everybody's still grouped up together, and they do at least piece away everybody else but the Zarya player. So I guess you get what you came in for, which was the fight win, but now you claim it up. Now you take down Avery, and now it's just the Tracer to run away, and and scamper back to their spawn room or for some heals or something like that, but just when ultimate and you're already at 70%, this is very nice. Nightmare Eclipse, if they want to use all the ultimates, they can.
Yeah, you could just kind of full commit here. You're gonna go aggressive here. You're trying to, like, not even let Fable have a touch.
Fair enough. See the vision. A lot of ults indeed. Rally can be pumped here by Fable just to kind of sustain and live. Missed the health back there, but still gets back at the end. Yeah, no touch indeed. Nightmare Eclipse very happy with that one. They only used 2, by the way, so they still have 2 more. They're still matching up what Fable's putting down. This is great for them.
Yeah, fantastic ult economy heading into this next point. Nightmare 1 point away from leaving this series, taking a 3-1 over Fable, and be all the way on the other side of the map here. At least for Fable, you are going to be able to kind of get yourselves positioned on this point first. You have the Kitsune Rush to work with, but Ilios is going to be able to match this, so you're kind of looking for this Pulse Bomb from Invu to find something, force something out of Nightmare Eclipse so that you can find kills otherwise.
Overclock. This is a nice little angle. You saw at least a few players pushed up in there, in their sight lines, that is. And that's 2 big kills. Nadokado striking on down. Should be a 3rd as well. No Suzu at the right time, but no, the railgun right back afterwards. Saw the vision here. Nadokado is going to have to run for their life. Jiggle, dodge, weave, and hope. And they do manage to get on out. Of course, Avery, the only one now left on this point. And have to assume this fight all but over. I mean, I'm not sure how many people are still alive for Fable, but yeah, with Avery going down, that surely should spell fight reset.
You cannot let Nadokado have these angles. She will take them and she will eat your team up. IMVU has moved over onto the Genji off of that Tracer, so not going to have that same kind of lane control that the Tracer would have. Nickman gonna have a little bit of an easier time now, as is Nadokado. So if you're Fable now, you need to really be capitalizing on using these dash resets out of the Genji, starting fights first.
Ooh, that grab tagged onto the wall there. Unlucky. Because they don't actually get anything with that one. That's a big costly ultimate, especially when you have this Deadeye. They are going to use to claim space. Need to find anybody. There's a Kitsune Rush in response. Oh boy, very costly. The Genji now for IMVU, but not finding that immediate value just quite yet. It will eventually, but the pick's still going the way of Nightmare Eclipse. It'll just be IMVU, and they shall eventually fall as well. One more fight. And if Fable cannot muster up something with this rally, this is going to be it.
Yeah, Avery swaps over to the Winston as well, but I mean, there's just every ult except for that rush available to Nightmare Eclipse. They're going to be able to take control of this point if you don't find a kill onto one of these supports.
Saw the vision there trying to piece down that rally, and no touch in sight. Yep, there you go. The ball in the back line, taking on down, making sure you just can't get started. And well, Nightmare Eclipse, after a bit of a speed bump in map number 3, they clean it out in number 4. And although Avery tried their best without that diva, apparently was not enough. Nightmare Eclipse move on to the next round.
Yeah, held on to that diva ban until it absolutely was needed here. Nightmare forcing Avery onto the other off-tank hero that we saw from her, but not enough to pick up Saravasa. Nightmare Eclipse will be moving on in that upper bracket. Fortunately for Fable, going to have to now attempt to fight through that lower bracket.
Yeah, and it's certainly not going to be tough. Of course, we technically did get that seeding right in the prediction of the qualifications, right? 4 seed over the 5 seed. No underdog wins just quite yet, but of course that is okay because we still have more games to be played, right? Surely one of them will come through, excuse me. But yeah, I'm excited to see how this one kind of keeps on going, right? Nightmare Eclipse had a bit of stumbles, but is it just because the team next to them is so close in caliber, or is it because of something that has yet to be discovered and harnessed by other teams? Like me and my friends gaming. So keep your eyes peeled for that, right?
Yeah, that's right. We are going to throw it over to a quick break now, but don't go anywhere because we're going to look to try and get an interview with our winning team. So we'll try to get that set up, but we will definitely be back with more Calling All Heroes action.
And we're back. We got more Calling All Heroes. We promised it, and you will receive it. Of course, we should have an interview. We're getting word with potentially Evie from the winning side, but of course, you know, we are going to have to wait just a second to get them set up, so that means we get to reflect on what the heck just happened, because that was a really close game. I did not expect that one to go as close as it did in the fashion that it did.
Yeah, you know, especially because we started out on Ilios with that 2-0, and, you know, some back and forth, but it really felt like Nightmare Eclipse just kind of ran away with it on Lighthouse when they were able to just lock in and stop any more percentage from being built there for Fable. And we move into that next one, gets a little bit closer, right? 3-2. We get another 3-2, this time Fable picking up that win on Route 66. And then as we head into Saravasa, kind of mentioned it as we headed into that map that it was looking pretty good for Nightmare just based on kind of the history of getting that win fairly decisively on Ilios. So I think that Nightmare, especially having that Diva ban ready to go for map number 4, really kind of locking Avery out of that hero that she was so impactful on. So this is where we can see, you know, sometimes those hero bans can just really make all the difference, especially if you hold on to them for just the right moment.
And you know, that just kind of like says to me as well, like, Avery was not by any means like shambles at Zarya. Like, it wasn't like, oh my gosh, they're doing so bad. It was just that it felt like they weren't as comfortable and confident. Not Avery, by the way, just the team as a unit. They were so used to playing around a diva that when they couldn't, they second guessed themselves. But that's all in the past. That was about the other team. Now we get to talk to the winners. So if we can, let's pop it on over to our interview with Evie. Hello, Evie. How you doing?
Hello. Hey, I'm doing pretty good.
What'd you think after that game? How are you feeling after you win?
That was a super fun match. We have a sort of like history through COD. I mean, both Fable and our team has been like around in COD for a super long time, so it's really nice to like have that rematch over and over. I look forward to it every time. I love all the players on Fable. It was just a super fun game. I'm stoked that we won. I'm looking forward to the rest of the bracket.
Yeah, that's good. I would love to bring up the bracket. So you are now going to be moving on in that upper bracket, which means that your next match is going to be against me and my friends gaming. So how are you looking forward to that? And are you familiar with kind of what to expect from this team?
A little bit. I believe we've played against some of their players in like previous COD or other tournaments. To be honest, I don't know too much of what to expect, but we've been preparing like during this off season or like since the last COD tournament, like a bunch. We're hoping to try to take it all, and so I haven't done much research into like the other teams, but I'm looking forward to just playing all of these matches. I like Nenwai. I love Nenwai. Nenwai's awesome that they're on that team.
We saw a wide variety of heroes that you played today. Can you talk me through, especially in that final map of going to the Wrecking Ball? I was so sure going into that we were going to see a Winston, and then we saw the Wrecking Ball. So do you have any reasonings to that, or just why you picked who you picked over the course?
Yeah, so we, over this period of like preparation, we wanted to like expand our comps and like therefore like use like my hero pool to like the best of its abilities. And for that last map, the Wrecking Ball has always been like our team's like comfort comp. We always want to try to go to ball whenever we can. I love playing ball and ranked. It's so nice to just sort of like skateboard around the map. And so we just want to go into like our ultimate comfort comp for that last map. But the rest of the series, like we just tried to pick whatever we thought would win best and what we prepared.
Yeah, and it definitely looked good, especially map 1 and 2. I'm wondering, coming into that map 3, Route 66, stumbled a little bit there. Do you have any kind of insight into like what kind of changed from map 1 and 2 to get into that third one?
Yeah, map 1 and 2, I think it was me personally. I was like sort of focused on the mindset of like, I want to find the tank that can like win this. I want to win front line. I want to be able to pressure their backline a bunch. But so I tried to go in like the Ram, the Zarya to sort of like get like a winning advantage there. But really, I think I should just like match Diva and just enable my hit scan a lot more. But I know that Fable, they love Route 66. They prepare that map a bunch, and it's super, super good for their comp and their comfort heroes. So it's completely understandable. They got a good comp for them on that map, and we struggled into it. But we do have some plans so that if a team tries to do something like that again, we'll be prepared.
Yeah, no leaks here. You're not getting any free intel of free maps here or there.
No,
but I guess that
none of
just
that.
leads us to our final point, which is, do you have anybody to shout out? Anybody you want to say thank you to for making the day special?
Shout out our coaching staff, I think, Jake and Ray Lenny. They are awesome. As well as my team. I love my friends. It's a very friend-based team. It's a ton of fun playing with all of them. And I'm looking forward to just playing the rest of this tournament. We're gonna win! I wanna win!
Yes.
Oh yeah, we're all for that. We wish you the best of luck, and thanks for spending some time here after your game. Go celebrate, go enjoy yourselves, and we'll hopefully have you back for another interview later on.
Awesome, thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, guys. Well, we did it. We got through the second matchup of the day, which means we are officially at that 50% mark. We got a little bit more to go, though. And by a little, I mean still a whole lot. And yeah, plenty of hours of Overwatch to keep on going. So we'll be back in just a little bit. We'll get that next matchup set up for you, which Rain, who's that going to be?
Yeah, like I said before, we are moving our way through these quarterfinals. So up next, we are going to have Dreamland versus Valentine. Super excited, looking forward to that. So everybody, make sure that you tune in after this break. Like Ari said, 2 more matches to go. So still lots more opportunity to come out here and support Calling All Heroes.
Hello, everybody. Don't forget, we're still here. We still got more content for you, so let's keep it on coming. Calling All Heroes presents you with a third matchup on today. And for those of you that may just be tuning in, my name is AriCast here with Rain will be your yappers for today. And boy, this one set up to be an absolute banger. Dreamland, Valentine. Rain, take it away.
Yeah, these two teams coming into this nice and strong here in our third quarterfinal. Like Ari said, this is going to be seed number 2 up against number 7 here. So another opportunity for perhaps an underdog story here, but Dreamland have been so strong throughout this season. Definitely gonna be super familiar with some of the names on both of these teams. And in this best to 3, both teams looking to get that win, stay in the upper bracket, and avoid having to fight through that lower bracket.
And for some additional context, by the way, guys, Valentine has been one of those teams that's been around here or there. They took a break, but when that roster got back together, they've made some big moves before. So don't let that seeding of seed number 7 deceive you. They could very well pull the upset, as, in my mind, this is just an even match.
Yeah, a lot of big names on here. We'll take a look at Valentine's roster first. HK and Benevolence, those DPS players. Kindred on the tank. Bernice and AJMR, the support line here. So HK and Benevolence, definitely huge pop-off potential, not only in just one of your DPS, but both of these DPS really can come in clutch here. So having that kind of potential on this roster, definitely scary.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even players like AJMR, we remember talking to them when Wu Yang came out. We were saying, oh, okay, how are you going to use this character to mesh into your strategies? Well, they absolutely abused it to take down literally everyone in their way. So if you want some more Wu Yang gameplay, you might be rewarded with some here. Of course, Kindred, Bernice, and nice to round out the 5, because again, we've seen both of them make some crazy plays, and even just consistent ones at that, right? You don't need to be the hero all the time. Sometimes your just base consistency needs to be higher than your opponent's, because you'll win higher percentage of your team fights. Now heading over to Dreamland.
Taking a look, you are all familiar with some of these names if you've been following Calling All Heroes or even OWCS. Alexander and Bun gonna be those DPS. Hitori, the tank player here for Dreamland. Juno and Cinnabar gonna round out the supports here. And yeah, coming in as this second seed, Dreamland, no surprise at all. Definitely looking to put up a really impressive showing here. And I suspect that, like you mentioned, although this is 2nd versus 7th seed, this is definitely going to be a close series.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, on that note, right, we don't typically do this often, but I'm just going to hazard something out there. Do you want to chuck out a prediction for maybe not who the winner is, but how many maps it will go?
I don't know. I think 4. I feel like we're maybe not going to get all the way to that 5th map, but my prediction is not going to be a 3-0. I'm thinking 3-1.
Yeah, I'm feeling the same kind of way. I think that first one, though, that first map win is not going to be by the team that gets only that one map, right? It's going to be sprinkled in there somewhere. Somebody's going to get out to a strong start. We're going to see something similar to that previous matchup where they maybe have a stumble, or there's an adaptation, or just a really good map. And then, of course, the other team gets a chance to, choose their own map and bans, and then it's history from there. But I do think this match is going to be pretty dang close. These team fights, they're not going to be quick and easy, overdone and dusted. I know these teams love to hang in there for as long as possible. Sometimes we'll see ultimates burn when they probably shouldn't be, but that's all the more fun. We get to see them fight until their last dying breath, and to that I say, bring on the content.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of content, Twitch chat, make sure that your BattleNet is connected to your Twitch account, because throughout this entire Calling All Heroes championship, you are going to be rewarded with drops for watching. Each day going to offer you new drops, so you need to tune in every single day if you want to collect all of those awesome hero banners, sprays, and player icons as well.
And now just looking at the screen, I know you were talking about the drops, but that makes me think about potentially where we're going. Oh, look at that, it's Ilios. Well, surprise, surprise, and by that I mean I'm not surprised at all.
Third series, third time we get to see Ilios. Absolutely, very excited. It's fun. Okay, I know that we like to see some variety here and then in the maps, but it's also sometimes really fun to just see teams play this same map over and over because we can get to see how each team is going to play this a little bit differently, right? And Dreamland are the ones that got to select this map, and they get that first hero. Starting out with that Kiriko ban, Valentine answering with a ban onto the Tracer.
I actually love that. Like, both of these, honestly. Like, you take out the Kiriko for, I'm thinking especially towards Ruins, that's just going to be a whole lot of problems. And then you ban the Tracer, which means that's a big signal, by the way, that HK will be going Genji. That is just what's going to happen because you see that Tracer ban. And, you know, to Dreamland's side, right, obviously you start thinking, okay, now we know they're going to have a Genji. Do we want to run some sort of beam character with like a Zarya or Symmetra, things like that? Just wait, because I feel like any one of those can be possible. And honestly, I can't put it on them to say, hey, they're going to run the meta. I really don't, because maybe they're just straight up playing counter picks, which is a very valid strategy in its own right.
Yes, there are so many heroes in Overwatch because you are meant to work around that. You're meant to pick the counters. So I wouldn't be surprised at all if we get to see this. I think great call on HK being on the Genji. Definitely think we are going to get to see this. That also brings into the question, okay, are we going to have Hitori on the Winston? Because I know that she has a very good Winston, and I think that could be a really great kind of counter out to the Genji. You're not able to deflect any of that electric power coming from the Tesla cannon. So as we head into Ilios, I am anticipating that we're probably going to see some dive compositions. I know that Hitori used to like to really play the Hazard. Haven't necessarily gotten to see him as much in recent days, but still an option here. And then on the side of Valentine, I mean, looking to maybe play that Diva that we've been seeing a decent amount from teams, or over onto a Winston of your own. But regardless, I think that a good chunk of these sub-maps on Ilios going to favor having control of some of the high ground.
Hey, I do have to point out, Avery did play Hazard for about 2 seconds. It was probably a misclick, and I think they swapped immediately after over to someone else because they were still in spawn. But we saw Hazard. That counts, right? I saw the icon pop up. All right, let's get into this one. Ilios between Dreamland and Valentine. Wow, I don't know this. This is going to be a heavy hitter match for sure. I mean, names upon names. You've got strategies galore. And again, keep your eyes peeled for the swaps up on the board, because as much as we're seeing some fun stuff now, it probably is not going to stay there.
Oh, for a moment, Zen almost had his time in the sunshine of Ilios. Alas. As we head into Lighthouse, we do have HK starting on that Symmetra. Mage gonna match as well, likely just that TP out, trying to gain a little bit more space here. Doors are opening, comps are locking in. Dreamland are gonna have Hitori on this Winston. We're gonna have the Ashe and the Freya as your DPS here. On the side of Valentine, though, HK not on that Genji, gonna opt to go for that Echo instead. Interesting as well, we are getting the Ana break out of both teams, something we have not seen in previous series on this map.
I like the pick from Alex onto the Ashe. It just feels right when you know there's going to be some sort of Genji and or potentially Echo, which is one of HK's other strong suits. And you're going to see here as they already strike first. Now, granted, that will be a response right back. Cinnabar keeps on walking forward. Going to go for the test eventually, but chipped down relatively low. Just HK going for a nice little Sui dive. Unfortunately, will not make it case. So you will have Dreamland that ends up winning this first fight. Meanwhile, Hitori is just hanging out with the Winston, going for that final pick. Won't get it. But the point cap still, nonetheless.
Yeah, this is an opportunity for Valentine to maybe come back in this. You don't have Burmese, but you do still have your Honor Revive and Hitori being out of the fight. You need to try and take at least a little bit of space here. Oh, HB. Yeah.
Got that sticky, and it was history from there. Unfortunate, but H do everything they can to propel themselves, their team forward, and now Hitori back, of course, on that Winston, jumping on in. Yeah, this is going to be a tough one to come back from, and as much as HK is getting the value with that focusing beam, it'll be all for naught, at least in this fight. Maybe just the ult charge to be stored upon later. Oh, hello there. Just hanging around up in the high ground. A little bit of standstill. But yeah, Dreamland very confident out of the gates, and rightfully so, as they've managed to win 2 or 3 team fights so far.
Yeah, building up some ultimates. Satori has this Primal Rage ready to go. You're gonna have the Nano from Juno as well. Potentially see that Nano go over onto Hitori so that she can get aggressive. And then as she's falling low, that's when you pop the Primal and you can just stay in these fights. AJMR, oh, the Nano does get out.
Do manage to get it. I mean, HK is going in there like swimwear. Does manage to at least get the one. Of course, the Ashe pick now in the copy. Maybe not the easiest to farm on up, and maybe potentially even burn, but nice headshot, maybe. Some room for more, and it will just be this copy to solo on point. They might have just forced the reset. Not sure what exactly. Oh, okay, that was a bit close, but they should get the punish anyway. Yep, there it goes. Almost 80% for Dreamland. Valentine will halt them for just an additional moment.
And 78% Dreamland are looking at kind of last fight here. Valentine will be able to get in for like one more scrappy one, but Valentine looking to just hold this as long as possible. You have the Diva Bomb and the Rally to try and make that happen, but already so much damage out on the Kindred.
HK, an absolute menace, by the way. Not sure how they're always picking up these picks, but manages to get them time again. 83% to bomb here for Benevolence, and look at the Nano onto Hitori, just gonna drop on down, trying to punish somebody in a poor position, and it will be Benevolence gets caught out. HK hanging around now, and that'll be a pick onto them as well. Make it 4 quick ones, make that 5. Team kill coming through, and because it was a team kill, you will have a chance to get yourselves one more final fight. You mentioned it might have been scrappy, but now they should have a solid contest.
That's a good point. Everybody from Valentine getting that same wave spawn here. Kindred is moving over onto the Winston off of that Diva. Benevolence needs to build up to this Bob, but Dreamland are looking to take an early fight with this rally.
Absolutely valid. I mean, you want to make sure they cannot touch with as much as possible, and is there even going to be one? Nope, that's just it. The Bob sent in, but only as a bit of a funsy and use the button kind of thing. It will be 100% 42 here in our first sub-map. Dreamland taking that one in, what I'm going to say is like 85% confidence. I'm 85% convinced.
Yes, I agree. I think that when Dreamland is able to get Alexander set up on this Ashe, I mean, she's been hitting so many of those headshots, and I mean, Mage, we can actually see she hasn't died yet on this Freya. The Freya just being so nimble. You're able to kind of get onto the high ground. You have that dash available as well. So it's this good start here from Dreamland, as you're gonna have the Sim TPs out once again. Then I suspect probably gonna go back over to those same compositions as we head into well here. Ooh, okay, HK actually gonna show us the Genji now. Benevolence over on the Freya. Pretty big change up here for Valentine's composition. Bernie's going over onto the Wuyong as well. Alexander on the Sombra now, looking to potentially punish HK on this Genji.
Yeah, I think they were just fearing that they were getting like priority targeted up towards those skies. They didn't really have enough help and support up there, but now Kindred gonna be the first one to fall down for Valentine right now. That'll be Dreamland actually opening up with a few picks. Oh, 5 Benevolence. Oh, no, you're still here for now, but back to your spawn room will you run? May not go there the hard way, but you know, at the end of the day, still not going to be a fun one to have to trek back to. That'll be Dreamland with a quick cap.
Yeah, and Valentine with a pretty quick adjustment here. Kindred over on to the Junker Queen, and AJMR over onto the Baptiste here. So now if you're on this Junker Queen composition, probably going to want to path more towards the cage side here. You don't want to take these fights out in the open, especially not. Alexander has swapped over onto the Echo here, so a lot of pressure on Benevolence and onto AJMR to kind of be that hit scan to put some pressure on onto Alexander, so she doesn't just run away with this.
This one going to be a quick pick there. Mage actually gets the final blow on it, but Benevolence will still feel the pain regardless. And, well, that's a few more picks. I'm getting deja vu, if you will, to our first matchup where we saw, what was it? A quick TDM style supporting me and my friends gaming. And it seems like we're getting the same kind of thing here.
Yeah, it's looking like Dreamland. It's just doing a great job with the timing here. Oh, yeah, okay. Hittori, she doesn't get that primal rage here. Valentine need to capitalize on this tank being out of the fight.
Looks like they have, at least for the moment. Hittori should come back eventually. This might just be a heavy stall. I'm not sure what exactly just dealt all that damage in one final swoop, but hey, they'll take it. Valentine punishing the overextension, and well, Dreamland will be back to resetting themselves.
I think if I'm Valentine now, I'm playing for this the title blast in this Rampage. It's gonna be hard. The Rampage, you know, you're probably gonna go for maybe these supports, but this on a break composition probably gonna be trying to stay up on the high ground away from all of the damage that's on the ground that Valentine has. Dreamland have lots to work with to come back in here. They just need to try and split this Valentine team away. You don't want to take a fight against Kindred on this Junker Queen if you're Hittori.
See the vision here, potentially the Echo will be shredding down Kindred, and it does. Cinnabar with the final blow. Hittori, oh my, just everyone converging on Bernice there, not having any and all fun, and oh no.
Oh no, AJ Mark gets slapped. I mean, emoted, a mic dropped on. That is the stagger of all time. And 90% here, Dreamland still have full DPS over his hands in this neck.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that that jump actually comes through. Yeah, this is just going to be a defensive tidal wave. Uh-oh, though, be careful. That is the Deadeye in your face. Make sure you don't fly up into that or finish jump into that. That will be a lot of costly damage, though. Hittori goes down. This is definitely still doable for either side to take on away. Uh-oh. Okay, we're good. We made it past the well, but now it is still going to be that lost fight, though. So Dreamland, as much as they tried to play aggressive, they tried to clean it up quickly with that hard stagger, does not go their way. So Valentine, they'll have an extra breath of life to stay in this map.
Yeah, and crucially, Valentine still holding on to this nano from HMR. I mean, HMR wasn't in the fight to use the nano before, you can argue, but it's great to have in this next one. Alexander is going to swap over onto the Reaper here, so she is looking to now kind of take this frontline presence against Kindred on the side.
Anti to be used there, and well, somehow HK and Benevolence both found their quick picks, and well, yeah, I don't think I want to push a 3v5 either. I think that's the right decision to kind of back on up, though they are still getting kind of tickled away at their HP bars, still not feeling comfy and clean, and this is a very heavy engage. This could very well be the pick. Yeah, Hittori goes down. HK no punish on that front, and so they will indeed have the upper hand for even longer. Dreamland have got to change something up. They can't keep slamming their heads into the same wall.
Oh, and you don't really have a whole lot of time to work with now. 90% both these DPS all from Valentine. I mean, just the Deadeye alone from the Benevolence could be enough to kind of deny this touch from Dreamland.
Is it gonna be enough? Yes, it is. Valentine, they get things done. Wow, okay. I wasn't sure if they were gonna be able to pull on through, but they make the adaptation in the nick of time, and they end up tying up this map at 1-1.
Yes, let's go. Our first third point here on control of the night. We will be heading over to Ruins, our decider here, and taking a quick look at the stats here. HK definitely getting those final blows, and I gotta say though, Hittori has looked fantastic on this Winston. There's just a couple of times she gets a little bit over aggressive, and Valentine doing a good job kind of punishing that. And so if Valentine can keep that up and kind of keep a little bit of restraint when they're in control, looking good here. But Dreamland, we are back over on to a really dive-heavy map, and Kindred is still sticking on this Junker Queen, so we'll have to see if Valentine can make this more kind of ground-focused composition work against Dreamland, who also have Alexander coming out in this Widowmaker.
It does feel like the Junker Queen has been doing a really good job of dealing out that damage, right? Obviously pressuring Hittori, and well, they're gonna fall down just like that. One team with no tank, the other with a tank. Guess which one's gonna capture the points? I'll give you a hint. It's Valentine. It really is. I mean, that one quick, painless, easy. And now, Dreamland, of course, gonna be looking for this opener yet again, but it feels like they haven't been finding the opener anymore ever since that, like, 20% of that second sub-map?
Yeah, and Alexander on this Widowmaker, although there aren't a whole lot of kind of pressures from the side of Valentine, AJMR has taken the critical shot headshot, so you gotta be a little careful if you're the Widow.
H gonna pick up a big one onto HK. That might just spell this one as a disaster for Valentine. We'll see how that shakes up, though. Benevolence smashes it back, and Mage thought was going to secure the kill there, but unfortunately the shout over heal will be available. Alexander, nice 2 shots. I'm glad we got to see their POV for that because we would have been wondering what just happened. Yeah, hit the third. Oh, man, they're going to get punished. No, just the echo in the sky. H key shall fall, and now F to pay respects.
Dreamland finally getting some percentage here on runes. 44%, not too bad for Valentine to work with, but pushing into this Winston that's kind of set up on the high ground, it's going to be very hard for Valentine to get through these choke points without ending up getting split, which is exactly what this dive composition from Dreamland is really going to be looking for.
Seen this spot before. Oh, hello. Oh my, wait, that was almost a full punish. Very close, but Kindred will actually fall for it a bit too aggressive. And Alexander, sure, of course, will go down, but Tori now free reign to do whatever they might please, grabbing the Mega just in the nick of time as well, popping that Primal for fight security, and it's beautiful. Going for the Wuyong instead, the player with the more HP, and that shout actually is going to make it a little bit tougher to convert on that kill. Tori, though, still doing everything they can to make sure Dreamland have the fight secured, which they very much do.
Yeah, she's just making space, doing what a Winston does, and the sights here from Alexander also going to just buy more time for Dreamland. Valentine's not really going to be able to kind of push into these sights. You just have to wait them out. You have both support ults coming up here for Valentine and this duplicate from HE. We've actually been seeing HE go more over onto the DPS here instead of the Winston, so potentially the copy over on the
That battle on site looking pretty close. Yeah, Mage will fall down. That'll be a tidal wave that goes a little bit awry. Not to find anyone, but just use defensively, and it does work out in their favor. That is Valentine. Now they're still stabilizing. That's going to be a beat out by Cinnabar. Dreamland, oh my, get one clipped by an Ana. One-shot combo, if you will. Juno falls on down. The number's still about relatively even, but it feels like Valentine have the upper hand for the moment before Kindred goes down, and it's back to Dreamland. They find themselves with now, feels like almost a free contest. Oh, okay, Alexander, that was dirty. That was dirty. Just shooting the Lucio out of midair as they're going for the touch. Okay, I see you. I see you.
Oh, okay. I like the Widow coming out here for Dreamland. Alexander,
we don't necessarily get to see the Widow as much anymore, but Ruins, excellent sub-map to pull this out, and Valentine just did not have a really great response for it.
Yeah, the beautiful 2 shots we saw that turned, really it felt like the map back into their favor, it felt like, and, well, they took control from there. They said, hey, we've got the point control. It's easier for us to just hold on to it than to have to constantly attack into it. And I think that also is maybe something that we can look at further on between these two teams in this matchup, is that, is it going to be one team struggling to attack, or are they both comfortable defending? Just something to keep in mind on as we head into what is most likely inevitably King's Row somehow.
I'm literally thinking, I'm like, okay, Valentine are in control of the map selection here, and we saw Valentine, as they were kind of like struggling a little bit, move over onto this Junker Queen, which, you know, says to me that maybe you're a little bit more comfortable on these like rush compositions, you're a little bit less kind of focused on those dives, and I think that if they want to kind of force, you know, over onto this Brawl comp, and maybe you don't want to play into the Winston as much, King's Row, definitely an excellent option to go to for map 2. And now, of course, we said it before, you could potentially run some dives still on King's Row. We see it on First Point. We saw some Diva being played as well on King's Row, but I think that if Valentine are looking to play these more rush comps, it just makes the most sense to go there.
Yeah, I mean, as well, just kind of reiterate something I had said earlier, was that the Junker Queen, it felt like, was doing a whole lot of damage, and when they were let off the leash in free reign, it was absurd how much value they were getting. But of course, that's close corners, that's, you know, just kind of hiding under a ceiling where there's an echo that can't really hurt you, the Widowmaker can't really see into your room, things like that. And so you swap over now to something that is probably more open and sightline available for, say, something like a Widowmaker. I'm just worried about how well that Junker Queen is going to fare. Now, obviously, I don't think they plan to run that Junker Queen any further than they have to, unless they see some sort of Winston, but it just worries me that if they do hypothetically see one coming up, what their response is going to be. And I think that is going to be the Zarya.
Yeah, I agree. We're playing 40 chess over here, right? There's just so many layers of strategy. You got to think about the map. You got to think about the composition that you're going to play on the map, what the opponent's going to play, and then you have to throw in all these hero bans as well that somehow have to factor into everything. It's a lot going on, but Valentine definitely do have the upper hand, getting to pick that first map, getting to pick the first ban as well, which you can go for kind of, I mean, I don't expect that we're going to see the Widow ban come out, but oh, we do have our map locked in. Wow, Valentine making it a third King's Row for everybody here on the stream.
3 for 3. We'll take those. We take those. We got to go 4 for 4, please. The next matchup, I'm begging. We got to do it for the bit, for the funny. But yeah, with these bans, I mean, they could very well determine the course of this map. And we say that, you know, like, that's so cliche of you. But, like, it's true. And you're telling me that if Valentine don't ban, well, let's say, I feel like, what role are they going to ban? Let's start there. I think damage?
I feel like it probably will be, right? Because you're not going to go for the Winston ban now, surely. I don't think so. I mean, and you have to know that Hattori has brawl tanks in her pool as well. I mean, she's quite flexible in terms of availability of heroes. So I think going for a DPS ban would be quite wise. I don't necessarily think it's the Widow, though. Okay. Yeah, Freya ban. Good pick here from Valentine.
That just means Alexander is either in Widow jail or in potentially Echo jail or Soldier. Either one of those three. But yeah, Dreamland, I feel like they're going to combat that with just either that, some sort of diva maybe, and or just going back on it, some sort of Ana maybe even, if they're going for that hard, like, brawl, something like that. But, you know, things that could be traditional, some things that may not be. Up for them to really decide. They know what they're doing. They won the first map. I can only say so much.
Yeah, Dreamland definitely have a plan coming into this. Now, not going to be able to ban out any DPS. Not that I necessarily think that that would be what they're going for anyways. It is going to be a tank ban coming through. Dreamlight taking the Ramatra off the table here. Very interesting. We definitely see a whole lot of Ram here, and if you aren't running the Ram, not having that shield, not having that Nemesis form, I think that kind of opens up the doors more for Zarya to kind of make an appearance here on King's Row.
I mean, I'm just thinking about the fact of what we mentioned earlier with them being so comfortable on, like, brawl style, with HK literally just going in and going for as much value as possible, most likely ending up giving their life. But, like, if you can get 2 or 3 for it, it's totally worth it. I think Ramatra would be nice to complement that. I think Zarya would be nice to complement that, and I think that if there was a decision that this team of Valentine had, well, it's been solved for them.
Okay, yeah, we'll see what's happening here. Map number 2. King's Row is going to be the map selection, of course, of Valentine. I don't want to get anyone's hopes up, but, like, hey, do you think your Ramatra ban, you know, maybe you could play a little bit of Reinhardt? Don't have to worry about that hero punching through your shields?
I'm down. Let's see it. Well, God forbid, do I even dare say that we're going to see a Wrecking Ball on this map?
Actually, yeah, that's a good point, right? Because this first point of King's Row is where you have all this high ground control that you can kind of fight for. This is where you could really play some of those kind of dive heroes, definitely including the Wrecking Ball.
I'm down for it. That honestly wouldn't surprise me the most. I think Valentine, I think it was them, their team, who was saying that they were having a little bit of silliness on the Wrecking Ball, as Kindred, I don't think, is as familiar with it, but I think still would be a strategy they could go for if a team like, what was it, Nightmare Eclipse managed to run it and felt confident going for that sort of play. But Dreamland here are going to be on the attacking side, Valentine the defense, and I'm seeing Venture, and that scares me, because as a support player, I don't like when that tectonic shock is in my face.
Absolute nightmares from Adventure, and then you pair that with a bubble from Zarya. I mean, that is very dangerous. It's like the upgraded Reaper Zarya composition, because the Venture can also, you know, get all of those shields from the Explorer's Resolve as well. Valentine on the defense, though, is going to be over on this Diva composition. Here we go, Lucio backline. All right, we are gonna have the Symmetra here for the defense as well. So Valentine gonna have to make really good use of these TPs. See what they can do to outmaneuver Dreamland on this Zarya composition, which also has a pharmacy. You know.
Yeah, this really is an airspace game now. You mean you bring Cinnabar and you bring in Mage on the flyers. Okay, well, I think they knew how that one was gonna go. And you see the D.Va, you see maybe the Symmetra, and you think, okay, well, maybe there's ways for them to kind of bounce back in this one. They are going to stick with these picks, but again, a bit of a TDM style that is not going the way of Dreamland anymore. And maybe that is because we have moved to a different map type. How is Zarya here, by the way?
Hitori has taken the longest rotation possible on King's Row, and she is all alone. Yeah, she's gonna get staggered out here. Great kill from Valentine to send that Zarya back to the spawn. A little bit more time off the clock here for Dreamland, as now the swaps are gonna come in. No more pharmacy fun. Cinnabar's over on the Lucio. We are going to have the Mei and the Sojourn here. So the Mei looking to find these splits into Valentine, but really you're kind of just looking to separate H-Key essentially, because everybody else on the side of Valentine is gonna have that vertical mobility.
Absolutely. I mean, of course, you could wait out the cooldowns, you could go for something like that, but again, it feels like Cinnabar getting picked out early, just not having a chance to farm up any of this ult charge. Same thing with Mage. I mean, this is going to be a very long farm. And that first fight, I mean, it was a bit confusing to me, but they must have had some sort of plan. It is now going to be to most likely hold the Nightmare Eclipse, which is just live on the point for as long as possible. The D.Va can't exactly stay there forever, so going on up. And now surprising H-Key. Hello, there's a Zarya on the high ground. That's a fun one to deal with. Baby D.Va now, unfortunately, also sent back, and I don't know how they did it. I don't know where exactly they found the opening, but Hitori has found 3 and more. Dreamland with a nice, clean team fight in the end, which is really silly to say given what we saw in that first fight.
Yeah, I mean, Hitori just sets herself up on the point. She gets a whole bunch of charge, and Valentine, having this D.Va composition, aren't able to just kind of take that brawl fight on the point, so you're trying to find the angles on Hitori to force her out, but she's just got her back up against the wall, so everybody on the high ground for Valentine not able to do the damage.
Defensive wall to use there. Big grab. Honestly, a bit of a defensive grab there as well. Yeah, defensive wall. Everybody's scared. And Valentine will still somehow win this one out, as now the tank is gone. You just gotta let everybody run away in fear. May, be careful. Be careful. You will get staggered. That will be something that is in your fate. And uh-oh.
Oh my god.
Oh, not the turrets. Wait, no way you get out. Okay, yeah. There we go. There's the staggers. Big staggers. Actually, Hitori going down for a second time, I think that was.
Oh no.
And so, yeah, well, we can chalk that one up.
Oh, yeah, HK does get sent back to the spawn there, so
Valentine have set themselves up in just a really strange place here. If you're just trying to find this late kill onto Alexander. I don't know how Valentine is still alive over here. In the old spawn of Dreamland, nonetheless.
I don't know what's going on. I mean, this is a fight that has now turned back the other way. A bit too aggressive by Valentine, shall we say? I don't know. I mean, they did it to burn time to maybe force out an ultimate, and they did only one of those, which makes me worry about Valentine potentially giving up too much in this next segment of the map, right? You know, there's a bunch of twists and turns, and you're letting them walk all the way up to the second checkpoint.
Yeah, and Dreamland are in a great spot now to really start cycling these ultimates. You got 4 ready to go. The Blizzard alone could be enough to just win this fight out. You just have to force those bubbles out of Kindred, get the Suzu out, and you'll be good to go.
Saw the vision there. It will just be a TP towards the back line, so make sure everyone is not gonna have a chance. Uh-oh, this will be tough for HK to really get out of. Yeah, put down everybody else and leave just that Symmetra on the back line. It will be quick and easy. Dreamland, bumpy starts, and when they do find the bumps, it does hurt, but they somehow are just like, oh yeah, guys, we could just shoot them in the face, and then they do, and then they win, and it's like, oh, okay.
And it works. Of course it does. Dreamland still pushing this Fable forward. Valentine are looking for a touch, though.
Headshots, by the way. Hello. Oh my gosh, Alexander clean with it. Oh, very nicely done. I mean, they did get already the cap, but certainly nice to propel yourself in the right direction both statistically and mentally.
Yeah, exactly, right? Dreamland are keeping this momentum. Ooh, okay, they were keeping the momentum going. Benevolence, nice little headshot there. And now Valentine looking to get some stabilization here. Hattori, though, with this grab, could just keep things moving here for Dreamland. Ooh, okay, yeah, using the sim wall as well. You gotta back up now, Dreamland.
Absolutely, yeah. They're gonna just pop this wall and this graviton surge in. It may pay off, but there's a lot of symmetric turns there, so you gotta be careful. A lot of damage coming through. Eventually, Hattori will fall, as it looks like the Kitsune Rush was the key to taking down that pick. Not sure where we saw HK just TP out to, but they should be back to safety. Be careful, Mage. And yeah, okay, Dreamland have found themselves a bit of a slowdown yet again, but they also are 2 seconds away from 2 more ultimates against a Bob and a B. Well, bye-bye, Cinnabar. Why do we keep seeing that happen?
Oh, poor Cinnabar really just kind of getting targeted out here. Valentine finding that Lucio in movement as Benevolence does have this Bob ready to go as well. So the next fight that Dreamland kind of come into, you're going to have to be careful because this Bob is probably just going to get thrown out behind you, and then you're going to have damage coming from behind. You're going to have damage coming from the front. I like this Kitsune to start with.
Dory, be careful. Yeah, you use both your bubbles. Now you're just going to go in one more time. Final bubble use, and be careful because there's still some defensively coming back. Oh, beautiful wall there. Saves the Zarya's life. Blizzard out in the mix now. Beats out back the other way. Valentine are fighting for this. They're struggling for it, and somebody's going to end out on top. It's just a matter of who, and in this case, it is going to be Valentine. These Zaryas have been going blow for blow, high charge indeed, but Valentine somehow have that final win condition at the end of every fight.
Yeah, I think that Benevolence on this Ashe is doing a fantastic job controlling angles, getting yourself set up on the high ground as well. The only person from Dreamland that can really put any contest onto that high ground is going to be like Alexander or Cinnabar, and Benevolence has that coach gun to just kind of live up there.
Absolutely. Wall going to be used just to take additional space here, and HQ will give that one back, be happy with the amount that they've been given. Now, Mage, what can you do here? No Blizzard really farm up in 30 seconds unless you want to pull some miracles through. Grab going to be used defensively, and it does manage to get them out. In fact, it also finds their counterpart as well. Big picks, but now you need to land the picks the other way, and it's Alexander to strike first. This one's going to need to be the overclock to strike, but no, instead, just 4 assists going on to their kill. Mage with one back in the other way. This one's still scary, but again, you're going to need to group up for this touch. You don't want to stagger yourselves in here. You want to have a solid chance to go on forward. Kindred backing up ever so slightly. Hattori with the Graviton Surge, and now this is gonna get scrappy. Let's see it. There's the first grab. Suzu popped as well. Hattori, Mage, Hattori again. Kill feed all orange right now. And Dreamland, well, they're trying to keep it that way all the way to the end. They do manage to get all the picks. And then some. Team kill, team wipe, but what's the wave spawn looking like? Is it enough to get them back in quick? Malga to stall, Mage with the Blizzard. This is going to be very close. They're going to pop it on out. Surely it comes on through. But yeah, Alexander to reign supreme with that Blizzard. Dreamland, it looked a little scary, but they still managed to get it done in the end. Full cap here on King's Row.
Yeah, overtime though. So this does mean if Valentine can finish out King's Row with more than a minute in the bank, potential to get a draw or a victory for them. But Dreamland feels like they really kind of locked in on this Zarya composition. I like that they found their way over to this Mei to kind of match alongside it. The walls, once Kindred swapped off of that Diva, definitely able to get a lot more value on that Mei. The walls kind of catching out Kindred in some of these moments. So we'll see what Valentine are going to try to play here on their attack. The sim not necessarily going to be as easy, so maybe we do get to see this Pharah come out from HQ.
Is that a problem?
I'm just surprised with how little healing we saw in those totals. The fact that Valentine was able to hang in for as long as they did. I mean, Victoria felt like was constantly just dishing things out, but somehow they make it work, right? They managed to full hold up until, of course, the end where they do fall a bit short, but burn off all the time on the clock, and that's what you can really ask for in that situation. Valentine, though, let's see what they've got on the attack, because it's going to be a long journey ahead of them if they want to not only extend this map, but win this map.
Yep, that's right. You want to get us tied up here if you're Valentine. Your map pick is Dreamland on the defense. Mage is going to be playing that Symmetra. Alexander on the Sojourn here. So no Mei, but you are going to have this Sim to kind of navigate you around the map. And Valentine are going to do the offensive Sim as well.
Very close. Alexander narrowly escaping, but no picks exchanged just quite yet. It will be that initial touch, but that's about it. HP, please be careful. You seem very low for a wide open space, but Alexander punishes Benevolence instead. You can choose your battles, and they chose the Ashe, figuring they might be a bit more of a problem. Also, what is this fight? I'm kind of getting a little bit of flashbacks to when my mouse sensitivity was way too high. Either way, it seems like Dreamland are falling a bit short here. That TP by HK, very nice to scale up into the high ground, and Cinnabar, although finding the one, is now going to be the only one left remaining, and even that won't be for long. Valentine, quick with that. And HK, again, supportive teleports, not something you see too often be in the winning deciders, but they are here.
I think, yeah, Valentine is playing this Symmetra exactly how you need to be playing her right now, using these teleporters to kind of pop up in maybe unexpected places and taking high ground control right away. Massive here for Valentine. Dreamland, though, it's like everybody did at least get this forward spawn. You're going to get a chance to kind of have a fight right at this choke point, which is nice because Mage building up to this photon barrier. If you can hold it a little longer, you can use that here.
And you can see all those turrets posted up on the choke point. They really are trying to go in, and they are going to break all of the turrets. They are going to use the Kitsune Rush to scale in a little bit further. Oh no. Bye, Mage. Okay, well, Dreamland, it felt like they had a plan there, and it did not quite work out how they expected it to. I want to see Dreamland, I think, maybe kind of increase in the damage department. Is that something that it's crazy to say?
I think that Dreamland want to be staying in these fights a little bit longer. HK is getting so much value on this Symmetra because HK is able to stay alive and build up to that kind of level 3 beam. Now, his payload is moving very quickly through street space. Valentine have kept at least 3 people on it the entire time, so Dreamland in a tricky spot where you really need to contest, using ults to contest.
Oh my, just between 2 walls is not ideal for anybody in this scenario. There'll be a beat exchange down for Repton Surge. I believe there was a Kitsune Rush somewhere in the mix as long as the beat will hold strong as well, but Overclock Alexander, that's a fun nickname that I'd like to have because this one is always finding value, it feels like. Now, just a few more seconds, they'll clean up the fight. Dreamland, hold on to this segment. Maybe now they'll be able to start burning off some of that time.
Good to see
Yeah,
you.
quite a bit here for Valentine to work with, but it's a great stabilization from Dreamland. You do have to commit, both those DPS ultimates. You maybe want to have one of those back, but you have this route from Satori, so that is massive to have that where Kindred doesn't have everything. Bernice doesn't have this beat either, so it's a big opportunity for basically just a fight-winning ultimate here for Dreamland that's going to allow you to try and build up to some of those DPS ultimates for the next one.
I mean, just the Bob as well. One shot, you'll be able to have that one good. Oh, and the one shot's perfect as well. Oh, hello, Cinnabar. I'd love to see that one. That's very satisfying for the ears. But now popping the beat, keeping your Zarya alive. Oh, that was barely there. Oh, I did not like how close that was. In fact, it still is relatively close. Satori somehow picks up their counterpart, though, and this fight ends up a team kill. I don't know how they did that.
Yeah, that's really great stuff here from Dreamland because you had, Benevolence, they committed that Bob is going to swap over onto the Cassidy now. You see a little bit of a taxi happening here. Cinnabar trying to get everybody from Dreamland back quickly. You don't have any ults for this next fight, so you need to try and just find the opening pick. Alexander with this railgun, really looking to try and build up and maybe take out the Kiriko, but no, the Kitsune Rush comes out too soon.
Ooh, big TP on the high ground. Looks for Alexander up there. Unfortunately, he's not getting the pick. Does at least force them away. Be careful, though, because you are going to need somebody to hold on and contest this. Ooh, that's very, very low onto Hitori, but still held on up. Still staying alive. Staying alive. Okay, that's a funny joke. Not at all. But Valentine somehow end up falling a bit short there. And Dreamland continuing this tempo that they've been holding on to.
Yeah, this is great because you didn't have any else to work with last fight. If you're Dreamland, you still come out with a win. Now you have 3 to work with. Oh, losing Mage though, and Alexander finding herself a little bit out of position here. If Valentine moved quickly, Mage's not going to be back in the fight for this potentially last fight on second point.
Careful here, HK. I believe that's teleporter broken. Yeah, they're just gonna need to hang on here. That's gonna be the wall. Well, wall is popped by both sides. It will be. Now continuing on forward as much as they can, just farming up with this wall to make sure they have that level 3 charge. But ooh, I bind Juno, which is on Kirito, by the way, is the one to land the headshot onto HK and removes them from the picture. I mean, this truly is absolute phenomenal showing that Dreamland have been able to stay so consistent in the past 3 minutes, and yet there's still one more.
It's really it, right? Dreamland has really kind of locked in on this second point defense. Even though Mage isn't in the fight, she can use that ultimate from Spawn, so he's still giving value to her team even when she's not there. And now Hitori has built herself another grab. Kindred, though, does have one in return. Beats are going to be available for both teams here, so now it's about trying to kind of find the value from these ults.
Oh, the beat not quite available. They do punish on the Mage, which is nice. But again, where's the rest of the team? There's the grab back the other way. Heat to be shredding the HP. Overclock, they're hoping for the best. It's going to be a high noon out from inside of that Graviton Surge. It'll be Alexander to fall to that one. A nice plan in how they drew that one up. They said, okay, we're going to get grab. Let's pop the beat. High noon. And it ends up paying in dividends. Beautiful stuff by Valentine. They clean this one up nicely. And now 2 minutes. We'll be back what the time goes up to, as Dreamland will have to be forced to this third and final point and really have to maintain for at least another 40 seconds if they want to keep on chance to win this map.
Yeah, I don't think Valentine will be able to finish without a minute. Dreamland have a pretty good opportunity to get a fight in here. Even if you have 3 people on the payload for Valentine, you're not going to finish. So it's looking good here for Dreamland to at least get into that kind of overtime, but you'd love to just shut down Valentine here.
I like this ultimate, a nice little fun one. It is going to help close the space, but you can tell what these players are doing. They're letting them overextend, and then Hitori, just the beam of absolute, like, banhammer, just smacks them on down. Really says, you're not allowed to here, you're going to be removed, and now they have a chance to clean this one up even more, as that's still a high charge Zarya, don't forget.
Yeah, and she's like in the sky. Hitori has positioned herself right above this launch point here for Dreamland, so it's going to be a far rotation out from Valentine as Kindred does have this grab, but the TP, oh my god.
Block the grab! The wall from this Metro blocks the grab onto the TP. It's perfect. It's like clockwork. You cannot draw that up any better. Dreamland, of course, now they just need to not overextend too hard here, and they should be set to go. Don't get picked too much because Hitori's doing pretty well. Still has that high charge. All right, one final touch. You could even grab their spawn if you really wanted to. But now the Reinhardt coming through. That's not something you see every day. And they're going for this touch, but there's the teleport. Now you have a chance, and Zarya up against the Reinhardt, still trying to swing away, and actually Hitori will fall down. Ain't no way they somehow pull this one off. No shot! 3 picks going the way of Valentine. Make that 4, make that 5! And Dreamland, it was an all-in play. It may not go any well for them anymore because Valentine are at the spawn doors.
Yeah, and all the ults for Valentine to work with. I mean, both support ults, you have this Deadeye from Benevolence. Benevolence can just sit back from the payload, and they're going to be able to just hold that Deadeye forever, forcing Dreamland into a really uncomfortable position.
Oh, I love this play. Ooh, beautiful shot, though, by Benevolence. Obviously, that being the Deadeye, but a clean sweep there. 1 minute on the clock for both teams, and I hate to say it, but you mentioned that coveted map 6 that we might be seeing, and these teams look like a pretty solid, similar matchup on this one.
Definitely thinking that as well. Also thinking, like, such a smart play from Kindred to move over onto the Reinhardt, because Hitori on this Zarya, you're going to be able to use that shield so effectively, and Dreamland weren't really controlling a whole lot of the high grounds. We did have, like, the TP up from Alexander onto the high ground of the Sojourn, but mostly you're just going to win out those frontline duels when you swap over to this Reinhardt, and in overtime you're going to be able to just kind of swing your hammer around and hit anybody that is standing on the payload. So love that swap from Valentine. So smart. As we head into overtime, both teams finishing in overtime, so that means both teams are going to get 1 minute on the clock here to work with. It is going to be Dreamland on the attack first. 1 minute. Not really a whole lot of time to build up to any ultimates here, so a lot of these overtime fights are going to be about How can you get the initial picks and then follow through with that?
This is a
Looks like
leg up.
Dreamland might want to roll out with a dive to make that happen.
Let's just take a nice mental reset right now. It's 0-0, 1 minute on the clock this time though, so you are gonna need to be a little bit speedy, but it's like, okay, just take a breath, swap the sides-ish, kinda, yep. And so now you're saying, let's find what works for us, we know what did work, now let's just execute on that, right? Easier said than done, of course, but it is gonna take a hot second. Oh no, that's very low on a Kindred, is that, so somehow managed to get out of dodge. The TP helped them get out. But now, remember, Winston from his Tori, not a Zarya. In fact, that's going to be a lot of damage dealt over to Mage. And so you let that Zarya get up to high charge, it is not going to be easy for you to work with. You're going to need to wait it out just a little bit longer.
Alright, running out of time here. Dreamland trying to find an opening. Hitori has taken the high ground behind the point, but HP with this TP, I mean, Valentine is still going to be able to get some control on this high ground.
Oh no, don't let HP just fry you up and down, left and right, and well, Hitori will fall, so will Juno. Now you start to worry even more, especially as that right click goes the way of Kindred. You say, okay, well, Dreamland, you can chalk that one up. You're not going to be winning this map, that is for sure. Now, just a draw that you're hoping to salvage.
Yeah, this is so hard. It's so hard to try and fight for these draws. You'd really love to get a one tick on the point there, but what a great hold here from the side of Valentine. I think that still running this Zarya and Symmetra composition worked out great for them. You're not building up to those ultimates, but you're able to deny a lot of value that Dreamland is looking for in running that Winston, trying to take the space. You have the TP to just negate that, put the pressure onto the Winston, and I think that Dreamland came out on their attack trying to catch Valentine by surprise, but Valentine not really falling for it, not getting split up in those dives and just able to kind of play safe and hold the point. So now it's all on Dreamland, the defense, to try and stop Valentine from getting one tick, trying to find the draw here on King's Row.
This might be a little bit of recency bias, but dare I say that this map is a preview of a potential grand final some way? I mean, it would be tough for one of these teams to obviously climb back from the lower bracket, but is it because that they're just so evenly matched, or is this truly like the best two teams that we might have produced here in Calling All Heroes?
We have to wonder. It's so back and forth here. If we get a tie here on King's Row, I mean, that to me is saying that we're going the distance. Like, we're at least going to map 5, maybe map 6. All right, on the attack, Valentine making a little swap up for their attack here as well. You are still going to have the Symmetra, but now you have Kindred on this Junker Queen looking to force a fight on point, which is going to work out great because Satori's still on that Winston.
Yeah, quick movement's going to need to be the case here, and you can tell those teleporters really are the best way for Valentine to move around, and that's the first pick, which means you're going to need to find something to go in your favor. Kindred, remember, on this, I believe it is defensive side, I don't even know anymore. I think they're trying for the best. Dreamland hoping, and well, they're going to get so close, and they've got it. Valentine, they swap over to the attacking side, they take it in just a few moments, and there you go, 1-1 tied scoreline off the back of an insane hold.
Yeah, it was such a great hold, and then I think that the Junker Queen swap was so smart as well. We did kind of mention it coming into King's Row, like, oh, maybe Valentine will maybe want to play some Junker Queen. I think that holding it until the very end, super smart here, and they use those teleporters from H-Key just to perfection, really just ignoring all choke points altogether and taking all of the high ground for themselves. So super impressive stuff here, getting us all tied up 1-1.
Yeah, the way that these two teams piece apart the map, and they really just, I mean, the amount of set strats I wish I could say they ran, I wish I knew, because it feels like they're both on the fly with the teleporters, but also like somewhat predetermined, right? Because there's no way you draw up exactly that TP wall play. I mean, like, it's things like that where you're like, wow, the caliber of these teams truly is amazing. And so now that we are tied up at 1-1, it would be a shame to see that one go as a draw, because it feels like in order to balance out the scales, we need to have Valentine win that one back. So there you go. Completely even match. Now we can go into a third map with now Dreamland being the team to pick the map.
Now, Dreamland on the end of King's Row there, kind of moving Hitori over onto that Winston, saying to me that maybe they are looking to more kind of place and dive, maybe a little bit more comfortable on it. That is what got you the win over on Ilios. So now being in control of this map pick, I feel like of all of the compositions that you can kind of play, you know, dive, poke, brawl, I think that the maps that favor dive are oftentimes way more favored towards dive than any other composition. So if you really wanted to play that, having the map pick in your hands is probably stronger than even having the hero bands in your hands.
I mean, yeah, I think that's up for debate a little bit more than I think you're saying, but yeah, I think you still have to agree there. Definitely some problems being caused by the Zarya mirror, which it felt like Hitori was just kind of on the backside of, and not, I don't want to say it was necessarily their fault, but you definitely saw some things where you were like, okay, I see the vision, and it's just not getting executed properly. So yeah, it's a shame that maybe Dreamland don't get out with the win there, but at the same time, it's like, well, if it's that close, you're gonna need to display that you have that dominance and you are capable of besting the other team in a bit more convincing fashion, and I think King's Row might not have been the map to do it. It's now you've got other chances to do it with your map pick, like you mentioned.
Yeah, and map type as well, so potentially going back over to an escort map here. I think that if I am Dreamland, maybe taking us over to a push or a flashpoint might be a little bit more in your tempo, or you're going to flip back into that Ilios play style here. Not necessarily going to be as easy to run the dive, though. And also, I feel like I would be amiss if I didn't mention, you know, the hero bans, right? I think that the Freya hero ban was super strong from Valentine, but you're not going to be able to ban that out again. So that means that we're going to be able to have Mage just potentially go back over onto the Freya and just kind of destroy your roster all over again like we saw on Ilios. So it's as we move further and further into this series, it's like you have to be kind of careful about these hero bans because, you know, you're not going to be able to ban out that same hero twice.
Yeah, it definitely did feel like Mage was a bit uncomfortable on that Symmetra pick. It just, they weren't getting the value that they desired, or at least the same value that HQ was getting, because you could see every single one of those teleports had, a plan behind them, and it really did just have all of the support. It had everything work with them, and you saw them take the fights in very convincing fashion when they did win those fights. And, you know, you start looking towards Mages and you say, okay, well, yeah, the support was there, but it wasn't like the whole team was oriented around it. Definitely maybe one of those things where the ban hits you a bit too hard. And so I think going into this one, right, obviously, this one's going to be Escort as Circuit Royale. I'd be curious as to what the bans would be, because it's probably not going to be a ban on the DPS.
Ooh, okay, we are getting a little word here. We are baiting you with this Circuit Royale. Sorry, everybody. It is actually going to be Dorado here. So not everybody's favorite poke map. It's going to be Dorado, a little bit more kind of dive focused here. But the question still remains of what will Dreamland opt to ban out here? Especially like heading into Dorado is a lot more kind of... You have to expect that it's probably going to be a dive tank. You're probably going to play Winston. Do you want to take the, you know, the Diva or something like that out of the picture here for Valentine? I don't know.
Yeah, no, I think, yeah, that you make a valid point there. I think probably it would be that Diva, but, like, there's a part of me that is like, is there a Reaper ban coming?
Yeah. That's true. If you're trying to play this Winston, the Reaper can really be super scary, even if you're not playing that Reaper necessarily with the Zarya. But alas, it will be the Diva ban coming out, which is not only going to protect that Winston, it's also going to ban out that Diva for the side of Valentine, and force Kindred onto something a little bit more different, as it's going to be the Ana ban in response here from Valentine.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they are just feeling confident in the Winston mirror, which could be validly so. I mean, obviously, right, you popped the Winston pick earlier on your attacking side. I don't think you quite got enough value as much as you were hoping for, but it's like, okay, you can tell one team's maybe a bit more comfortable with that Winston, and so the mirror would probably go in their favor. Of course, that's confidence-wise that we're saying that, but Dorado, such a silly little map, right? Of course, you take that first point and you get under that first choke. That's where the big high ground is, and it's like 2 maps in one, right? You really say, okay, there's that section, and then there's like the big middle where there's bridges up top and another bridge under below, and you're like, okay, and then there's that final segment, and you're like, what? Why? Huh? Is there a wrecking ball here? Like, there could be so many different ways to play this map, and so we are talking about maybe the most common spots to think of, but again, you give Valentine a chance to maybe play in one of their grooves and one of their select comps that they really feel good holding with, you could spell or could wake up something you don't want to have to deal with.
I'm thinking this as well. So heading into Dorado, this is going to be interesting to see the composition that comes out for Valentine. Already pretty much sure that we're going to see Winston from the side of Dreamland, but you never know, they could surprise us a little bit. I think as well, good opportunity to play that Freya now. Again, if you're Dreamland, she's going to be back in the mix here. Dorado having all of this high ground and some really nice long sight lines as well. I think that that could work really well for Mage. Now, if Valentine still wants to run H-Key on the Symmetra, maybe a possibility. You know, you can use that to get up to the high grounds, especially if you do end up kind of more on this brawl composition. Maybe you want to play Azaria on Dorado. Maybe you're feeling that. But I think having H-Key over onto the Genji or the Echo could be really nice here, and if Valentine are comfortable going in for a dive composition up there.
I'm excited. I'm just waiting in anticipation at this point. Like, we've laid out the stakes, we know what everybody could do, and now it's just about what decision do they make, right? Valentine, obviously, for those who maybe weren't here for it before, making their return here with this particular roster. Dreamland have been kind of consistent throughout all here. Valentine qualifying through the LCQ, if I'm not mistaken, and so you have a bit of a chance for both teams to make a statement here. Valentine to say that we are back and don't doubt the underdog. Dreamland to say we were at the top of the ranks consistently for a reason. Which storyline will reign supreme? That's for us to be finding out. Both Winstons out on the map, and I think that was the big question answered there.
Yeah, Kindred is gonna play the Winston here. With that Ana ban coming out, looking like the Lucio Kiriko backline for both of these teams. Valentine on the defense, having this Lucio, having Benevolence over on the Ashe as well. You're going to have a lot of control over this high ground. It's going to be hard for Dreamland to kind of find their way up here and displace this team between the boot from Bernice, Coach Gun from Benevolence. Dreamland are going to have to kind of find the angles here. Mage over on that Tracer, so having that Tracer for the side of Dreamland and not for Valentine, be a little bit more freedom for Mage to work with.
Let's see. What can be done to tip the scales in your favor this time? Of course, Alexander up in the high ground, waiting and actually getting stickied out of Oblivion. Be careful, that pulse, that Tesla cannon, could pulse in your direction and leave you back in that spawn room. Looks like that high ground will be at least taken or being fought for actively, but again, this is all just kind of a ruse, a bait, if you will, to make sure that players don't drop onto this point and hope for the best in terms of a brawl fight. Now, picks are going back and forth, but at the end of the day, we're still waiting for something to make that big kind of segment that says, hey, we're taking initiative in this fight, and maybe just the damage enough by Valentine could be getting them in the right direction, but at the same time, it's like the spawn points are farther away for them, so we're still kind of waiting to see what that key is.
All in all, Dreamland haven't really moved this payload too far forward, but Valentine are showing kind of a lot of respect for it. You don't want to get over-aggressive here. You do need to wait for the reinforcements to arrive, but now that Dreamland have pushed this payload just to kind of that archway, it would be hard for them to push it past this choke point. You really need to try and find an opening big to displace Valentine.
There we go. There's the picks. Valentine finds 2. It's going to be an absolute stop there. And Valentine, they wake up. I guess it was the support line that needed to do out the damage. It's very, very nicely done. And Valentine will hang on to this corner that they were slowly giving up. But Dreamland maybe stumbled a bit short there.
Yeah, this is a great setup again for Valentine. This is where you're trying to burn most of the time off of the clock. But Dreamland are pushing up some ultimates here. And Ebola ready to go. Just need to find kind of an opening for some big value in the rush.
Well, it is popped on out. Alexander will find the one. That'll be the Bola potentially used here in this scenario. But no, just shredding on out this Winston. Kindred gets a bit too antsy. And there you go. Dreamland found their way back into this one. It is going to be the Kitsune rush in response to the bomb. Very low on HP, but still managing to make it on out. Suzu burned as well, but all in good quality usage. It'll be the stall from Valentine. They will have a solid recontest. Dreamland have ults to match whatever fight might be next.
Yeah, that Primal Rage from Hitori could be the difference maker. She is going to pop it. Get very aggressive. Where's all the bees from Bernice?
Adaptive circuits
Maybe
engaged.
copy now, use onto the Kiriko. I don't know if that's exactly what they want to do, but maybe it is. You never know. This time, not going to be able to even get a Suzu out. Hitori still falls down nonetheless. HP backing on up. And it looks like when that dust settles, Valentine will be happy with positioning they still have gathered for themselves. All ults off the board here, so this is going to need to be either a quick fight, or farm up ults for Dreamland, or the opposite, and just win.
And Valentine, I think, have the upper hand in these kind of dry fights because you have the positional advantage here. Dreamland are kind of pushing into Valentine, you have this high ground. HD alone is able to put so much pressure on the Hitori. Benevolence, of course, it'll help as well.
Careful, and there's a headshot. Beautiful stuff from Benevolence. Very nicely done. Valentine, again, just cleaning up those picks when they need to, and like we said with Dreamland, they needed to make a quick fight, farm up the ults, but they don't really have the ults online yet, do they?
No, Valentine make that fight so quick, allow no damage to be done really from Dreamland at all, and now 10 seconds here. Dreamland are looking at an overtime push to try and get this first point.
This would be absurd if we could see a full bridge hold. That would be really nice, and well, there are the touches. That's the case. Now, we need to be the attackers that need to find something in their favor. Pulse Bomb coming up shortly. Of course, that is if Mage can live, or anyone can stay on the point. That is, and well, that's the second time we've seen that one today. Round one indeed complete, but certainly not at the fate that Dreamland was hoping for.
Oh my gosh, that is a really great hold here from Valentine on this Winston composition as well that we were maybe questioning a little bit. Basically no deaths on the side of Valentine. Everybody doing such a great job playing on that high ground, kiting back, giving space when they had to, but going for those fast re-engages so that Dreamland never really got cart progress for free. You can see the Benevolence didn't even die once, the Ashe staying alive the entire time, which means that you're just able to put up so much consistent damage from Valentine.
I think it's funny to me as well that Cinnabar never died a single time as well. Which is like, oh, what does that mean exactly? Now, it could mean a variety of things. It could mean that you C9 the final fight. Well, yep, we got checked there. But for the rest of them, it's like, okay, are you just using your front line a bit too far forward and they're getting punished for it? And I think that is also the case, right? Valentine, they're just dealing high amounts of damage, and at Dreamland, it feels like are sending in somebody and they're going for as much value as they can, and they end up falling short.
And Dreamland never really gained control of some of those high grounds. Valentine, every time after they want to fight, getting reset onto the high ground meant that Dreamland were just forced once again to commit all these cooldowns just to try and displace Valentine, and then Valentine are just backing up to the next high ground. Like, it's just been great disengages from Valentine to make sure that they're pretty much always a consistent pressure on Dreamland anytime they try to push this point. And on the defense here, Dreamland, Alexander's going to move over onto the Tracer, Mage over onto the Freya. Otherwise, very similar composition as their attack.
Jump onto the high ground, not going to get too much value, just force out some of those cooldowns. Kindred as well, spotting a player kind of low. It is the Tracer though, so can't chase that one too much. It'll be just that defensive jump to make sure that everybody is okay on their team. Of course, H-Key has been known to get so much value and really does create something out of nothing a lot of the time. Bernice, though, that's a big punish. Alexander will find that pick. Mage as well onto the Freya now. And this fight looks about done, although there is still that pressure on the points. They do get a lot of cart progress. It's still Valentine just hoping and waiting to get themselves into that fight where they can push things across the finish line and also just dominate in the team fight.
I feel like when the victory line is so close that Valentine can almost just go for, like, hold all your ults and then push in. Finding the pick on the Cinnabar, great way to start things out here. Dreamland do really have this hold up on the response, but oh, it's all falling apart.
I was gonna say, you might not even need to get to that ult situation. There you go. Valentine now, after that winning King's Row, and now a win here, meaning 2-1 for the underdog, in quotes, we'll say. But keep that in mind. Valentine coming on back. Benevolence, by the way, as much as we haven't said their name too much, I feel like has really been popping off. These shots have been crispy. They're always there for that final blow onto the key player that they need to, and it really just is a massive display of high skill.
Yeah, absolutely. They have looked so impressive on the Ashe, and I think that, especially on Dorado, they really got to shine a little bit more than on King's Row because they were doing a great job kind of controlling these high grounds. And I mentioned it, Dreamland just had a hard time kind of pushing onto the high ground to try and deny some of this space, so it meant that Benevolence oftentimes was more or less kind of uncontested on that Ashe and just hitting all their shots.
Right, you let them have some free range, and that's exactly what they're going to take away from you. Now, oh boy, this series is a doozy. Like, it's been, what, 3 maps? We've had map 2 attempt to be a draw, it felt like. I mean, this could have very, I guess, easily been a 3-0 if we saw maybe Valentine wake up in the first one. I mean, we really don't know how to posture this, because on the one hand, it's like, okay, Valentine are doing everything that they need to, and on the other side, it's like, well, now what do we do to kind of improve back to the form that we were in before, because we had the map choice and we let it fall short? It's so many questions.
Right, and the map that Dreamland took us to was very similar shades of Ilios, where they did really fantastic, taking, 2-1. It was still very close, but you put yourself back in this position where you can play that Winston composition, but all of a sudden, I mean, is it the backline? You weren't able to play the Ana, so like the Ana Brig wasn't really working for you? Like, is that what was kind of like make or break this dive composition for Dreamland? It's kind of hard to say, because I think that, it still looked good on the Winston, but I think that Lucio Kiriko, it plays very, very differently than that Ana Brig backline, so you need to make a pretty significant adjustment, right? You don't have this stagnant backline going for the anti-nades. It's much more fluid.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even just the chances that these teams have had to close out these maps and or, certain team fights, and then just being completely knocked away by a certain player, whether it's a Symmetra wall in your face, whether it is somebody else that's just stepping up constantly. There's so many different things that you need to think about all the time, and it can be a bit mentally taxing to play, to say the least. So we'll give the players a break. I guess we'll give ourselves a break as well. And when we return, we will have the conclusion of this series. Don't go too far. You're not going to want to miss how this one ends. We'll see you in just a bit. Dreamland versus Valentine. And no, you are not dreaming. No, we are not having two teams that are completely in sync with each other. No, they are battling every single map. Somehow, some way, they just keep pushing things to the limit. 2-1 in the first, 4-3 in the second, and of course the 1-0 in the end. But still, everything so close. The leader in this one right now, Valentine, up 2 maps to 1. The underdog, 7 seed over 2 seed right now. Keep that in mind, right?
Yeah, and I mean, Dorado, definitely not as close as maps 1 and 2. So really feels like Valentine is kind of picking up speed right now, kind of adjusting really well, getting some bans out that have maybe been kind of impactful here for Dreamland, taking Dreamland on their map pick, meaning Dreamland will once again get a map pick ready to go here for map number 4, potentially their last map of the series, and there's only 2 options of map modes left. Looks like we are going to be going into Runasapi for that map number 4.
This is an interesting pick to me. I don't know why, we don't see a lot of Runasapi a lot of the time, and now you're like, okay, what are we thinking in terms of these bans? Because this is a completely different map to everything that we've seen, right? You could go for the Winston dive, it would be alright, right? I mean, there's still a lot of open sight lines, so you're thinking probably something like a Freya, a Soldier, and things like that. But on the other hand, you're like, okay, well now what do we ban? Because if one of the teams is going to ban one of those major DPS, you're going to have somebody else that wants to get rid of something. So is it Valentine that wants to ban the Winston, or that? Is it a longer range thing? And the Dreamland ban onto the Symmetra, I think, is a bit interesting for me. I'm not quite sure about that one, but hey, maybe they're cooking.
Might be cooking. I don't know. Runasapi, it has the long sightline, so you can use that Symmetra TP to just kind of find your way around the map without taking a whole lot of long range damage. But then on the same side of the coin, it's a long range map, so Symmetra's gonna have a little bit of a harder time kind of really getting value. You're forcing fights just basically on the bot if you're playing these sim compositions, so I don't necessarily expect we see the sim here on Runasapi, but it could also maybe be like a protect ban onto the DPS here, as that is gonna be okay. Zarya ban coming out here for Valentine.
Yeah, I think you were right on the protect ban of maybe just not wanting to ban either Genji or some sort of tracer or something that they're planning on running. But the Zarya ban, I think, is reasonable in the sense of you're banning a beam character so HP can play Genji, would be my guess. But at the same time, right, Winston could very well still be the case. I mean, you can still see a Diva, which, you know, it's not a beam character, but has that similar effect of dive, and so you're like, okay, what exactly are we going for here? Either way, this one's going to be a big shakeup into everything that we've been seeing. Runasapi, just a whole different feel to it. These big open sightlines will brighten up your day, shall we say.
I certainly hope so. Lots to be seen here on Runasapi. Beautiful map, beautiful sightlines, and that will be coming through. I'm expecting we could actually see the Diva make a reappearance here for Kindred as well. Banning out that Zarya gonna kind of open things up, not only for the Genji, but also for that Diva. And I think that some of the fights that Valentine were kind of struggling with is when you weren't really able to get necessarily the full value from that Diva. If you get kind of, you know, demeched early on, you can't really stay in those fights for too long. So I think that that could definitely be an option here. I'm also thinking that we're gonna get to see some really impressive plays from all the DPS heroes here, because as we mentioned, long sight lines, and almost all of the DPS, you know, Mage and Benevolence, kind of more opting for these longer range, the Ashe, the Freya, all of which are gonna be available here on Runasapi.
Give me a wrecking ball. You
Yeah.
know, we saw it earlier. I'm totally down for it, or even, dare I say, a Bastion. Okay, we're probably not going to see that one. Maybe that's a bit too far-fetched, but I do think that obviously high mobility has been such a prominent thing in this game for a long time, so valued, and so that's why you're seeing, right, Genji, Tracer, even Symmetra, things like that, Diva. It really is, the faster you are, the faster you can take these fights, and the more you can kind of corral your opponents into fights that you want them to take. And so Valentine, although this is not their map pick, I mean, we have to imagine they're going to be cooking something up here for this one. It's Dreamland. This is theirs, it feels like, to both win and lose at the same time.
Yeah, their map pick, definitely feeling comfortable on it, but you have to win this now if you're Dreamland, or Valentine is going to take 3-1 here, as we see, you know, the heroes being selected here, doors still closed. Valentine are hovering Kindred over on this Junker Queen. I do think that this would also make sense playing into that Zarya ban. The Zarya bubble is going to negate a lot of that damage that is done by Kindred on this Junker Queen, and then in the same breath, H-Key over on this Genji. So looking like a pretty good composition for Valentine. Dreamland though, Hitori over on this Ramatra, and Mage is going to be rolling out on this Venture, so it's a lot of frontline damage here for Dreamland. If they can just kind of survive the initial engage from Kindred on this Junker Queen, take a longer fight, that is when Mage and Hitori are really going to be able to rip Valentine apart.
Well, we finally got to see the HP Genji. It's only a matter of time, but we get there in the end, and, well, that'll be a quick pick. It wasn't responded in terms of the heals, and so Kindred find the first with the big old slash of the axe. That time, it will be Valentine capitalizing on the bot, and now pushing it ever so quickly and slowly at the same time forward. It feels agonizing, you know, when you're just all there and you're like, oh, okay, we're step.
Oh, just watching the robot take tiny little steps forward. That was the fight that Valentine needed to take. It was fast. They got the initial pick. They forced Dreamland back, but now Dreamland on the engagement here, and they found a little bit of a split in Valentine.
Age on this venture, I do actually quite like. There can be a punish on it, this player with these long sight lines, but you know, around these bends, that's where you're really gonna succeed. Ooh, the stun out of the cooldown, by the way. You saw them start to head their way down. Unfortunately, that gets canceled, so big plays being made. HK, of course, just hanging around on this bot, making sure it gets pushed on forward as well, just waiting for that opportunity for somebody to maybe dash on in on that. That was a suspicious one. You thought maybe they would flop forward, but no, instead, oh, it's going to be a slash around the corner. Nope, not quite yet. Kindred, though, feeling very squeaky clean on this Junker Queen, because let's be real, that's a lot of damage you can output in those quick moments. Mage out of the Genji now, not sure when this happened, but it is going to be Dreamland to take the upper hand now. That's a first pick onto H-Key, that's a Kitsune rush, and this should be the fight cleaned up.
Yeah, that's Dreamland. Good timing on that Kitsune rush. A lot of cooldowns already used by Valentine there. You didn't have the shout, you didn't have the amp, so you used that Kitsune rush and you just absolutely flood forward. Gonna be in control of the bot now, and you're gonna have this Annihilation from Hitori ready to go. Overclock from Alexander as well, if she can just kind of find an angle here. But it's so hard to kind of control this because Benevolence, they are just like on the hunt, shutting down anybody from Dreamland that's trying to get a flank.
See how this one goes. Kitsune rush in by Valentine, and that will be to mainly just overtake the spot, take it on back. Of course, that will be a disengage for Dreamland, but now they're going to re-engage at some point. It will be into a Pico, and Kindred will punish you down for it. H-Key with one Dragon Blade of their own, eating Benevolence's Deadeye, and eventually the pick should come through. The question is for which side. It looks like it should be for Valentine, but Cinnabar finds two. Not sure how that quite happened. Make that three! When's the last time you saw Lucio 3K in Final Blows? That I couldn't really tell you.
And not environmental kills either. She is just taking those final blows as is, and this is going to be Dreamland picking up the lead here, pushing towards that first checkpoint. Oh, a big ult fight from both of these teams. So we are going to have the Rampage ready to go from Kindred. HK over onto the Mei off of that Genji now, so looking to kind of get these splits in. It's going to be a little bit tricky. You really want to just be looking for kind of the immediate kill on, which is why you're pairing it with this Junker Queen, because there's so much open space in this map that you're not going to be able to entirely split them out.
Yeah, I'm worried with Kindred here. Like, as much as they can do a lot of that damage, it's going to be tough for them to really support everyone else on their team. And that's going to be the Suzu to cancel out anyone if they were tagged out by that Rampage. But now, when's the last time you saw a stagger onto a Junker Queen? That one I also couldn't tell you. And Kindred falls down just a bit short. Valentine on the back foot very heavily now.
Yeah, and there's more staggers coming out. It is going to be a late kill on to AJMR and on the Benevolence. They will get the same wave spam, so at least Valentine have that going for them. But now some swaps coming through, and that means you're going to be way way down in the ult economy if you're Valentine. Kindred gonna match on this Ramatra, Benevolence gonna match on this Sojourn now. So Dreamland have the tools to work with to win this next fight. This Kitsune Rush plus Blade combo just waiting to be released.
My gift to you.
Curious to see what this engage is going to be like from Valentine, obviously, right? They do want to get themselves propelled in the other direction. Instead, it is just a speed up into the own spawn of their own. Dreamland, very, very happy with the ults, just to use the one here and almost, dare I say, look closer towards a full cap and a push map.
Yeah, it's approaching its destination here for Dreamland, and bunch of ults to work with here. Valentine need to try and make big use of this Kitsune Rush. You need to make sure that Dreamland can't fight out of this. That's what they've been doing.
The Annihilation popped on this time. Big beat by Cinnabar there. You saw so many low HP bars, and now said that overhealth gives them that extra chance to bounce back in. Unfortunately, though, is not enough, right? Valentine actually hold on strong. They wait out the overhealth. They make sure they can grab the picks, and HQ maybe kicked out of their ice block a bit. Oh, I'm sorry, what? I didn't even see anyone on my screen there.
Oh, HQ finding these picks, the right clicks from the Mei, absolutely deadly. Valentine back in control here thanks to some fantastic support ult usage. AJMR really finding a great angle with that Kitsune Rush, and then the wall also from HQ. Just making sure that nobody from Dreamland was going to be getting out of that. Now you have the Blizzard ready to go, trying to get back in control of this bot, but Dreamland, everybody is here to put a contest as soon as the bot gets to this barrier.
Remember, Kindred on that Ramatra coming up to the Annihilation. You're expecting to see it pop relatively soon, of course, maybe in response to something. Maybe you can see an opportunity, but I like this a little bit better just because they are able to support their team just a bit more. It'll be the Nemesis form popped, and oh, yes, swing and a miss there. That one, unfortunately, not going to go how you expected to. Kindred, big 3K with the Annihilation. And this Valentine team are not going to give up that easy. They're going to get this next checkpoint. Of course, there will be a bit of stall time, but Dreamland, they're 127 meters. It was a lot. It's not something that Valentine are going to completely give up on trying to claim back for themselves.
No, definitely not unreachable here. Valentine still have both these DPS ultimates as well. You can essentially just let Dreamland kind of push in here and then use this overclock from Benevolence. HP still having this Blizzard as well. Super impactful, but now having the little and Dreamland having this pick on a Bernice. Pretty good.
There's Benevolence to bounce right on back. Asking you shall receive. One of them will always step up in the end. Benevolence with 3, maybe? Let's see it. Oh. They fall off the map? Nope, they didn't. And now they're gone. Okay, well, they're back to the spawn room regardless. Either way, still going to be the picks going the way of Valentine. You'd have to imagine in terms of the numbers, but everyone actually quite back really, really fast. That's going to be oop towards the edge. The mantra not quite falling off, but these chances for Benevolence are so close to being converted on. The angle just a bit too far away from them. 32 HP, a dream, and it will not be answered. Instead, it will be a nightmare for them. Dreamland continuing on forward. Alexander, a big fight from them. And now, once again, you get that bot forward, moving in the correct direction for yourselves.
Oh, pulling your team back into things with that overclock. Dreamland do still hold on to the beat. And maybe want that for this Annihilation from Kindred that is coming online. We saw Kindred use that in response to the Blade from Mage before, but Mage has not been able to build up to that Blade once again. Not sure if Valentine are aware of that, but that is an opportunity to potentially open the fight with this Annihilation instead of trying to move that in response.
I love how this matchup between these two teams is so nail-biting every which way, but that's a little costly, right? You see the bot actually making its way across the checkpoint, so if these spawns are needed, Valentine should still be able to respawn and have a solid fight a little bit further forward. Dreamland, of course, gonna win this fight. Looks pretty dang clean. I believe everyone got that spawn except maybe Bernice? Oh no, Bernice, the one character that can speed back really fast, got the further spawn. Oh no.
Bernice is gonna have the sound barrier. Actually will get the forward spawn just in time there. So Valentine in a good spot to recontest this as 5. Now potentially looking to go in with this Annihilation or the beat. We saw the aggressive beat from Cinnabar worked out well for Dreamland here, but you have to be aware, Valentine, that Mage is now coming up to this Blade. So you need to have something in response to whether it's the beat or the Annihilation.
Be very careful there. Somebody's gonna need to make a move on your team. Valentine, who is it gonna be? It'll be the beat out early here along with the Annihilation. Ultim fight incoming, and it will be Kindred to strike first. Of course, very low on HP. They'll try and pick and choose their punches and their battles, and eventually Mage will go down. Bernice with 2, Benevolence with 1, and then make that 2 for them as well. And again, these fights going blow for blow, ultim for ultim, but if that is the current trend, Dreamland will just wait until this 20 seconds is up, and then proceed to pop the 4.5 ults that they have right now.
Yeah, this next fight is looking really dicey for Valentine. You need to be able to either disengage from this continuing rush from Juno or match it and just somehow get a better value.
Well, HT's gonna go and hope for the best. Unfortunately, they made a real gunshot straight to the base right off the rip, and they're trying their best, but they will not succeed. And that should spell a quick and easy final fight. Dreamland, they tie us up at 2. And well, it looked like both teams really had a chance to take in that map. Dreamland, when they got out to that 127, it was all history from there. One final map to settle this one. Guaranteed it ends in 5. Let's see it. I'm excited.
Map number 5, neither of us predicting that we would get to go all the way, but super excited that we will get to go to the tiebreaker map. The Ramatra mirror coming out in the favor of Dreamland there, and definitely making sense why they wanted to take us over to Runasapi. Hattori did look really fantastic on that Ramatra.
Yeah, my bad. I was not familiar with your game. My bad. I get it. I get it now. Yeah. Ain't no way I would have held a candle in that lobby, by the way. Yeah, 2 maps to one side of Valentine, 2 maps now to Dreamland, and now you say, alright, what are we cooking up in the end? I guess you can look at it with Dreamland having momentum to go into the final map, which is always nice. On the other side, Valentine, they have the quote advantage with the map pick, the map type, the bans, all that good stuff. So, who's really trending upward here? Like, who really has the upper hand in this final map? I think it's pretty dead even, and I hate to say that, you know, looking at dead even scores, but like, it's true.
I agree. I mean, Valentine being in control of the map pick, because we're on this 5th map, you only have 1 map type to choose from. We have to go to a Flashpoint map for this last map, which leaves either New Junk City or Surabasa, the 2 Flashpoint maps in our pool. And have to be so, I don't know, I think that if Dreamland are able to play this Ramatra composition again on either of these Flashpoint types, maps, I think that they'll have the upper hand here. So I'm thinking that maybe if I'm Valentine, I don't know, maybe I want to ban out the Ramatra, but it's tough because I don't know what, we couldn't really play dive on New Junk City. So I think that if you ban out the Ramatra, that might put Dreamland in an awkward spot, but no, okay. Going for the Venture ban, especially on New Junk City, oh, I do think that's a good one as well.
Dare I say we see a Junker Queen ban?
Maybe.
Like,
Maybe. I don't know. Dreamland did manage to force Valentine off of that Junker Queen fairly quickly, I believe, and kind of forcing this. I think that if you have the Ram versus the Junker Queen, I don't know. I think that the Ramatra's probably going to come out on top. Maybe not as easily without that Venture, though. You'd have to sub in like a Reaper or something.
See, and that's the problem, is we say, we think this is the case, we think this is the case, and guess what? We thought it was 4 maps, too.
Yeah.
So, we're heading to 5. Anything that we've said, you know, take with a grain of salt, because, again, we're trying our best to predict what's going to happen here, and then these teams are just showing up, giving us phenomenal content and competitive displays. It really is amazing to see what exactly these teams are whipping up for us, and now, of course, we can get the final piece to the puzzle here if Dreamland do finally ban out one character. What's it gonna be? I just don't know. I'm waiting in anguish. What's gonna happen?
We know that it's not going to be a DPS. We know that it's going to have to be a tank or a support. The support lines for both of these teams have been pretty similar. Like, we've been running the Lucio Kiriko for both teams, so I don't anticipate that we're going to see support ban come out. So Dreamland right now need to kind of think about the tanks. They aren't going to be able to ban out the Ramatra. Not that I necessarily think they were getting the worst of that, but they have already used that Ram ban in map 2. So
then you have to think about the tanks that you're expecting to see here on New Junk City, and typically is going to be more brawl style. You can potentially play the Wrecking Ball, but we haven't seen that from Valentine, so I'm not expecting that that's going to be it. It is going to be that Junker Queen fan coming out, essentially forcing us into this Ram duel once again, I think.
Why is it that every time I think I know nothing, they give me a little bit back just to say, no, we'll tease you, we know you know something. And it's like, okay, well, I guess I get the Junker Queen ban right, but other than that, I couldn't tell you where that's gonna go past it. I mean, yeah, we said it's probably the Ramatra Mirror, but New Junk City, you never know what happens out there in the fray. It could very well be even a Zarya, if you want to go that route, but I'm just excited to see how this one shakes up, because Venture has been really, really potent a lot today, and then as well, Junker Queen, kind of a comfortability pick for Kindred, now not an available option. So I'm excited. I'm excited to see how this one shapes up. Obviously, I think with this being map 5 in a big series, you're talking about chances for people to even let the nerves get involved, dare I say, and like actually have moments where they aren't as comfortable, they make a decision that goes a little bit awry, something of that sort that these teams might want back.
Ready for battle.
Alright, heading into New Junk City. Both teams fairly locked in. I'm expecting that these are probably the compositions that we're gonna end up seeing here. No more trolling the casters, knock on wood. But I think that, yeah, HK and Mage could very well stick on the Symmetra. So there is a chance that it's just to kind of get the TP out of spawn to get a little bit of space, and then potentially over onto the Mei. But whatever you swap onto, you're probably going to want something that's in the front line, able to kind of support your Ramatras here, as it is going to be the TP out. It is going to be both players sticking on that Symmetra. Everybody just making a beeline towards this first choke point. I like Benevolence getting a little bit of an angle here, as we're probably going to be seeing a little bit of break around Rosie here on the first point.
I'm down for it. I'm down for it, absolutely. I mean, I know HK, I have to expect big things from them, as we've just seen how they are capable of using these teleporters so ridiculously well in some way, shape, or form, always finding the opener. And here it'll be Mage fall a bit short here. That mirror maybe favoring Valentine just a bit more. 2 picks already, and now you're saying maybe there's a world where Valentine take this first point, or at least the first cap. It looks set in stone. That'll be, yep, indeed, Valentine winning out this first fight, and now Dreamland on the back foot in a match that is, you know, them as the 2nd seed, don't forget.
That's right. Looking at the difference in these compositions being the Cassidy versus the Sojourn, the Cassidy is going to have more immediate value. You're going to be able to put out more consistent damage than the Sojourn, but if Alexander has time to build up these railguns, she's going to be able to have that one-shot potential to take somebody out.
Oh my gosh, HK just comes in flying. Not even at a level 2 beam or anything. I think it's just off the back of Kindred's fists that they end up taking the fight victoriously. One more body shot, there you go. Benevolence still doing Benevolence things. And again, it's not like, oh my gosh, they're frontlining and they're popping off. It's, no, they're off-angling and they're popping off. And it's not always on screen, but they are putting the work. Don't you forget that.
Yeah, even just like forcing out cooldowns and forcing out resources from Dreamland and Benevolence, they've already built up to this Deadeye. It is Valentine holding quite close here. HK has just been able to build up so much charge on the Sim. You want to try and keep as little distance as possible, but Dreamland looking for a rotation. Nice little TP in to avoid these choke points.
See, that's going to be Deadeye. The railgun missing, I believe that was, in speed around the corner. Let's see what they can get. Nope, just around the barrier. The corner is going to be favoring Dreamland, at least in that case and scenario. But Benevolence, once again, the first to strike now. Wall on out, over health galore. Annihilation on the point, but Kindred will run out of it eventually. So all the ults are popped, but it looks like Valentine are going to be the ones that have to reset here. It's Dreamland to make a nice fight for themselves, and they will be very happy with that result as they stay alive in that first Flashpoint.
Yeah, exactly. A nice little rotation in. I like the use of the TP from Mage to find Dreamland a little bit more space to work with, and that's exactly what you need to be doing coming into these fights. If you're not the one on the defense,
You'd use that TP in and then use the speed to kind of find your way around. It's all about rotations with these Symmetras. It is going to be Valentine looking to come back into this. They're pushing on the far end here. Not a very common kind of entryway into this first point. You do have this Kitsune Rush ready to go. And you're going to have this Photon Barrier from HP as well. So good option here to kind of just dump and bomb.
Well, that was a big first pick. Benevolence finds that one before the beat goes down, and now make that a second as Juno, again, a Kiriko, is also going to fall a bit short now. Alexander not going to pop that overclock. Doesn't feel like it's worth it. Might not have the confidence to go forward with the angle they had, with the amount of resources still available. And with that being said, it looks like this first Flashpoint is indeed over. Valentine will take that one, and again, every single fight, very hard fought by both sides. Valentine still maintaining that momentum from the previous few maps. I can't say the previous map, but, you know, before.
That's right. Heading over here, aggressive TP in from Valentine. They want to win this fight out before the Ducks even unlock, and he Sim turret set up on the doorway.
Yeah, you just ran into a micro-ray, bro. Yeah, that's gonna hurt a lot. That's 3 turrets and a Symmetra and a whole bunch of other people shooting at you. I mean, just every time. Valentine, I would say, honestly, out of all of them, they were gifted this first fight win. Hate to say it.
It definitely had the tempo going in their favor. I think if you're running this Cassidy as Valentine, you need to be looking for that. You need to be looking to get aggressive. You can't allow Dreamland to get any space for Alexander to work with. You need to shove her down before she kind of really starts to build up those railguns and really pop off. Dreamland looking for an angle in now. You do have the Kitsune Rush, and Alexander has this overclock. You need to create the space first. So I like this push onto the high ground, trying to displace Valentine so that you can get some value from the
There we go. Kitsune Rush combined with the overclock, and then Benevolence just squeaking their way on down. Unfortunately, is not going to be able to find anything with that, but Benevolence actually falls short. That's an unfortunate pick there, but it goes the way of Dreamland nonetheless, and they should find themselves doing pretty well. I mean, it's 70% on the point, don't get me wrong, for Valentine, but Dreamland, if they need to go in any which way, they're going to use 2 ults. What was it? Maybe Kindred used theirs there? I wasn't quite sure. And at the end of the day, they take the fight and they make sure that this doesn't get too out of hand.
That's right, stopping some of the bleeding here. I like that rotation from Dreamland. Go all the way around, you force yourself up onto the high ground, and then when Valentine has Benevolence drop, that's when you find the split, and Dreamland collapsing onto that castle very effectively.
This is a whole lot of everything happening. This gives me flashbacks to King's Row with the walls intersecting, but now here we go. Just keep moving away that high charge, and buff from that wall not going to be used in effect. Kindred goes down to their counterpart of Vittori, but at the end of the day, still looks like Vittori will reign supreme in this particular fight. Yep, sure. Yep, okay, I was going to say, Benevolence is just, you know, the last one alive. Just, you know, don't worry, guys, they'll take down the TP for us.
Oh, all right. Well, Valentine looking to come back into this last fight here on the Ducks. It started off strong. Nice little pick onto Alexander. Beat as well, keeping them in this Flashpoint.
Early movement up towards that high ground. Almost a flip. There's the flip. And that's going to be, I would say, relatively costly for Dreamland. They go for a rotation around. They don't quite have the ultimate. It was just to dodge, of course, the overhealth from the beat, but letting Kindred almost farm up into this ultimate that they want to use once again, and if that does manage to get out, you're gonna be in a world of hurt. There's the beat, there's the farm on up. Cinnabar feeling happy about that one, and no annihilation, not gonna be used in this one. It will just be the Kitsune Rush out from Juno as well, the flip on out. This should be good. Don't need to go anything else, do anything crazy. Would just be Dreamland up now to their first Flashpoint. Back and forth was the series. Back and forth goes this map.
I expect nothing less from these two teams. It is going to be a short little walk here for Dreamland to find their way over on to Refinery, but members of Valentine actually already got themselves set up here, and with Benevolence having this Deadeye ready to go, it's going to make it hard for Dreamland to kind of push in here. They're just going to be able to kind of zone everyone out, and then if you do make it onto the point, then you're going to be facing down that annihilation here from Kindred. It's going to be the Deadeye as the point unlocks.
Oh my gosh, what is happening out here? We got a Peacekeeper TPing on through, and somehow Valentine end up on top, at least for the first 2 kills. That is Mage. Be slicing and dicing their way through damage and gets their counterpart of HK. Alexander as well, finding 2. But again, we need that consistency spread through the entirety of the rest of your team. Kindred going for a gamble play. It does not work out for them. And so the cleanup is actually on the side of Dreamland. Keep your eyes peeled, guys, because that decision could be what loses them this point, or, you know, could have been something that would have won them the fight.
It's all about the snowball effect here. Dreamland winning that fight. Hattori's able to build up the Annihilation. Mage has the Photon Barrier as well. Now, HT does have it ready to go as well. We've seen these Sims pull out the Photon Barriers at the same time, so I'm expecting that's probably what we're going to have here. So the difference maker probably going to be that Annihilation from Hattori.
There's both the voice lines. You can tell that was the case, but it looks like the Valentine wall is slightly better than the Dreamlands, just in the sense of the amount of space that they're being allowed to gather. However, they'll punish goes onto Alexander first, and then Hattori. So those are those big 2 factors that you're constantly looking at in every fight to make sure that damage gets output. Those are both removed, and now the rest will follow in suit. It'll be Valentine to finally get themselves the point back, but again, 82%, and actually the ult cycle is almost even now at this point.
Yeah, now having Juno with this Kitsune Rush kind of advantage is pretty good here for Dreamland, especially where you just need to really win one more fight. You're at 82% here. You can play a little bit slower here, build up this lead, build up this Kitsune Rush, and then try and engage with it. But Benevolence has built up the Deadeye again. We saw the quirky little TP strat before, but you don't necessarily need to go for that. You just need to buy time.
Expecting one of these support ultimates to come out first, and it is going to be actually everybody at the same time. A big Peacekeeper shot out by the High Noon. It's just that everyone had over health. Oh my gosh, Cinnabar going in for a dive of their own, and they do get punished for it, but Ramatra running at you menacingly, as Alexander will choose the opposite way to go instead. And yeah, Kindred just going to be stuck here and eventually will fall on down. Of course, they'll have their own Annihilation, but this point should be done and dusted. Dreamland up to now 2 of these flashpoints, needing just 1 more to secure themselves not only the map, but the series.
Being very down to the wire here. Excellent pick onto Benevolence as well. This means that Dreamland is going to be able to find themselves onto this point first. We head over to Bomb Flats. You have this overclock from Alexander ready to go, but Kindred having this Annihilation is pretty big if you can just kind of find your way onto this point. Benevolence is going to swap off the capacity now, so as we move on to these kind of more wide open flashpoints, you're going to want to have a little bit more control over these angles, so I like to swap over to the Fortune.
This ends now.
Some of these ults going to be popping through here. It's going to be Dreamland first, Alexander, and that will find at least the first. Annihilation, don't forget, still in the mix though, but Alexander lives it on out. This could be that key fight, and it indeed is. Dreamland with 4 big picks off the rip, 3 from Alexander. And it feels like the cycle has always been Valentine capture first, then Dreamland respond back with their ult dump, and then it keeps going ult dump for ult dump. But now Dreamland has won the first fight. Valentine cannot repeat the cycle.
No, Alexander had really come alive on that overclock. Massive value here for Dreamland, as we are going to see Kindred swap over on to the Zarya here. So looking to build up some charge. The Graviton Surge potentially fight-winning ultimate, but you've reset the kind of the ult cycle now. So you've got a long way to go if you're Valentine, and we can see that Mage is looking to use this Photon Barrier to make it that much harder for Valentine to take a fight on it.
There you go. The wall going to be placed on out. A big microwave once more will ensue, and it'll be Mage that is out supreme with the rest of their team. Dreamland cleaning up. Kindred takes themselves out, says, no, you're not doing it. I'll do it myself. Thank you very much. And Valentine falling short once again. They're going to need a hard recontest. And yeah, that swap on the Zarya quickly goes away.
You need something with mobility here. This is the last fight, potentially. Dreamland have this Kitsune Rush and the Annihilation here. Valentine is going to have a very scrappy fight on point.
Yeah, especially with this wall in the mix, you really just want to jiggle around and make sure you can stagger touch, but it's not going to be given to you. Dreamland decided to wake up from their slumber only to dish out a nightmare back to Valentine, and finally the series is over. Not that I'm relieved, but that finally we get to answer all these questions about what we were asking. Dreamland truly is the one to take this matchup, and the favorite will reign supreme yet again.
so close though. Dreamland had to fight so hard for this. I think that when it came down to it, kind of having these fight-winning ultimates ready to go and getting so much value from it. Alexander had fantastic overclocks, not just in this little play of the game, but all throughout New Junk City. And then, you know, finishing up the last fight with an Annihilation and a Kitsune Rush, there's just nothing that Valentine could do to try and pull that one back.
I didn't know that's exactly what happened with that 3K in real time, that play of the game, by the way. I'm absurdly astonished. I cannot believe they just... It felt like they locked on to every single, like, click that was in that ult. It really just was a great display of skill and raw aim when it comes down to it, and that's why you put the players on the DPS role that are on the DPS role, because they can do those sorts of things. So very well done to them. I mean, GG's to both sides, right? Obviously, Valentine coming in as that 7th seed, the second from the LCQ. They come in relatively late. They haven't been playing together all year, but they still make it, I mean, make it that quality of game. Let's be real. That was absolute cinema.
Was absolute cinema. Very, very competitive. And this does mean that Dreamland will advance on to that next round of the upper bracket, the winners semi-final. Unfortunately for Valentine, gonna have to go down to that lower bracket, but they still have a chance to fight through things here. And I think with the showing that they put up, definitely a strong contender to find their way through that bracket.
Absolutely, and like we always do it, with this being the 3rd completed match, we will take a quick break, and afterwards we will hopefully get you an interview with somebody from the winning team. If not, we'll just keep on going with these games, so stay tuned. You won't want to miss it. The day is certainly not over yet, and you gotta finish out this first round of the upper bracket matches, so stay tuned. We'll have more content coming for you in just a bit. Well, we did it. We made it to the end of the series, but guess what? We still got one more. Before we do that, however, we do have an interview, and before we get to that, of course, let's reflect on what we just saw. 3-2 scoreline. Rain. My brain is fried. Take it away.
Oh my god, it's so close. And, I feel like there were moments there where it really, really did look like Valentine were going to run away with it. I mean, Dorado, like a full hold, you get 1-0 over Dreamland? Like, how do we come back from that? Well, Dreamland make it happen and make the adjustments, find their way over to the Ramatra composition for map 4 and map 5, and I think that is where they really started to kind of find their groove here. Dory looked fantastic on the Winston, but I think just overall, the team was doing a little bit more kind of flow with the Brawl composition versus that dive, especially when they weren't able to play that on a Brig backline to really support the Winston through the engagement. So very close series here between our seed 2 and our seed 7, but just narrowly Dreamland able to show how they got to be that seed 2, and we'll continue on to that winner's semifinals.
Yeah, so there you go. There's your abbreviated scouting report. If you're a different team, maybe trying to look for some info on them, you've got your case study to work with, and you've got your example. Now, just about applying that into future matches. Of course, for the team that falls short, Valentine, of course, they are not eliminated. They just move down to the lower bracket. They'll find out who they are playing against a little bit later. But there you go, the preview of this bracket right now. Me and my friends Gaming and Eclipse, our first 2 winners of our first 2 games today. And then Dreamland, of course, going to be going up against the winner of Exo Sakura and Vindarive, which will be coming up shortly. Man, these teams, like, just seeing them all together, it just gives me chills to know that this is, like, the competition that we're running through. And, like, Nightmare Eclipse and me and my friends Gaming, like, although one was maybe a bit more dominant than the other, you're still like, wow, okay, these matchups are insane. Dreamland versus whoever they go up against, you have to fear it, right? And then, yep, there you go. Down to the lower bracket, Cafe Violet and Fable. I feel like that's just such an iconic matchup. For you guys that don't know, that's the first matchup that me and Rain casted together, I think. And then Valentine meeting whoever ends up falling a bit short in this matchup.
Yeah, it's also, I just have to comment how fun it is to get to run through every single quarterfinal match. I'm super excited that we were able to do the schedule this way, because it is just us getting to introduce you to every single one of these teams, so you get to see all of them in this first round and really get a taste for maybe who is kind of your favorite, who's running the compositions that you like the most, and really get to kind of set yourself up to cheer for a team to come through these brackets. I think that this is a fantastic setup that we have here for the first day of Calling All Heroes Champions.
Yeah, when I saw that on the notification, I was like, oh, wait, we're going to do 4 games in the day, and they're going to be all the same round. And then I was like, oh, we're going to do 4 games in the same day, and it's going to be the same round. I see. All right, I'm liking this. So, yeah, I mean, it really does provide a nice little sense of story, and that's why we encourage you guys to keep on coming in and watching every single day, because you don't want to miss the narratives that's being set up. And on top of that, Rain, you know what else they would miss is if they don't tune up in every day?
If you don't tune in every day, you won't get all the awesome viewer incentives, because every single day we have a new set of spray, banner, and hero icon for the chat to receive. So make sure that you connect your BattleNet to your Twitch, because these are the rewards that you get just for day number 1. This is so cool. Every day gonna be something new, and if you haven't tuned in today, there's still time. There's still one more match. You can get in on some of these viewer incentives.
Absolutely, and as much as we promised you, we give you the rewards here, but unfortunately we lied about the interview. There will be no interview. We had some technical difficulties. So with that being said, we will take another quick break, and then when we do return, we will have the up-and-coming matchup. Rain, you already know what it is. Set the stakes for us. What do we got coming up?
Last match of tonight, last winners round 1. It's going to be Exo Sakura taking on Vindarive. Definitely stick around. Seed number 3 against seed number 6 will be coming up after this quick break.
Hello, hello, kings, queens, and all those all around and in-betweens. Welcome back to our final matchup of the day here at Calling All Heroes by Overwatch. For those of you just joining us, it's been a long day, but we've got one more to go. My name is Arcast, here with Rain will be your yappers for this final edition of what is the big agenda. And Exo Sakura and Vindarive will be our two teams for today. Rain?
Super excited to see this last match of the day. Every single match that we have done today has gotten closer and closer. So definitely high hopes for this last one, the 3rd seed and the 6th seed. So on paper, this should be a fairly close game between Exo Sakura and Vindarive. So definitely looking forward to this one, and being the last one of the day, just all that much more pressure, I think, for these teams.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've had to wait in agony for these other matchups to get done. Now, obviously, they had an idea of when their matchup would be, but they have had to wait a decent amount of time in order to get that rolling schedule going into their matchup. So they are going to have a few extra minutes to now simmer and cook and let the nerves maybe hit them a bit. But heading over to our first team, it is going to be Exo Sakura. This team, I believe, out of the spring qualifier. Yeah, spring qualifier in the 2nd position.
Yeah, so these players, you've definitely seen them around. If you've been in Calling All Heroes, we have Zoe and Ivory on the DPS, Mari, the tank here, and then the support line, we have Regime and Paulette. I'm excited to see these players in action. They do have a couple of substitutions available if it is needed, so it's nice to have a little bit of flexibility in the roster, especially when those hero bans and everything come into effect.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, definitely having that depth of roster, whether it is, you know, people that you want on specific maps for their hero pool, which could definitely be the case, as we've seen in past Overwatch history games, but, you know, just having a big group of friends like we've seen in the interviews before. They're saying, hey, it's just our group of friends that are playing our games, and, well, to have all of them come together and have that high-level competition and all have the same goal in mind, that's pretty dang cool. Exo Sakura, we're pretty familiar with them. They've had some high highs, some lower lows, but at the end of the day, they are usually one of the most consistent teams that we see here on this stage.
So coming up against Exo Sakura, it is going to be Vindarive at seed 6, as we mentioned. So I believe coming in through the last chance qualifiers, the LCQ. So maybe a little bit less well known, but definitely still lots of potential on that roster. So I'm excited to get to know them a little bit more and see kind of what they're bringing to the table here, because sometimes being one of those teams that's a little bit lesser known actually is kind of the edge, especially coming into a championship series where this is the end of the road, at least for this year.
Absolutely. I mean, with a team like Vindarive, you have players that are well known with a team that maybe just hasn't come together for such a long period of time, right? We didn't even see the name Vindarive up until LCQ, so keep that in mind. We literally have no results on them, at least under this name. Maybe this core is played together a little bit here or there, but this is like their final test, and it's also their first real test, as, you know, the LCQ, 3 out of the 4 teams ended up making it through, so, you know, do with that information what you will, but, man, this is going to be a team that you have to look at and say, there's a whole lot of question marks, but we're going to have to see what they can do, and we got to respect them, because if you do disrespect them, they will blow you out of the water. Let's be real.
Yeah, you really can't underestimate any of these teams. All 8 of these teams that are here in the championships are here for a reason, and it's because they have worked so hard throughout the year to make it. Whether you're here in the spring season, the summer season, that last chance qualifiers, everybody has worked so hard to make it here for this last spot. So everybody is so hungry to try and be that victor for the 2025 year here in Calling All Heroes, because that's the thing that's so awesome about Calling All Heroes, is that we have been building up to this all year long.
Yeah, I'm really excited to be a part of this journey, and I'm happy to at least been here since the summer split, but I'm also curious what things were going on towards the spring. So maybe for those of you that were there, give us a shout. Make sure you get yourself known that you were here the whole time. Let's head over to Vindarive, though, the newcomers, if you will. Missun, Bion, Amity, Cameron, and April to round out this roster.
And again, this team will have a couple of substitutes available if it is needed, but this is going to be at least your starting 5 here, and I always am interested to see and kind of like the heroes that people select for to represent them on the graphic, because of course we give the players the power to pick who is going to be their hero when we do these roster reveals, and sometimes it is true to form and people play what they actually are going to play, but you know, sometimes a little bit more mysterious. And I mean, if we get to see a Life Weaver here, Ari, I wouldn't be too unhappy. It would be fun to get to see.
Yeah, Life Weaver is just like a bastion on support, right? That's how that works, right? Okay. Both of us having wishful thinking today, but it would be silly of us to think that we would go anywhere else other than Ilios for the first map. Let's be real. It's been the same 2 maps to start us off all day long. You tired of it yet? Don't care. We're going to it again. Exo, Sakura, Vindarive, and the band's a bit different to start us off. Echo as the first one.
Ooh, okay, yeah, the Echo band coming out here. Echo, of course, going to have a lot of potential in really burning down tanks with that Disruptor beam or the focusing beam, and I think that also if you're playing like a dive tank here, the Echo can really kind of shut you down that way. So seeing that come out, very interesting. The Ana ban as well. In just the last series that we had, we saw the Ana break from actually both teams on the first, or on Lighthouse at least for the support line. So having this Ana band out here is going to shake things up a little bit potentially, but you know, there's still some support backlines that we could end up on. The Lucio Kiriko always going to be a staple as long as either of those heroes are drastically changed.
And keep in mind, by the way, with Vindarive coming in from that LCQ and being a new team, the same kind of theme is going to come in with the deal with Valentine, right? They had that sort of pre-existing results and things like that, and this team may not have that, but they are well-known players, and they are very capable of, you know, oh, sure, this is a 3 versus a 6 seed. Yeah, in our minds, it's maybe a 4 versus 5, a 4.5 versus a 4.5, because these two teams could very well stack up just as equally, if not the same, as the previous matchup. We could very well go to all 5 maps, and so as we start to see these hero selections, right, we get a little bit of an insight as to what might be going down for the rest of the series as well.
All right, yeah, we will be starting out on Ilios well. A look at these rosters that are kind of locking in. Doors are going to open pretty soon, so if this is what you're going to play, this is what it's going to be. It's going to be the TP out from Zoe. Like we are going to have Pauline. Oh, nope, not on the Yari. It is going to be the Lucio Kiriko backlines for both teams. Cameron swapping off that Juno just to get a little bit of speed here for Vindarive. Big difference being in these 10 lines, right? The Eva versus the Zarya here. So more high ground control for Exo Sakura, but if Vindarive can force Exo Sakura onto the low ground, that's when Amity's really going to come alive on the Zarya.
April goes down off the rip. Not exactly ideal for Vindarive, but, you know, you're going to have to make do. Back from spawn. The team will be maybe unhappy with that result, but hey, you gotta make up for it. So Exo Sakura happy with their space that they've been given so far. Now just continue to push this advantage, but no, not super aggressively, right? You don't need to brawl it out. You've been given the points, and I'm starting to get already, just in the diligence aspect, a little bit of a flashback to Nightmare Eclipse, right? We've seen them play the similar style of just making sure that you get yourself the right picks and the right positioning at the right time. This fight, the first one at least, was over, just in the sense that one player had to go back to spawn, but now you get the chance at that real team fight, and it's Amity with a decent amount of charge, and Ivory, I guess, waddling around the other opposite angle on the other side. Oh no, oh no, oh my!
No! You just hear the Freya screaming all the way as April is going to find that final kill on to Mari as well. Vindarive flipping this back over 33% here for Sakura to start with, and now Vindarive need to try and just hold this as long as possible. You have the Zarya, you really want to just keep Amity alive, keep the charge up. You can see Vindarive are looking to take a decent amount of streaks here.
Absolutely, I mean, have a full charge Zarya, they want to make sure they can maintain that charge, and then, as well, push the advantage with it, right? It's important to use the resources that you have in your favor. Sun over towards this off angle. She's going to be playing with some people that are in this smaller corner, and that's 1 HP onto this Ivory, the Freya. Indeed, they will fall. Pulse Bomb, that one rings out a little bit wide, but still chances for both of these teams to strike on in here. It's still Vindrive, though, with that point control. It should eventually be them to at least hold on for the moment until Exosoccer, of course, can regroup here in the end, which they say they will, but Zarya's here. Okay, yes, they will choose to just wait for those cooldowns to come on back.
Yeah, Amity has this Graviton Surge ready to go, but Exosoccer, everybody's going to be playing fairly split here. I mean, so Ivory is going to be way far in the back, so he's off on an angle. If you're going to lose, you're going to be able to kind of fight out here, and Exosoccer are looking to hold on to this with the Kitsune Rush.
Absolutely, April hanging around as well. That in pocket if they do choose to use it, but now it's going to be Vindrive holding on for dear life in this fight, it feels like, as they've captured a decent amount of this, you know, enough to flip it, but just not quite all the way across the line. Both supports just getting out of dodge, and Ion will actually be the first to fall here in this one. The others to follow suit. Exosoccer, consistency being the key. And know that is not a punt for one of the members that may not be here in this moment, but Exosoccer still doing very, very well.
Yeah, and managing to just get back into Kitsune Rush. You still have the bomb, you have the pulse bomb, and you have the beat from Regime.
Okay, yeah, we are going to have the recalls forced out for both teams, but grab on the side.
Absolutely, Cameron finding first. Now Vindrive hope to continue that in-team fight win, right? We'll see this Freya, although maybe finding a bit of value onto the one April and Miss on going down, it still is that final touch in the end. Amity with a decent amount of charge still to go. Ari, let's see what you've got in the store. It'll be a DMAC with the self-destruct as well being used. Is that what that was? Nope, it looked like some sort of pulse bomb or Ebola, something of that sort. And now, of course, you have to go back to the spawn room. Everybody's here to combat you and make sure that you cannot capitalize on free space. Vindrive are just running it down your throats, and validly so. As again, we talked about, when you have that space, you should absolutely take it.
Yeah, and Exosoccer committed all points there into kind of a lost fight. Now,
They only need to win one more fight here, but Vindrive very quickly gaining percentage here. Have a whole lot to work with. Save your Pulse Bomb for each side. Mari has to be looking to try and eat this Pulse Bomb from Miss Sun. Or potentially the Suzu even from Pauline. Regardless, it's going to be hard to kind of find the value for both these Pulse Bombs.
I think there went the one. I think we saw it on the floor over there. But that'll be, I guess, the beginning of an engagement that doesn't quite get started into the end. Let's see, though. Final fight territory, 99 versus 99. Somebody's got to make a move, take initiative in this fight. Who is it going to be? Zoe pretty close over in this corner, looking for the best value that they can. But now, instead, it'll just be everyone waiting for that right opportunity to strike. Nope, want to be the first one overstepping this one, and it is Regime. Regime will go down, and that might spell disaster. Exosoccer, though, still hanging on for dear life with that Kitsune Rush out from both sides. Freya's in the mix, and of course that overtime timer still very much a case in this one, but Amity to clean things up. It's a beautiful Graviton Surge, and when they are called upon, Vindrive will be the ones to close it out.
Yeah, it feels really good to come into a 99-99 fight, and then you have the Graviton Surge to clean everything up. And Amity, I mean, she connects onto two members there, both squishy. Mari not in that mech, so really good job to just kind of clean up the fight. Very back and forth, though, which is sometimes a little bit surprising on well. You definitely have a bit of a defender's advantage if you can kind of get yourself set up on the high ground. So that speaks highly to just the tactics that both these teams have for kind of re-engaging onto these fights.
Yeah, I'm just looking at these stats right now. I mean, nothing strikes out at you except for one damage count that maybe is a bit higher than the rest. And by that, I mean maybe double the rest. It's Amity, who's been really pushing the advantage. And again, that's what we expect from someone playing Zarya, who really needs to get all the value that they can. It really is nice to see them using her to get that value coming on out here. But now, fresh point, fresh set of HP bars, ideas potentially, and a deep breath. Get yourselves into this one.
Ari has left over on to the Zarya here. So it is mirror compositions right now, which is all about just trying to force out cooldowns from the other team, and then you go in with your own.
Already trying to take that duel against Amity on that other Zarya. Unfortunately not going to work out for her, so in will the rest of the team go. Amity striking down yet again. April having some fun in the back lines, but this is all but chalked for this first fight. Vinderive will continue their domination of what was, again, shall we say, 85% convincing.
Amity has set herself up right on the high ground here, just absolutely pouring damage down into Exo Sakura. This one is building up to a pulse bomb as well, but right now if you're Sakura, you really just need to try and displace Amity from this high grounder, and at the very least speed past her.
Looks like they are going for the latter option. Of course, this will be a pulse bomb that could very well spell disaster for at least one, maybe two of these players. Forcing out a recall, potentially. No, not quite yet. Instead, the pulse bomb. That one lands on the floor. Catch this. Well, nobody did. Instead, Miss Sun will fall on down. Back to the spawn room with you. Ivory, though, still trying to put in the work for her team. And, well, it's there, but unfortunately, nobody has really made that extra step to get you across the line. Just that one-for-one pick. Both Zarya's going down, and now TDM ensues. April Bion going down. There you go, Exo Sakura. Not only do they complete the flip, but they also win out the fight in the end as well.
Yeah, and it's looking like the Exo Sakura is going to be able to at least get the lead here as Vinderive are coming back into this with the graph ready to go from Amity. Support ults as well coming online. You really just want to kind of win this off the back of this graph from Amity, but Regime does have the beat if they really need it.
There's the one. Of course, out there, Mari could still be alive after the dust settles. No, never mind. Okay, my bad. My curse is out. I'm sorry. But Miss Sun will also make up for it, continuing to prove that Vinderive, regardless of the curse, still would have won the fight anyway. And that's 3 big picks for their side, and that means that Vinderive will once again find the flip. 57 is all that Exo Sakura will get in this moment.
This is really big for Vinderive. You want to win the fight that you can make Graviton Surge into, but now, on the flip side, Exo Sakura, Mari, she has this Graviton Surge ready to go. April will be on her to try and use this beat to the extent, but when you're all locked in one spot, if Mari can just build up some charge before she pops that grab, and even if you use the sound barrier, you might not win.
Oh boy, yeah, I can see that from a mile away. It's tough because you can't really avoid it if your Amity Yuno is coming as well. Unfortunately, can't get out of dodge fast enough. Regime with 2 kills. Nice good job to clean up this fight, make sure that they can complete it a bit quicker. Miss Sun, though, still with the 1. Might commit the pulse bomb if they're feeling a bit antsy. But no, she decides not to, and so instead, Exo Sakura will continue to clean up this fight. Will let Vinderive not get too much farther towards that final fight territory and will instead propel themselves towards one.
Yeah, and Ivory is getting herself set up on the high ground here, has the bola ready to go, just waiting for Vinderive to kind of commit through one of these choke points. You'd love for Amity to use some of these bubbles as well before you go for that ult, but you gotta find the opening, you gotta commit something.
Also available for Zoe. Choose to use that one, but no, the overhead's coming out from April's beat. That should provide enough for this fight win, especially when you count those first 2 picks in the first place. Now, granted, low HP onto Amity and the Zarya here. Be careful, make sure you want to maintain your charge. Yeah, nice little bubble there, you go. And fight 1, once again, Vinderive. I mean, these are just back and forth fights, and if this is the case, I mean, are we going to see 1 more, or are we going to see 2 more fights? Because I'm still not convinced either side has control right now.
No, right? But Vinderive do have this Graviton Surge nearly ready to go for Amity here, so that might just be the spelling disaster here for Exo Sakura. All he needs to build up so this Kitsune rush is kind of the last hope.
Oh boy, I don't know how April fell into there, but instead just meets a whole lot of damage to the face. That's going to be the dashes all around, Kitsune rush, and barriers, orbs, bullets, oh my, somebody's going to have to come out on top, and Vinderive, well, they're trying their best to make sure it's them. Graviton Surge, though, back towards Amity, very valuable in that pick, but now you need to clean up the rest. Cameron just on a lick of HP, they'll fall, and now April, Miss Sun will be the only 2 that are left standing, and neither of them will have a chance to really make a big enough say. Amity's back on the Doomfist, but again, how much can you really do? It doesn't look like they really have that solid footing. And Zoe cleaning up these kills. A great showing from her should solidify that this map is all well, the sub-map is done and dusted. Very close in the second one here. But now, it really does show that, yes, these stakes are valid. These teams are very close in caliber.
Another 100 to 99 there. Exo Sakura did such a good job keeping Mari alive in that last fight. She was a decent way off that Graviton Surge. I think she was around 70%, but all of the resources committed into that Zarya just to make sure she stays alive. And as a result of that, crazy high charge. So Pauline gets that Kitsune rush out, and Mari is able to just absolutely tear everybody apart, building up to that Grav, which really just kind of locked Vindarive out of that Ruins sub-map. Bringing us over to Lighthouse. Oh, this is it. Comes down to this for just the first map. We are only on map number 1.
Well, we were happy that we got a 3-map Ilios in our third matchup of the day, but now we get one again in the fourth. Mari, though, heading over to that Diva, the big swap in my eyes, and Vindarive, of course, hanging out with Amity on that Zarya. Of course, this Diva may be paying off as Mari. She'll find a few first picks in her rights, and yeah, this might just be that first fight done and dusted as Exo Sakura come out of the gate swinging, and that's a whole lot of value to be found. Vindarive maybe a bit too slow on the get-up.
Ooh, yeah, not necessarily expecting this aggression to come out from the Diva composition here from Sakura. Mari's basically kind of chasing out the members of Vindarive so that Ivory has free reign to just attack them and find the Elims here. Really well played from Sakura to take control of this and to be able to get themselves set up kind of around the high ground here. Vindarive on this Zarya, you have to force out Exo Sakura before you just take this fight on point.
See what we got, Regine. Be careful, please. Okay, well, they got boots somewhere. Oh, there they go. Swing on around, and they're still at 1 HP. It feels like a turn only. Oh, be careful. Thank you, Miss Sun. Stays on the map, and there is a flip in sights. However, Bayon goes down, and that high charge Zarya of Amity on the point, well, they're doing okay, except only for the moment as they manage to take themselves out. Not sure if that was a boot or just a right click. Either way, they fall a bit short again, and the flip now from Exo Sakura back into place as they continue finding that juicy percentage.
The thing is, Vindarive were trying to force a fight on point there, which makes sense when you're playing the Zarya composition. You want Exo Sakura to get in close so you can build up this charge, but you gotta be so careful in the rotations. We saw that Cameron got caught out there by Mari as Vindarive was trying to find their way to the point. So although the flip comes through momentarily for Vindarive, Exo Sakura really taking the better of that fight.
Mari hanging up towards this high ground, has the self-destruct available, could very well use it. Kitsune rush, everybody popping their ultimates out on this point. That's Pulse Bomb in the mix just for good luck, and it is going to be Regime and Ivory picking up 2 total, along with Zoe to add that up to 3, but Bayon making up for it almost single-handedly. She's got a handful of picks for herself. The only problem is that everybody else is back in spawn. So, Exo Sakura will continue to hold on to this lead and almost go for the reverse sweep of, you know, a control point. Not the whole series, but the control point.
This is tough for Vindarive. The sub-maps have looked so back and forth, but now that Exo Sakura are on this composition that can control the high ground, it feels like Vindarive is suffering a little bit.
Definitely does. I mean, at least they get a positional switch out here, but so Sakura feels like trying to push some sort of advantage that they actually did not end up having. So there you go, Mari. She'll fall off the edge, and that will mean that Vindarive, I don't want to say are gifted an extra fight, but it certainly wasn't as hard fought as the other ones that we've seen. Definitely that one maybe a little bit lower stakes.
Yes, I agree. Exo only have the beat to come back into this next fight as well, so it's still looking good on paper for Vindarive to come out on top here, where you have this Graviton Surge, you have the Kitsune Rush, and you're gonna have the Bola. You can potentially combo either the Bola or the Pulse Bomb that's coming on live with this Graviton Surge. But again, if you can just get the charge, you should be able to just really melt people that are in that ground.
Vindarive, what do you got cooking up for us? 4 ults, and one of them is going to have to turn the tides in your favor, win this team fight. So it'll be the beat that goes out first for that by Exo Sakura. Now the Bola, now the Graviton Surge. Amity uses it kind of in the end of their lifespan. Mari, though, beautiful defense matrix. They pick up a Pulse Bomb with 2 additional kills, and I think this one might just be going the way of Exo Sakura for good. As much as the pressure is there from Bayon to grab a few more picks, the flip will come through for Exo Sakura. They'll need to clean this one up pretty quickly. Otherwise, you are going to see a world where Exo Sakura just completely run away with this. There's the Vinderive touch. It's Amity on the Winston in a whole different case and scenario, but that will be now self-destruct available for a potential touch later on. I mean, it's the Sune rush to chase out April. There's a touch on out. Remember, you need to have everyone there at this point, sticking around for as long as possible. Again, you can tell Mari just wants this fight for themselves. They don't want to have to go to another one. You don't want to give Vinderive that extra life and the extra chance. Stalling it out, waiting for the boops, and it's good. Somehow they hold on. Mari giving her team that first map victory.
Played it really, really well, especially into the Zarya, right? Not taking these fights on the point where they didn't have to.
Yeah, and especially with Dreamland versus Valentine, you saw it was Dreamland that ended up coming out on top first. The map was still pretty close, but then you saw Valentine start to find their mojo, and then the adaptation come on back. And so that does go to show you, again, is that team who's been around maybe a little bit longer gonna be the one to pull it, to like pull things through in the end, right? Because Vinderive is a newer team, they don't have as much experience together, and so even though they might sneak away a map or two, can they bring it across the line in the end? And you saw, at least in the sample size of one solid map, they weren't able to get through to the end. They did manage to get at least a sub map, but again, not all of that juicy W result.
Yeah, that's really what does matter in the end. It's all fun for us here on the spectating side of things to get a close match, but if you're the team, you really want it to be a win, not just close here. But Vinderive going to be in control of what map we go to, so that is a really big advantage here. I mean, we would be amiss if we didn't mention that, you know, you could King's Row it up.